In his past life, our boy was a legendary Spec Ops commander, but he ate dirt after falling off a cliff while chasing down some high-profile targets. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself surrounded by cave women wrapped in animal hides. Before he could even process the vibe check, his foot started screaming in agony. Drawing on his years of wilderness survival training, he instantly diagnosed the bite as venomous snake juice. Without hesitation, he grabbed a stone knife, hacked his leg open, and shoved a red-hot stick straight into the wound. After a soul-piercing scream, he passed out, praying that the extreme heat would cook the venom out of his system. After a night of wrestling with the Grim Reaper, he woke up the next day, tougher than a cockroach. He snatched a piece of dried meat from a local girl and devoured it like he hadn't eaten in a decade. Once he finished, he started gesturing like a madman, begging for seconds. But the girl gave him the classic "bruh, are you serious? Look," and shut him down. I mean, they're living in a tribe of like 50 people. Food supply isn't exactly a buffet. Plus, with winter coming up, they're in full prep mode, so the high-calorie snacks go to the actual workers. Seeing that, our boy realized he had to handle his own hunger or become a skeleton. The temperature is dropping fast, so he really needs to secure that winter stockpile before he becomes a popsicle. After doing the math, he figured fishing is the easiest way to stack up some protein. There's a creek less than 1,000 meters away, but these NPCs don't eat fish, so obviously, they don't have any gear. Realizing this, the Gigachad decided to weave his own basket from vines and go fishing himself. In no time, he dragged a massive pile of vines back to the cave entrance. Time to start the crafting grind. A bunch of cave kids gathered around, staring at him like he's an alien, just making weird noises instead of actually talking. Meanwhile, the women were off-screen drying some grass near the cave. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the distance. Our boy looks up and sees the hairy old chief and two other guys sprinting back, each holding a giant bird egg. They were running for their lives, screaming like they'd just seen a ghost. Right on their heels was a massive peacock monster, over 3 meters tall, ready to turn them into snacks. Our boy started shouting at them to drop the eggs like they were cursed items. But of course, the language barrier is real. The chief refused to let go of his loot, and the bird was definitely not having it. Before he could even realize his mistake, the chief got one-tapped by the peacock and was instantly unalive. The two other dudes saw their leader get folded and immediately chucked their eggs, bailing into the trees like pros. Those two actually managed to dodge the main character death, for now. The kids hanging out with our boy had never seen something that brutal, so they started wailing like sirens. The bird lost its original target, locked onto the kids, and started charging straight toward the cave. Our boy didn't hesitate, shoving the kids deep into the safety of the cave. The women quickly rolled a massive boulder over, locking the door tight before the monster could get a bite. The peacock couldn't get inside, so it turned around and waddled over to the leader's corpse. It started pecking away at the body like it was an all-you-can-eat buffet. Jan decided right then and there, this bird has to go. Since it already developed a taste for human meat and knows where the tribe is hiding, there's no way we're getting any peace if it stays alive. But our boy is currently rocking 0 weapons, so trying to square up with this beast is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Suddenly, he spots the peacock's long, spindly legs, his eyes light up, and he starts crafting his master plan. First, he grabs 2 fist-sized rocks, unwraps the snakeskin belt from his waist, and ties a rock to each end. Once the ghetto-rigged slingshot is ready, he sneaks through the cave opening like a boss. Everyone back in the cave is low-key panicking, wanting to pull him back, but they're too terrified that the bird might turn around and target them instead. So they just stand there watching like a bunch of NPCs waiting for the next cutscene. Jan sneaks through the bushes, keeping his profile low as he creeps forward. He stops dead in his tracks about 50 to 60 meters away from the bird. At this point, the peacock is still busy enjoying its gruesome meal. The bird has no idea it's about to become the main course itself. Our boy stands up, gripping the middle of his DIY snakeskin rope. He starts spinning that slingshot with absolute precision. The rocks start whistling through the air. Centrifugal force kicks in, and the rope snaps taut like a professional trap. The peacock finally notices the movement, lets out a screech, and charges at him like a total maniac. As it closes the distance, the women and kids back at the cave are losing their minds, but Jan stays frosty, standing his ground like a stone pillar. The second the bird hits the 30-meter mark, he lets that slingshot fly. The weapon leaves his hand, spinning through the air, and instantly wraps around the bird's long legs like a pro-level bind. The bird is only 10 meters away when it loses its balance and faceplants into the dirt. It's flapping its little wings like a frantic glitch, but it can't get back up. The tribe members at the entrance are absolutely stunned, mouths hanging open at the sheer Chad energy they just witnessed. Yan immediately shouts for 2 of the kids to hold the bird's neck down, while he grabs a massive rock to finish the job. Blood fountains out of the bird's head, the twitching stops, and the menace is officially deleted. The 2 kids look at him like he's the main character of their entire existence. Jan retrieves his snakeskin rope, ties it back to his waist, and signals the boys to help drag the loot back home. The kids follow him now, acting like two loyal sidekicks who just found their new boss. The trio drags the massive bird carcass back toward the cave entrance. Seeing the massive W their hero brought back, the rest of the tribe can't just sit around anymore. They start screaming in hype, push the giant boulder aside, and rush out to help him carry the prize. Those two grown men hiding in the trees finally crawled down. They watched our boy solo that peacock thing and were straight up fanboying. It's the first time in their tribe's history that they've ever bagged such a massive catch. Back at the cave, he told the ladies to keep the feathers and do whatever they wanted with the rest. Danger's gone for now, so it's back to the grind of finishing his baskets. About an hour later, the two baskets were ready to go. He loaded some of the bird's guts into the baskets and headed for the riverbank. On the way, one of the women saw him heading out solo and decided to tag along. She's already convinced he's a total G, so she's keeping her eyes glued to him. And those two kids who just made him their big bro saw him carrying weird stuff and immediately followed suit. The squad reached the river in no time. He stood on the bank, observing for a second, but what he saw was low-key terrifying. In just a few minutes, he witnessed a straight-up underwater food chain massacre. The river is infested with straight-up man-eaters. But man, the ecosystem here is high tier. The water is crystal clear and absolutely swarming with fish. He found a spot, gripped the vine tether, and dropped the trap into the current. The stench of guts spread instantly, and every fish within 20 meters went into a frenzy, rushing his way. They started dogpiling into the basket, fighting over the scraps like idiots. He yanked that basket out of the water in one swift motion. Even with a few escaping, he still landed 4 absolute units of a fish. The rest of the school didn't even run. They just stayed there fighting over the scraps. Bro literally turned the river into a backyard koi pond experience. The two kids and the lady were staring like their brains just stopped working. They just watched him drop a weird prop and pull out food that doesn't even have legs. They still had zero clue why he was doing it though. After he prepped the fish, he sliced off a piece of sashimi and went to town on it. Seeing him vibing with the sashimi, they finally realized the loot was edible. They copied his move and took a bite for themselves. That woman's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. She realized instantly that they just unlocked an infinite food glitch. She started making noises and gesturing, begging him to teach her the secret tech for fishing. He wasn't having it, and told her, and the kid grabbed the cleaned fish and strung them up with grass ropes, hanging the haul on a wooden pole to carry back to the tribe. Meanwhile, our boy just kept on scooping up more fish. With all the fish bunched up in one spot, he squatted by the bank and started going to town with a basket. Every single scoop was an absolute W. The squad spent the whole afternoon grinding, and they ended up with over 200 fish, with the biggest one clocking in at 10 pounds. Carrying that loot back was impossible, so they sent a kid back to call for backup. Eventually, the whole crew showed up to haul the feast back to the cave in style. By now, the foraging and hunting teams had already clocked out for the day. Since they lack proper gear, the adults only managed to bag small fries like rabbits and wild chickens. Right then, the kids showed up with the fish, flexing their gains to the adults like it was a grand achievement. The adults were still feeling kinda down about the chief kicking the bucket, but once they got a load of the MC's insane haul, their grief went out the window. The chief's tragic end was basically deleted from their memory. Once the fish were prepped, the whole tribe moved out to the front of the cave. A massive pile of firewood was stacked up in the clearing. They laid the late chief's body right on top. An old guy wearing goat horns stepped up and lit the pyre. The flames roared to life, quickly consuming the chief's remains. The firelight reflected on everyone's faces. The kids caught a whiff of the smell and started drooling, completely unbothered by the morning vibe. The adults were chill now that they had a new food source, and the MC used this moment to size up the tribe. The squad has 52 people total, 8 grown men, 15 grown women, and a bunch of kids of all sizes. That old guy with the horns is the tribe elder. Since he's the oldest, everyone thought he was the smartest. But he's probably second fiddle now, because our boy is slowly taking over as the main character in their eyes. Then there's this dude with 6 fingers who loves swinging a wooden stick. Probably a result of inbreeding, because the guy doesn't exactly look like a genius. Right next to 6 fingers is a guy rocking a feather necklace. He looks pretty sharp. And just like 6 fingers, he's a fan of the stick meta. Behind Feather Necklace is Stone, who wears a bone necklace and loves throwing rocks at things. A little further away stands a 15-year-old kid. This guy is missing an ear and has 4 gnarly scars on his left cheek. His weapon of choice? A DIY bone spear sharpened from a literal femur. Rolling with him is 17-year-old Shu Ya, whose dad was the big boss of the tribe back in the day. And he's rocking 2 massive saber-toothed fangs over a meter long. Then there's Dei Li, the absolute unit of the tribe, built like a tank and smashing skulls with nothing but a giant femur bone. Last on the squad is the limp-legged dude leaning on a wooden staff, who now spends his days grinding with the foraging crew, serving as the ultimate scout and point man for the group, with a weirdly specific obsession for sharpening stones. Word is, his life goal is to one day craft the perfect stone slab. Basically, out of the whole squad, Dun Er, Shu Ya, and Da Li are the top-tier warriors of this village. By the time they finished cremating the old chief, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. Led by the elder, everyone ducked into the cave to start the feast. Since these NPCs had never touched a fish in their lives, our MC stepped up to lead the tutorial. He grabbed a grilled fish and demoed the pro strat on how to eat it without choking on bones. Everyone followed his lead and started absolutely tearing into the food. Maybe it's the first time they've been fully stuffed, but the vibes were immaculate. They were vibing and dancing while munching. Seeing this scene, our MC actually felt a sense of home, silently swearing to lead this tribe into a top-tier civilization. Once the feast wrapped up, the goat-horned elder started carving the legendary scene of the MC fishing into the cave wall with charcoal, while the MC was busy teaching the local women how to weave baskets, adding 2 vine straps to upgrade them into pro-level backpacks. Now they wouldn't have to carry fruit in basic animal skins, massively buffing their gathering efficiency. The ladies were low-key obsessed, taking turns wearing them and refusing to take them off, eventually deciding to go out tomorrow to farm more vines so they could make their own. To show some love, they handed our MC 2 deer hides as a thank you, and just like that, he became the first kid in the tribe to get a premium skin upgrade. But our boy isn't greedy, so he kept only one for himself. He handed the other one to the moms of the toddlers so they could stitch up some clothes for the little ones. You gotta realize, these kids have zero immunity, and this primitive society has absolutely no healthcare. Even a minor cold could easily wipe out these little NPCs. So honestly, gifting that deer hide is basically like gifting someone a literal life. He knows that if he ever needs a favor, these folks aren't the type to bite the hand that feeds. Next morning, our boy wakes up at the crack of dawn. After a quick set of basic army drills, he's feeling parched as hell. But looking at that communal ice bucket everyone's sharing, he just can't bring himself to touch that nasty water. Guess it's time to whip up some actual kitchenware for hydration. Soon enough, the rest of the tribe starts crawling out of the cave, chattering like monkeys. But they aren't hunting today. The elder rounded up all the dudes in the clearing for a meeting. Looks like they're trying to vote for a new boss. Our boy knows the deal. If you want to call the shots, you gotta be the leader. So he steps up to join the lineup of candidates. The voting process is as caveman simple as it gets. 2 guys go at it barehanded, and whoever is left standing takes the crown. Before long, Du-Er and Dali steamroll their way through the competition. Our boy just shakes his head. Zero technique, just 2 meatheads flailing at each other. The main event starts. Dali is standing there like a 6'3" iron tower. Du-Er looks lost on how to even start, but he doesn't fold. He lets out a war cry and charges in first. He gets within range, and Daly just grabs him by the shoulders like a ragdoll. Before he can even process the L, Dali tosses him several meters away. He hits the ground with a thud and stays down for the count. Daly starts beating his chest like a gorilla, while the tribe goes wild, crowning their new alpha. Just then, our boy saunters up and stands right in front of him. Don't forget about me, tough guy. Daly looks at this scrawny kid, trying to step up. He beats his chest and lets out a roar of pure rage. But our boy isn't backing down one bit. He gets into his fighting stance right in front of the giant. Daly looks down at a kid who barely reaches his chest, eyes full of pure disrespect. The little fan club starts screaming for our boy, and he doesn't hesitate for a second. He dashes forward with the speed of a lightning strike, plants his left foot on Dali's thigh, and launches himself into the air, driving a knee strike straight into the giant's chin. Before anyone could even blink, Dali hits the dirt, rolling around and crying like a baby. The entire tribe is standing. You gotta understand, Dali is the absolute tank of their tribe. Even if he lost, there's no way he should have gotten folded in a single second. And the fact that his opponent is basically just a kid? That's wild. The elder suddenly got super hyped, feeling this random but intense gut instinct. This whole tribe is probably about to hit the big leagues because of this kid. Before the elder could even give the word, everyone hoisted the kid up, cheering for their new leader like a total boss. In just 2 short days, this guy already pulled off more miracles than most do in a lifetime. Honestly, everyone was low-key expecting this outcome anyway. Dully finally came to his senses, but he was clearly still salty about the loss. With the crowd going absolutely feral, he charged straight at our boy. Seeing this fraud approach, the MC just did a quick somersault on the ground. As soon as he got close, the MC grabbed his fingers and yeeted him forward with a clean flip. Then, he spun around to Dali's back and landed a savage kick right to his legs. Dali went face first into the dirt, and the more he struggled, the more it hurt. In less than 2 minutes, a powerhouse like Dali was crying like a baby and begging for mercy. The MC just dusted off his hands, let the big dummy go, and casually walked back into line. The crowd went wild again, the kids losing their minds because their underage king actually took down a grown man. The women were already plotting, wondering where to find rattan so they could get the new leader to teach them how to weave more baskets. Meanwhile, the elder just stared at the cave with a complex look, probably deep in his own lore. Just then, our boy stepped out looking like a brand new man. He was rocking a fresh deerskin fit. His long black hair was tied back with a snakeskin band, looking clean, crisp, and ready to take over the world. This new drip was something he'd been planning for a minute. Apparently this style traces all the way back to the Shang dynasty, or maybe the Zihu. Early farmers realized long, messy hair was a vibe killer, so they started tying it up. It's basically one of the iconic aesthetics of the agrarian Han people. Under the starry-eyed gaze of the tribe, he stepped into the center to start delegating the daily grind. First order of business: shuffling the lineup for the foraging squad. The tribe has 15 adult women total, with 6 currently pregnant, leaving 9 others plus the guy with the limp, making 10. But today, he's only sending out 8 women to forage. Now that they've got the baskets, they don't even need the guy with the limp to babysit them. Giving them each a sturdy stick for protection is more than enough. 6 of the pregnant women stayed back at the base, multitasking by keeping an eye on the 2- and 3-year-old toddlers, while the older kids were out pulling weeds, and the last lady took 2 boys down to the river to catch some fish. Everyone's got a side quest now, except for our guy with the limp who hasn't been assigned anything yet. Bro is looking pretty down about it, considering he's the same dude who swore he'd spend his entire life grinding out a single stone base. Our MC plans to put him in charge of the pottery kiln, but pottery isn't just a spawn and win situation, it requires prep, so he's got to give him some busy work first. The catch from yesterday still hasn't been dried out. With this weather, if you don't have salt, that food's gonna turn into a biohazard real quick. But if you smoke that meat, it'll stay fresh for years, no cap. So our guy demoed the process once and dumped the whole responsibility on him. Then he found a flat patch of dirt in front of the cave and started digging a pit for the kiln. The whole furnace is split into 3 levels. Bottom level for ash and airflow, middle for the firewood, top level to house the pottery. After 3 or 4 hours of grinding, the furnace was finally finished. But you can't use a kiln while it's still damp. That's just asking for a fail. So he grabbed the 2 fishing buddies from yesterday, had them load the wood, and told them to light it up so it would be ready by evening. Once all the tasks were sorted, he went down to the riverbank himself to scout for some clay, found a massive boulder, and smoothed it out to make a crafting table, then brought the clay back to crush and knead it into shape. In no time, the first little water jug with a narrow base and wide mouth was done. He immediately cranked out 4 more just like it, and lined them up by the cave to dry. Next up were some clay pots with handles, a few dozen bowls, and some other basic eating utensils. These don't need to look like art. They just need to be functional. Honestly, he's still not sure how these will turn out after the firing process. How many are actually going to make it out in one piece? By mid-afternoon, he started loading the half-baked projects into the kiln, one by one. The 2 kids and the guy with the limp were standing right there, watching like they were seeing magic. The chief managed to craft all these clay items in just one day, but they have no idea if the gear is actually usable. He ignored them, parked himself by the fire, and kept the wood coming. They stayed like that until dusk, when the rest of the tribe finally rolled back into camp. The women absolutely crushed it today, their baskets overflowing with wild fruit and enough vines to start a weaving side hustle. The boys weren't slacking either, bringing home some serious loot. We're talking 2 giant turkey-looking birds, a stash of eggs, a few bamboo rats, and over 100 fish caught on some god-tier grind. The entire tribe is eating good tonight, absolute massive gains. Anything they can't finish gets stored up for later. Smart move. With some of the ladies about to pop, having a surplus of snacks is definitely the play. Once the pottery started turning white, he stopped feeding the fire and let it chill overnight. Tomorrow morning is the big reveal, time to pop the oven. Everyone was beat after the grind, but they're all vibing around the campfire with smiles on their faces. No more starving, we're living in luxury now. And the move of the day, he turned those 2 giant birds into beggar's chicken. These guys have never tasted anything this goated in their lives, but our boy isn't even impressed. It's just a sprinkle of salt, and the flavor is straight up mid. Salt is like high-tier loot right now, apparently traded from some other tribe. He's already plotting to trade his new pottery for a literal mountain of salt. Once the feast was over, the women headed back to the cave to start the basket weaving grind. They finally realized those baskets are actual S-tier utility items. Even with a smaller crew today, the haul was bigger, and he handed out the meat to everyone like a true leader. Now even the little ones can finally get some blankets to sleep under. First thing next morning, he's sprinting over to check if the pottery survived the kiln. The guy with the limp was the first to drag the elder back over to the scene. He's yapping away to the elder, looking nervous as if he's about to faceplant into a failure. Honestly, our boy is sweating bullets too. Everything is riding on this. The salt trade, that soup he's been craving, it's all or nothing. With his heart doing backflips, he cracked open the kiln and peeked inside to find a legit, high-quality water vessel. He cracked a smirk and started pulling the goods out one by one. 4 pots and 4 small water jugs came out pristine. No cracks, pure perfection. The 8 spoons were a total flop, with 6 of them melting into a cursed blob of clay. Out of 20 bowls, only 12 actually survived the heat to be usable. As those clay-red items hit the light, the whole tribe went wild. This tech is basically witchcraft to them. Shu Ya and Da Li were the fastest to react, snatching the jugs and sprinting to the river like they just unlocked infinite water. The elder is losing his mind but trying to keep his cool. gesturing at the pottery and asking for this. Before the kid could even open his mouth, the two little bros who helped him yesterday were already scrambling to explain everything to the elder. But all our boy really cared about was, "Yo, can I trade this for salt?" He signaled the elder about the trade, but the elder just looked at him like he was a trust fund baby burning through his inheritance. The elder started pointing at the pottery, big and small, then gestured to the adults and kids in the tribe, explaining in the local dialect just how insanely valuable this loot actually was. Once it clicked, the MC was low-key shook. Turns out a single bowl could fetch you a teenage boy or two little girls, not to mention the value of those water jars and clay pots. In these tribes, water containers are rarer than a legendary item, and people usually spend their whole lives just grinding out a single stone basin. To get more water storage, some tribes wouldn't even blink at trading people for it. They think having too many mouths to feed is just a waste of food anyway. But our boy has the Sigma mindset. More people means more food, plus a serious buff to the tribe's combat power. Bringing in new blood is just a pro-gamer move to keep the tribe's gene pool from going stagnant. With that plan locked in, he immediately started delegating the trade mission. The elder and 7 hunters set out, packing a water jar, a clay pot, and 3 bowls to hunt for humans and salt. The jar went for 2 grown women, the pot for 2 teenage boys, and the 3 bowls were designated for the salt jackpot. If they ran out of salt, the bowls were going to be used as bait for the girls. Mission briefed, the crew dipped out, while our boy stayed back to handle the tribe's daily grind. The target was a tribe to the west. After climbing a mountain and crossing a valley, the squad reached the instance. This tribe was a bit beefier than our boys, packing about 80 to 90 people. They had a history of trading, so when they saw the elder's crew rolling up with goods, the bald-headed leader of the tribe immediately came out to greet them. After some basic talk, the elder pulled a ceramic bowl from his basket, trying to flex it for some salt rocks. The bald dude's eyes lit up. The bowl was smooth as glass and way lighter than their heavy-duty stone basins. He had 2 of his lackeys grab a small bag of salt rocks for the elder, but the elder just took the bag, side-eyed it, and shook his head. "We need more than that, and we're looking to trade for 2 adult women too." He then told Dali to bring out the big water jar. The bald guy was stunned, thinking, "This basin is massive. Think of how much water I can flex with this." But then he hesitated. Trading 2 women for a big jar sounds like a total W, but since it's harvest season, losing 2 workers means losing that much food. Finally, he laughed and agreed. "I mean, having fewer mouths to feed isn't a bad deal anyway, right? That's a heavy trade, fam." Moments later, 2 frail women were dragged over. They were sisters, and the older one was carrying a 4-year-old boy named Tran Trung. The kid's eyes were shut tight. You could tell at a glance he was sick as a dog. "We'll trade these 2 for your big stone basin, and the kid is a freebie on the house." The bald guy waved them off with a look of pure disgust, basically trying to shoo them away. The elder took one look at the weak women, stayed silent, and told Xin Tao to pull the earthenware pot and leftover ceramic bowls out of the basket. "If you want, you can trade us some of the boys." But since the bald chief already secured the big pot, he took one look at the smaller one, liked it, but waved his hand to decline anyway. Seeing this, the elder pulled a pro-gamer move and did exactly what you taught him this morning. He set up the pot right there and started cooking a meat stew. Almost instantly, the smell of savory meat started hitting everyone's noses. The rival tribe members were literally drooling. They had no idea meat could be cooked like this. The bald chief couldn't wait any longer, snatching the ceramic bowl from the elder, filled with tender chunks of meat and broth. The dude took a hesitant bite, and his brain basically melted. Holy crap, that tastes god tier. The broth was salty and rich with a layer of shimmering, golden fat, and that juicy meat practically dissolved the second he bit into it. He felt a total stat boost. Who cares about a few useless kids, right? Deal? We are absolutely making this trade. Suddenly, the bald guy turned into a total philanthropist, handed over the loot without hesitation, and even told his goons to dump a massive bag of rock salt into Dalian's basket. The elder gave a satisfied nod. Without wasting a second, the squad started their trek back home. They started with 7, picked up 9 more, so they were heading back 16 strong. This haul was way better than a whole day of hunting. They rushed back, and finally reached the tribe, just as the sun was setting. But the new recruits were stunned the moment they stepped into the clearing by the cave entrance. Lined up were 4 big pots and a stack of ceramic bowls that the cripple had finished firing today. The cripple was just staring at his pottery with a goofy grin. This was straight up the highlight of his entire life. Over in the other part of the clearing, hundreds of massive fish were hanging up to dry. The women nearby were all smiling and vibing because this was all food, and they were finally winning at the survival game. Especially the newcomers who just got traded. Both the adults and the kids are standing there looking completely shook. You gotta understand, a single stone bowl was worth 2 grown adults, yet this tribe has piles of them just lying around. And check out that mountain of meat hanging there. That's definitely all edible. Looks like this tribe isn't half bad after all. The elder pulls up to give you the daily briefing. 8 grown adults, naked as the day they were born, plus 1 shivering kid. You narrow your eyes and start inspecting. each one like you're picking out produce. Everyone looks like a walking skeleton. Total bottom-tier fodder. But hey, it's fine. We got enough meat in this tribe to bulk them up by the time winter ends. Finally, you roll up to the woman holding the baby. The kid's dead silent, and their skin is bright red. You check the kid's temp, and bro is burning up like a miniature furnace. You rush the woman into the cave and wrap both of them in fur skins immediately. You park them by the fire, then go hunting for a sharp bone fragment to help with the fever. The beak of that giant bird is like half a meter long, so you just smash off a piece. Easy clap. The mom has no idea what you're doing. She's been eyeing you suspiciously since you touched her kid. She's terrified you're gonna toss the baby out, and the poor girl is literally tearing up. Just then, you walk over with the bone shard and tell her, "Hand over the kid. I'm about to save his life." She doesn't speak your language, but she can tell you're already a way better leader than the last fraud she dealt with. So she nervously hands the baby over to you. You start scraping the kid's skin with the bone, leaving red marks all over. The unconscious baby winces in pain, letting out soft, whimpering cries. Shortly after, you hand the kid back, covered in red scrapes, and start spoon-feeding the baby some fish soup. The kid was probably starving for days. He gobbled it up instantly, and you let out a massive sigh of relief. If he's eating, he's got a chance. We just need to get him to sweat out the fever and he'll survive. The mom finally stops tweaking. Even though she has no clue what you did, she realizes you aren't trying to off her kid. The second she relaxes, her stomach lets out a massive roar, since she hasn't eaten in 2 days. She's staring at that bowl of fish soup like she's about to inhale it. So you immediately scoop up a bowl and Then he took the baby from her arms, wrapped the little guy up tight in animal hide, and pulled him close. Man, he's feeling rich right now, but back then, even a tiny fever was a death sentence. Food is sorted for now, but what about the drip? They're basically running around naked. If he wants to hoard enough hides, he's gonna have to start taking down some big game monsters. But looking at his current budget gear, that's just impossible. He's got to go scouting for weapon materials next time, or at the very least, rig up some traps. He swore to himself that before winter hits, everyone's getting a fit. And once everyone's fed, because the tribe leader didn't just save her son, he even personally styled her hair just like the others. That basically means the boss has officially accepted her into the squad. Once he finished taking care of those people, he started crafting some custom gear for himself. He picked out a branch that was actually straight and lashed a sharpened bird leg bone to the end of it. Boom! A primitive bone spear has officially entered the game. Next, he snapped off some bird beak shards, sharpened them into a dagger, and told the limping guy to get to crafting his own. Since his inventory is only 2 items deep, he's got to do everything himself. The next morning, once the tribe woke up, he started handing out the daily quests. Limpy's on pottery duty. He needs to make sure everyone gets a bowl. Stat. The grown women are split into 2 squads, berry pickers and daycare duty for the brats. The rest of the crew is joining him on a massive hunting grind. The hunting party includes his 2 loyal sidekicks, Daozui and Haozi, plus the 2 brothers, Daimao and Ermao, who he picked up yesterday. A squad of 11 is hitting the woods. After stepping into the forest, the squad dispersed, but our boy kept his 4 minions close. They were decked out with baskets and bundles of grass rope, ready to support his grind. The trees here are mostly massive nut trees, each one standing over 30 meters tall. Looking at those trunks with a 1 meter diameter, even he had to throw in the towel. The ground was littered with nuts, and from afar, he could see some big birds snacking on the floor. But he spent the whole trip just scouting, not aggroing a single creature. As a pro-tier hunter, you gotta map out your zone before you start farming. Before long, he spotted fresh tracks from a wild boar pack. Judging by the chaotic prints, it's gotta be a whole squad of them. The depth of those hoof prints actually had him feeling a little shook. Looks like these absolute units weigh at least 500 kilos each. Our boy carefully crept forward, finally clearing that massive ridge. His eyes lit up instantly. Down in the valley, a sparkling stream sat next to a patch of giant aloe vera. Over 10 spirit boars were chilling by the water. Looks like the whole squad pulled up for a family reunion. The alpha boar leading the pack is an absolute unit, probably clocking in at 750 kilograms. Following him are his 3 wives and a dozen piglet NPCs trailing behind. Charging in head first? Yeah, that's a death wish. Time to set up some traps. He silently slithered back into the brush, retreating to the forest. The little ones were shaking in their boots. They'd never seen a beast that massive before, but he wasn't expecting much from them anyway. So he started rigging traps solo, using grass ropes to create figure-6 snares right over their tracks. He tied the other ends to a sturdy tree. One wrong step from a boar, and the loop tightens. The more they struggle, the harder it grips. To play it safe, he ordered the kids to climb up a tree. Now all he needs to do is herd these hogs back into the trap. He snuck around to the bushes on the other side of the stream, covered head to toe in mud, gripping 2 thick branches. Suddenly, he vaulted out from the shrubbery, screaming at the top of his lungs, and these boars, who've never seen such a crackhead energy, immediately panicked and bolted straight into the woods. He gave chase, sprinting and yelling like a madman. Moments later, The forest echoed with the glorious sound of pigs squealing in agony. He reached the trap zone and found the alpha boar and one of the sows already face-planted in the dirt. These grass ropes aren't built for a long-term fight though. He gripped his bone spear and crept forward, waiting for the perfect window to jam it into the alpha's gaping maw. The razor-sharp bone tip pierced right through the neck, and blood sprayed like a fountain. After a brief struggle, the 750 kilograms giant finally flatlined, twitching one last time before going still. Our boy finally let out a massive sigh of relief. But then, a classic McD problem popped up. This hog is a literal mountain of meat. How the hell are 5 kids supposed to carry this thing back? Glancing at the sow still thrashing around nearby, his eyes lit up. He quickly used his grass ropes to tie the sow to a tree, then strapped its snout shut so it wouldn't try to bite anyone. He then took 2 more ropes and lashed them tight around the sow's front legs. Finally, we finished tying up the hog so it can't go anywhere. Once that was squared away, our boy took the lead, dragging the pig by its snout. Dai Zhui and Hao Zi acted as the flankers, each grabbing a front leg to keep the sow in check. Dai Mao and Er Mao brought up the rear with clubs, acting as the squad's security detail. The whole squad trekked deep through the thick, overgrown jungle until they finally spotted the tribe's cave entrance in the distance. Some random kid clearing out brush near the entrance was the first one to spot the loot. He started screaming his lungs out to alert the whole tribe. Within seconds, the entire tribe swarmed out like bees from a hive. But nobody dared to get too close. They'd never seen a beast that massive, so I signaled for the old cripple to get over here. I told the old man to prep a giant ceramic jar and some salt. Once he rolled the jar over, I dug a hole in the dirt and dropped it in, making sure the rim was just poking out of the ground. Then, I drained all the blood straight into the jar, not letting a single drop go to waste. In no time, we had a jar full of blood. So I tossed in a bowl of salt water and gave it a good stir. Give it a bit, and it'll turn into that good blood jelly, perfect for soup later. As for the pigskin, we're tanning that for premium leather shoes and backpacks. These 2 massive beasts are going to provide so much utility for the squad. Beneath the hide, there's a layer of pure white fat thick enough to cover 4 fingers. We're going to toss that over the fire later to render down some liquid gold. Besides the lungs, which we'll use for fish bait, literally every other part of this pig is a snack. Even the massive bones are getting stripped clean. We'll sharpen those into makeshift weapons or tools. We spent the whole afternoon grinding away to process these 2,000-pound monsters. It was pure exhaustion, but the loot we secured made it totally worth it. The drying racks are now stacked heavy, with massive slabs of prime meat. A jar of blood jelly is set, and we've got 3 full vats of snow-white pork lard. The kids are geeking out, snacking on pork cracklings, and even Zhu Bing is vibing with a belly full of food. Just as the old cripple opened the kiln to check the pottery at dusk, the rest of the tribe rolled in from their daily grind. The fishing squad hauled in hundreds of fish, and the hunting party didn't slack off either. We're talking 3 wild chickens, 2 massive snakes, over 10 bird eggs, a dozen ground squirrels, and a whole basket of nuts. Even crazier, Zhu Bing's aunt brought back some new forage. Some kind of peel back the outer layer, and you've got this natural amber sap. Gather enough, and you can refine it into white sugar. I even gave the girl a special shout out for finding this. Dinner was a total vibe. But then the elder showed up looking like he wanted to catch a body, holding a whip made of thorny red vines, and started chasing Quan Bing around like he was trying to end his bloodline. According to the original owner's memories, that whip is basically the tribe's version of a medieval torture device for people who screw up big time. Seeing that, I jumped in to stop the old man before he threw a tantrum, demanding to know why he was tweaking. Turns out, he claims those roots are bait for the devil tree. Apparently, anyone who steals those roots gets turned into a snack for the tree. I immediately told everyone to stop munching on that stuff. It's not that I actually bought his spooky story, but I wasn't about to risk food poisoning or getting addicted to some wild-ass plant. I spent the whole night on high alert, scanning my own body for any weird glitches. Thankfully, I survived the night without turning into a monster. Once the sun was up, everyone headed out to start the grind. I started delegating tasks for the day. The usual chores stayed on the menu. The only change was Quan Bing and his mom joining the fishing squad, while I took 4 of my lackeys to scout the gathering team. I needed to see if this devil tree was a boss-level threat or just some old man's fairy tale. The tree's location was deep in the mountains behind the cave. The area didn't have many massive trees, but the bushes were thick and packed with fruit. While trekking, I literally screamed internally when I spotted the one thing I've been craving: chili peppers. Bright red patches hiding in the greenery. The locals don't touch them. They think the spice means it's toxic, which is a major skill issue if you ask me. I didn't waste a second giving orders to my 4 minions. Forget everything else, we're spending the whole day harvesting these peppers. I pushed on with the gathering squad. After crossing a ridge, a massive crater-like valley opened up right in front of us. The place was littered with grayish-blue animal bones. It looked like a literal graveyard, and right in the center stood this cursed 60-meter tall tree. The thing was just standing there, looking like an absolute raid boss. Its roots spread out for 500 meters, getting denser and more twisted the closer you got to the center. It's clearly a trap designed to lure unsuspecting prey toward the trunk. My gut was screaming that getting closer was a death sentence, but curiosity is a hell of a drug, so I walked in anyway. With my current stats and skills, I'm confident I can walk away without a scratch. With every step, I'm poking the ground ahead with my spear, slowly creeping toward the danger zone. Just as the tip of my spear touched the area under the tree canopy, my elite soldier instincts started screaming that some serious trouble was about to pull up. I yanked my spear back and booked it out of there, retreating the way I came. Right on cue, I heard a whistling sound as a dozen 1-meter-long spikes rained down from the sky, slamming into the earth. They landed exactly where my spear tip had just been. Talk about a close call. Each spike was a centimeter thick, topped with these white, bowl-sized flowers. Wait, are these literally nature's own arrows? My brain just hit a dopamine spike. I am absolutely vibing. The classic borrowing arrows with straw boats strategy just popped into my head. I grabbed my basket as bait, tied a long rope to it, and chucked it under the canopy. Swish, swish, swish. In a blink, it was pinned with over a dozen spikes. I kept rinsing and repeating the process like a pro. Before I knew it, I had secured 2 massive bundles of these lethal spikes. On my way out, I told the women they could eat the tree roots, but only the ones on the outer edge. Don't get reckless. On the trek back to the tribe, I grabbed 100 stone devil saplings, each about 3 centimeters thick. These things were straight as an arrow, the absolute premium material for making javelins. I signaled my 4 lackeys to drop their pepper picking and help me lug this haul back to base. Back at the tribe, the kids swarmed around to see what kind of loot I'd brought back, but the pregnant women just looked at our haul like we'd brought home literal trash. To them, the peppers weren't edible, and the sticks were too thin to actually kill any prey. But honestly, their skepticism couldn't ruin my high-tier mood. I had to focus on the grind. It was time to upgrade my gear to god-tier status. After peeling these spikes, they were smooth, hard, and about the size of a cigarette. If I turned these into arrowheads, they'd be legitimate heavy-duty armor piercers. Sure, it'd sacrifice some range, but the penetration power would be absolutely cracked. As for the 3-centimeter saplings, I'd fire-harden the wood and sharpen the tips. These things were going to be perfect for hunting. I dumped the manual labor of sharpening these spears onto my 4 lackeys, obviously. Eventually, I'm gonna kit out the whole tribe with these next-gen javelins. Now all I'm missing is a bow. But with what we've got, I can only craft a longbow for now. It's gonna be bulky, but the power output is insane. I just need to find some mulberry wood. I saw some in the forest when I bagged that boar, so I just need to scout for the right size. But honestly, the thing I'm really eyeing is that aloe vera I spotted. The fibers in those leaves are top tier. It's the perfect material for heavy-duty rope, and I can even use it to weave fabric for actual clothes. It ain't exactly hemp, but it's way better than animal hide, and honestly, the durability is goated. Plus, the sap is a literal cheat code for wounds. It kills inflammation, detoxes, and cools down a fever like magic. With that big brain energy, I decided to go all in and mass produce aloe vera starting next year. Once that hits, the whole tribe is finally going to have some decent clothes to flex in. Plus, it'll stop our hunters from kicking the bucket just because of a minor infection. The next day, I headed into the woods to hunt some boars. Luck was on my side, and I stumbled upon 2 trees that some random beast knocked over. They were air-dried perfectly in the shade, basically begging to be turned into bows. I spent an entire day grinding stone axes and knives just to prep for the heavy-duty crafting. A 1.5-meter longbow finally started looking like an actual weapon. Took me another full day of obsessive sanding and shaping before it was finally finished. The string was braided from pineapple fibers, and for the arrows, I just used pre-sharpened thorns. For the fletching, I used the blue feathers from a peacock. My grind didn't stop until I had cranked out over 200 arrows. 2 days later, I gathered the whole squad in the open field. I set up a straw target 30 meters away with some squirrels we caught earlier hanging on it. First, I put on a masterclass on how to hurl a spear, pierced the target from 30 meters out, then showed them how to go ham in melee combat. The tribe was losing their minds. They finally realized the leader hadn't been slacking, he was crafting legendary gear. Aside from the toddlers, I hooked everyone up with their own custom spear. For the hunting party, I gave them 3 each. 2 for throwing, 1 for that up-close and personal damage. The kids reaching adulthood? They aren't just playing around anymore. Spear practice is now mandatory. The new gen spears looked sick, and the tribe was obsessed. They refused to put them down. Before this, all we had was throwing rocks, so this was a massive upgrade to our long-range meta. Next up, I did a showcase of the bow and arrow. From 100 paces away, I let 5 arrows fly and nailed those squirrels every single time. Everyone's jaw hit the floor, and they started swarming me like fans at a concert. They all wanted a touch, but I kept it exclusive. I was just showing off for now. I'm not mass-producing these yet. The crafting process is way too much of a grind. With the spear meta established, I moved on to the next project, crafting some fresh leather kicks. Those 2 black boar hides were fully tanned, feeling tough as nails but super flexible. Gotta make sure the whole— Aside from my boots, which are made entirely of pigskin, everyone in the tribe rocks shoes with soles made of wild boar hide. The rest of the boot is stitched together from whatever small animal skins we could scrap together. Kuei Bing's pair was handcrafted by yours truly. They go all the way up to the knees, lined with soft fur inside, so they're actually low-key cozy. The kid got his new drip and started flexing on everyone in the tribe like he's the main character. After all that crafting, our limited stash of animal skins is basically gone, and the temperature is straight up tanking. We're in desperate need of more furs, like yesterday. Since we've got enough pottery now, I tasked the old cripple with a new side quest: mass-producing bricks. Once we have a massive stockpile, we can build a bigger kiln, walls, and finally get some decent housing. The squad of kids finally finished weeding the fields. Dozens of acres outside the cave are now clean as a whistle, ready for either building or farming, though we're lacking decent seeds, so I'm stuck growing just a few chili peppers for now. I'm planting fiber pineapple on the mountain out back since it's a perennial easy harvest every year. With all these long-term tasks sorted, I'm gearing up to venture into the wild to hunt big game and grab some essential travel gear. I've been prepping for a minute, so my loadout, weapons, supplies, rations, is fully optimized. After giving the tribe the rundown, I strapped on my pack and dipped. As for the elder, the man looked like he was about to have a heart attack from pure anxiety. Bro really thinks that sleeping outside the cave is a death sentence since nobody's ever returned. Large herbivores usually roam the grasslands. First order of business: get the hell out of this never-ending forest. After trekking all morning, the trees finally started thinning out. This was a massive W for me. Definitely a sign I'm finally clearing this map. Been walking since sunrise, and my throat is feeling like a desert. I hit up a riverbank to hydrate, but the second I crouched down to scoop some water, a massive beast suddenly erupted from the water like a jump scare. This monstrosity lunged at me with a mouth the size of a blood-filled basin, snapping its teeth. I scrambled back, heart racing, barely dodging that trash. The beast clamped down on my supply pack, instantly getting its jaw jammed on the frame. Now it can't spit it out, and it's too thick to bite through. Classic fodder move. Bro could only shake his head in disbelief. He got dragged under the water, swinging left and right. In a moment of pure chaos, our boy desperately pulled out a dagger hidden in his boot to slash the strap. Only then was he finally able to flip around. With one hand clinging to the remaining strap for dear life, he started spamming the monster's skull with his blade. The beast started tweaking, thrashing even harder. It launched him into the air, leaped out of the water, and slammed him back down. Then it dragged him through the water like a total speed demon. He pulled a pro gamer move, mounted the beast's head, and ruthlessly stabbed both its eyes. Blood and brain matter started geysering out, turning the entire river into a murky mess. Gradually, the monster's movements went from aggressive to just straight-up seizing. Exhausted, he swam to the opposite bank, caught his breath, and watched as the beast finally kicked the bucket. Its belly went white and floated to the surface, but his basket was still stuck in its jaws. He had to grab a sturdy vine, fish it through the monster's eye socket, and use every ounce of his strength to drag that thing ashore. Only then did he have a second to actually look at this nightmare. Turns out, it was just a massive fish, easily 5 meters long. After a quick breather, he grabbed his stone axe and started smashing the beast's teeth. There were over 50 triangular teeth, each one the size of a kid's hand. After knocking them all out, he finally freed his basket to check his loot. Thank God the fire starter tube stayed dry. Everything else was a bit beat up, but still usable. But just as he was about to start a fire to dry off, he heard footsteps in the woods. He looked over and saw a pale-skinned woman dragging a terrified little girl, both staring at him like they saw a ghost. They let out a blood-curdling scream and bolted for their lives. They left a round object behind on the ground. He walked over to check it out, and it was a wooden bucket carved from a single log. Looks like those two were just out for water but got so scared they dropped their gear and bailed. It was only a matter of time before they brought backup. Sure enough, not long after, the woman returned with a whole squad from her tribe. They were wearing white animal hide cloaks, their skin so pale it looked like they were covered in drywall. The whole squad stood there, staring down the massive fish behind him. Everyone looked absolutely shook. A guy who looked like the tribal leader locked eyes with him and pointed at the wooden bucket. Our boy caught the drift, poked the chest with his spear, and handed it over to the boss man. The chief took the crate, mumbled some gibberish, and pointed straight at that massive fish behind him. Bro had zero clue what was happening, but he got the hint and stepped aside like a true gentleman. The whole squad swarmed the fish to start hacking away, with a few of the ladies actually tearing up. The leader flashed a grin, thumped his chest, and held out a fist for a bro fist. Our MC was low-key confused, but since the guy wasn't throwing hands, he figured it was all good. He hesitated for a sec, then dapped the guy up. The guy started laughing, pulled our boy into a massive bear hug, and kept yapping while doing the most extra hand gestures ever. Language barrier aside, vibes and body language are basically universal. right? He let the guy know he crossed the river and is hunting for some horned beast. The chief nodded like he knew what's up, then explained that his tribe has been losing members to that fish for ages. To show some love for ending that monster, the chief invited our boy back to their camp as a guest. Seeing the sun dipping and knowing they were practically neighbors, he figured a little networking couldn't hurt. So he said bet and agreed to roll with them. He signaled for them to pack up the fish, letting them know that Bad Boy is actually edible. The chief looked shook. In their world, they're usually the ones getting eaten by the fish, not the other way around. But hey, he still agreed to follow the lead. Since the fish was an absolute unit, they had to break it down before dragging it home. Our boy had to get back to the grind and finish the job. The silver fish skin was 4 meters long and 3 meters wide. Sleek, stretchy, and best of all, waterproof. A loot drop like this? Yeah, our boy definitely shoved that into his storage ring. Once cleaned, the meat was chopped into huge slabs for the crew to carry. Their tribe was tucked deep in the woods. 10 minutes in, they pulled up to this massive, hollowed-out tree. It had like 100 square meters of space inside. It wasn't exactly a penthouse, but for a squad this small, it did the job. Counting the men and women, there were only 14 adults in total. Throw in the kids, and you've got a grand total of 32 NPCs. He just mentally labeled them the Tree Tribe. They were pale as ghosts, probably from living their whole lives in this dark, cursed forest. Then the elder pointed his finger toward the east. He told our boy that if he keeps heading that way and leaves this dark forest, he'll find a mountain. Up on that peak, there's this weird beast rocking 2 razor-sharp horns. They're fast as hell, zooming around like they've got a speed hack on. Based on the old man's description, our MC figures it's just a oversized space antelope. Chasing them on foot is a total L, no way he's catching up to that. But hey, if he sets up a trap beforehand, he's golden. He's feeling like a gigachad right now, but the elder and Daishu clearly think he's coping. Daishu notices the silence and decides to flex about their current gear instead. Turns out, it's just hide from some massive bunny that's over half a meter long. These rabbits love snacking on moss and shrooms, which this cursed forest has in abundance. Our boy's eyes instantly start sparkling like he's found a legendary treasure. Bunnies? Now we're talking. You gotta understand, these things breed faster than an NPC farm. 5 kits a litter is standard operating procedure. They hit puberty in 4 months, and start popping out babies every 2 months like it's nothing. If he can bag 2 pairs of adults to domesticate, he'll have hundreds within a year. By then, the tribe's drip will be top tier, and they'll have a permanent food glitch to exploit. Night rolls around, and Daishu leads the squad to camp out in the shadows. Not long after, a chunky, well-fed rabbit hops into the frame. It's scanning the area like a suspicious pro, and once the coast is clear, it finally waddles toward the mushrooms. Right on cue, Daishu and his crew initiate the gank. They rush the rabbit with thick, branchy sticks, pinning it down so the poor thing can't even move. Then they hit it with a wooden tongue trap and secure the loot. Our boy instantly realizes he needs to cut a deal with these dudes. Getting these hunters to grind rabbit catching for him would be a massive W. They move to a new spot and lay out the bait again. This time, our MC decides it's time to show these plebs how a real pro does it. He pulls out his longbow and knocks an arrow like he's starring in an action flick. Dakshu is just standing there, mouth agape, wondering what kind of witchcraft this is. Another bunny creeps into the zone, still about 10 meters away from the bait. Daishu grabs his arm, signaling it's time for the usual bum rush strategy. Our MC ignores him, draws the string, and thwip the arrow obliterates the rabbit's neck. Daishu is left completely stunned, staring at the bow like it's a divine artifact. Our boy just smirks and hands the bow over to him. He hands him another arrow and personally guides his grip to show him how to aim. Then they land another clean shot on a rabbit on the forest floor. Whoosh! The arrow embedded itself halfway into the target. The Tree Tribe members started losing their minds in pure shock. They were low-key obsessed with this god-tier weapon. Seeing the big man refuse to put the bow down, our boy gifted him a dragon feather arrow as a sign of their budding bromance. The rest of the hunt turned into his personal highlight reel. In just half an evening, he'd already sniped over a dozen rabbits. These guys couldn't even wrap their heads around those numbers. Normally, catching 3 or 4 in a day is considered a massive W. This had the Tree Tribe low-key stressing about how cracked his own tribe must be. After heading back, he made a deal. He keeps the rabbit pelts, they keep the meat. They were obviously down for it, knowing that if he stayed a bit longer, they'd be stacked with enough food for the whole winter. He'd pretty much achieved his mission. But our boy wanted to explore further and see what this world was really packing. Plus, he was hyped about those beasts the elder mentioned. Imagine having a few of those for transport. Absolute gigachad energy. The next morning, he grabbed some supplies and fire starters before saying, peace out to the big guy. He even asked him to catch a few live rabbits and keep them fed on grass and mushrooms. He promised to trade some other loot for them once he circled back. The big guy was low-key heartbroken, knowing that having our boy around would have made their winter survival a breeze. But he knew the MC had bigger plays to make. Bidding the Tree Tribe farewell, He hacked some branches along the way to mark his path. After 2 days of non-stop trekking, he finally cleared the sketchy forest. Suddenly, the view opened up into a massive, sprawling grassland, with only a few random trees scattered about. He started spotting tracks from herbivores all over the dirt. He gripped his bow, moving with the caution of a pro. Out of nowhere, he saw something that made him grin. A whole herd. A group of blue-cheek antelopes the size of donkeys were just chilling, grazing. Perfect for a mount if he could snag one. He immediately started cooking up a plan to catch them alive. But looking at those sharp, lethal horns, it was clear these beasts weren't some low-level fodder. If he just charged in and all 10 plus of them rushed him at once, he'd be visiting the afterlife early. Watching them closely, he realized it was breeding season for these mobs. And in this herd, there was only one alpha male, with the rest being 8 females and 8 calves. That was all the intel he needed. His gears were already turning. He just had to pull the same strategy he used on the peacock, lock down the alpha male, and the rest of the herd would have no choice but to follow his lead. Our boy dipped to a safe spot, ready to cook up a makeshift slingshot. In no time, he was back, fully locked and loaded with his new gear. He stealthily crouched behind a bush, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And just like that, the window of opportunity opened wide. He spots the male blue spirit antelope, getting a bit too cozy with his lady friend. Bro whipped that sling like a fan, the rope flying true and binding their back legs tighter than a gotcha addiction. Both of them started vibrating with fear, crashing to the dirt and screaming for their lives. Without missing a beat, he channeled his inner Wild West cowboy and flicked another rope out. It locked onto the legs of the other 2 female antelopes, standing nearby, like a heat-seeking missile. The herd of 7 antelopes instantly went into panic mode, spiraling into total chaos. Before long, half of them were tangled up in a knot, thrashing around and howling like losers. The remaining 2 females saw the vibe was off and dipped out with their 8 babies in tow. Our boy just stared at the ones getting away, face-palming, before roping the legs of the ones he actually caught. Let's be real. Taming wild beasts is a massive grind. If you want to break a beast as aggro as a blue spirit antelope, you gotta shatter their ego first. So he took a stone tool and smashed those horns they were so proud of, turning them into blunt objects. Then, he pressed hot coals onto the stumps to make sure those horns stayed gone for good. From wild, thrashing beasts, these guys turned into depressed little quails in record time. Finally, he brought out the ropes to finish the job. He tied up the lead antelope and linked the rest behind it like a train of disappointment. By the time he finished, the sun was already dipping below the horizon. He dragged them to a nearby stream and whipped up a pot of dried rabbit meat for a quick meal. To the northeast, a mountain of 5-colored rock was glowing under the sunset like a legendary loot drop. Just by looking at the colors, our boy knew it was a gold mine of rare, mixed minerals. This discovery had him grinning like he just pulled a 5-star unit. He wanted to sprint over there immediately, but with night falling, he had to keep his inner fanboy in check. Next morning, before the sun could even show its face, he was jolted awake by a sudden noise. What he saw next made him want to jump for joy. The hype was real. Those 2 female antelopes that escaped yesterday were back. And they even brought the 8 babies with them. And as a bonus, they dragged a fully grown male back to the squad too. He slipped back into the bushes and got ready to run his signature play once again. After a quick session of persuasion, his blue spirit antelope army went from 7 scrubs to the sun's up, and our boy is vibing while riding his mount toward Babao Mountain. This place is straight up cracked, literally loot boxes everywhere. After a quick scan, it turns out this absolute unit just stumbled onto a massive copper mine. All those different colors? Yeah, that's just high-tier secondary ore. With these materials in the bag, crafting some bronze gear is officially on the menu. And those extra minerals? They're actually useful for more than just show. The orange ones are real Begar, that toxic-looking stuff. Perfect for smearing on snake bites to keep the poison from ticking down your HP. Or just chug it to clear your body of those pesky internal parasites. That white stuff is Guanyin clay. Basically, S-tier material for making iron-smelting crucibles. Those big red mounds? Just termite nests. But that weathered soil inside is prime-time pottery material. Lucky for us, the trek from Babao Mountain back to the base only takes 3 days on foot. If we hitch a cart to the spirit horses, it's basically a speed run. Just gotta cross a bridge to the north. With the master plan locked in, our boy finally has a second to touch grass and enjoy the scenery. East of Babao Mountain, the river system is goated, turning the whole place into a massive, endless swamp. The base of the mountain is basically a 5-star resort for every animal in the biome. Ryegrass up to your knees, alfalfa at your waist, and sweet elephant grass that's basically full-grown trees. All these herbivores are drooling. And that empty plot by the tribe's cave? It's perfect for setting up a massive farm to grow this feed. The great rabbit farming enterprise, plus those spirit horses, are all betting their lives on this harvest. And look, some broadleaf water celery? Grab a bunch to keep those vitamin levels topped off. By mid-afternoon, our boy bagged a sack of seeds, strapped it to a horse, and went hunting for a late-night feast. Before you know it, A chunky giant goose with a 5-meter wingspan gets clapped out of the sky by 2 arrows. Yoinked every single feather for arrow fletching. Nothing goes to waste. Time to roast this beast whole, because the dried rabbit stash is looking way too thin. While skinning the bird by the water, our boy makes a discovery that's literally bringing tears to his eyes. Hidden right there in the goose's stomach, some undigested grains, still in peak condition. And honestly, this type of rice is completely new to our boy. Each grain is like bigger than a mung bean. Absolute unit of a cereal. This is officially the first food source he's found in this trash world. The only thought in his head right now: find the source, no matter what. Bro didn't even catch a wink of sleep that night. Just grabbed some sticks and started speed crafting gear to go deep into the swamp. Gotta secure that harvest before the local wildlife raids the stash. At the crack of dawn, our boy hopped into a rickety dugout canoe, paddled to the deep end, and dove headfirst into the swampy abyss. Meanwhile, deep in the dark forest, Daishu and his squad were out hunting snow rabbits to feed the tribe and keep our boy happy. The whole tribe was basically mobilized, pulling an all-nighter with nothing but the elders and the toddlers left back at base. To max out his loot drops, this guy was going full sweat mode, finding rabbit burrows and just nuking them with fire and smoke. That strat actually paid off, netting him a massive haul, including a bunch of fresh baby rabbits. But turns out, this aggressive hunting style just invited a world of hurt for his tribe. It's the season where every tribe out here is scrambling to stack their food supplies, and the cannibal tribe was no exception to the grind. Except their preferred food source? Yeah, it's other people. Literally anyone who gets caught in their crosshairs is cooked. The dudes get served as dinner, and the women get snatched up as slaves or for breeding. The moment our boy ventured into the swamp, the cannibals caught a whiff of the smoke from Daishu's rabbit roasting spree. This hunting party was all grown men, boasting a squad size of 40. They were rocking stone axes and wooden spears. Basically a high-tier raiding party. And the 2 bosses leading the pack? They were literally riding on subadult bears. Compared to them, Daishu's entire tribe, women, kids, and elders combined, would get absolutely folded. Facing a boss-level threat like that, Daishu didn't even try to flex. He signaled the retreat immediately. The cannibals were on their tails, baying for blood. Luckily, Daishu knew the map like the back of his hand, intentionally leading them through the gnarliest terrain. The enemies couldn't keep up with his movement tech for a second, but some of his people were starting to lag behind. A young girl foraging for mushrooms got spooked out of her mind, tripped over a root while trying to book it, and the moment she tried to stand up, an axe came flying into her back. Before she could even process it, the pursuers caught up and skewered her with a spear. The savage cannibals just stood there laughing like psychos, starting to carve up their prize. Daishu was grinding his teeth, but he knew he couldn't stop. He realized that even if his entire tribe charged in, they'd just be fodder waiting to get shredded. Because of the poor girl's sacrifice, the enemy's momentum finally stalled for a split second. Daishu rushed back to the tribe, breaking the news to the elder. The enemies were way too OP. They stood zero chance at a fight, so the only play left was to pack up and move. The elder eventually gave the green light for Daishu to lead the tribe toward the east of the dark forest to find our boy. Looking at your gear, it's obvious your tribe is built different, and the old man stayed back just to stall for time, mainly because he literally couldn't walk another step. Daishu swallowed his pain, nodded hard, and told everyone to pack up and head east immediately. Truth be told, he had zero confidence in this plan. You've been gone for days now, and who even knows where you are? Whether you're alive or not is a total mystery. But staying here is a death sentence. Bro was officially out of options. Not long after, the ops finally tracked down their tribe. The tree hollow they'd called home for generations was suddenly a sea of flames. The elder started the fire, hoping to fry a few intruders and buy the tribe a little more time. After that mess, the tribe went from 32 members down to just 30. The survivors trekked toward the dark forest, their spirits completely crushed. Daishu didn't really have any hope of finding you left, but when he spotted those fresh tree branches shoved into the ground along the path, he immediately got his groove back. It only took them a day and a half to reach the edge of the dark forest. It was late afternoon when they finally cleared the trees, the sunset turning the sky a deep, ominous red. The tribespeople were instantly mesmerized by the view. It was their first time ever seeing the outside world. But Daishu was stressed. The markers you left ended right there, and he had no clue where to go next. Just as he was spiraling, he noticed some fire pits by the stream, and upon closer inspection, the mud was covered in animal tracks, including the distinct prints of your weird boots. Daishu let out a massive sigh of relief, knowing you were close, and told the tribe to set up camp for the night. And while Daishu and the tribe were on the run, you were deep in the swamp, grinding away on a scavenger hunt. Trying to find rice in those thick reed beds is basically impossible. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in your head. Waterfowl love this rice, so all I gotta do is track where the birds are hanging out. You got right to work, paddling your dugout canoe and smacking the water with a wooden pole. Out of nowhere, a massive flock of birds erupted from the reeds nearby. You paddled like crazy. As the distance closed in, a massive field of golden grain finally came into view. Your eyes lit up, and let's just say your inner gamer was absolutely popping off. Bingo! That's the wild grain we've been hunting for. Without missing a beat, you paddled even harder toward that shallow patch. But just as your boat was about to pull up, a frantic screaming echoed from behind you. You looked back and saw a few primitive dudes, shirtless and clinging to floating logs, waving their arms and straight up losing their minds, looking like they'd seen a ghost. Turns out, these are the locals from the Ling tribe who call this swamp home. This tiny squad only has about 50 people, and they're just trying to grind for their winter food supply. Their scout, Ling Cao, spotted you sitting on this magical floating contraption, slowly drifting toward the legendary dead zone the village elders warned everyone about. Being the wholesome main character she is, Ling Cao, the leader of the gathering squad, went full panic mode, screaming her lungs out to get you to turn the boat around. Too bad for her, you don't speak NPC, so you just stood there like a total blank slate. Seeing you weren't catching the vibe, Ling Cao started swimming toward you as fast as she could. While you were busy daydreaming, Ling Cao finally reached the side of your boat. She started pointing at the reeds and the grain, looking terrified, like she was witnessing a tragedy in the making. Seeing that she wasn't trying to throw hands, you finally chilled out a bit. But looking at her face, it was obvious she was trying to tell you that place is basically a death trap. Don't go there. You started using hand signals, miming a beast, making screeching noises, and pointing back at the reeds. Ling Cao shook her head, pointed at you, then at the death trap zone, and pushed her hands down into the water, mimicking something sinking, trying to tell you that if you step there you're getting swallowed by the mud. You finally picked up what she was putting down, and let out a sigh of relief. You appreciated the heads up, but since you're already kitted out for this quest, there's no way you're turning back now. With that, you grabbed your paddle and charged toward the reeds without a single doubt. Ling Cao started screaming her head off again, but she knew better than to follow you into the danger zone. But the very next second, she was left absolutely speechless as you strapped two plank-like things to your feet, grabbed a massive square bronze shield the size of your entire body, and just casually strutted onto the death trap without sinking an inch. Every single one of them watched in absolute shock, mouths wide open. Nobody had ever seen anyone walk across the God-forbidden lands without sinking straight to the bottom. But while our boy looked cool as a cucumber, moving around was way harder than it looked. Underneath those reeds was basically a bottomless pit of thick, swampy sludge. Every step required a serious workout just to pull his foot out of the mud. After burning through all his stamina, he finally reached the golden rice patch. These stalks were massive, standing 2 meters tall with heavy, golden grains drooping off. He pulled out the snakeskin bags he'd prepped earlier. He went absolutely feral, harvesting until there wasn't a single grain left on the field. With 2 bags stuffed to the brim, he hopped back on his raft, ready to kickstart his agricultural empire. But before he could even get going, the Lin tribe NPCs pulled up and surrounded him. The way their eyes lit up when they saw his boat carrying all that weight on the water was honestly priceless. Turns out, these geniuses finally realized the raft could carry more than just a person. The smart ones in the crowd were already imagining themselves cruising around, harvesting water chestnuts like pros. Our boy was getting a bit annoyed at the crowd, but since they weren't trying to start beef, he kept his cool. Ling Tao noticed the vibe shift, so he frantically signaled, asking if he could learn how to build one. He scanned the group of dudes soaking in the water, their skin looking all bloated and waterlogged. Plus, they were decent enough to warn him earlier, so he decided to be a bro and agreed. He lashed the logs together and told Ling Tao to hop on. Sure enough, once Ling Tao stood on it, the raft held up perfectly without sinking an inch. Ling Tao went full hype mode, frantically calling his tribe over to test it out. Too bad the raft was a 2-man setup. Add any more weight, and it was definitely flipping. The rest of the tribe looked at Ling Tao with pure jealousy, but Ling Tao was absolutely buzzing because he realized this thing was dirt cheap to craft and the materials were literally everywhere in the tribe's territory. Thinking that, Ling Tao looked at our boy with pure respect and begged him to come visit the Lin tribe. Our boy gave him a hard pass. He still had a whole pack of Lan Ma Lin waiting for him back in the swamp. Ling Tao didn't push it, instead handing him a water chestnut the size of a chicken, basically a bro token so he could get help from the Lin tribe whenever he was in a pinch. He chuckled and pocketed the loot, then headed straight back to the grasslands at the foot of Babao Mountain. After a long day of grinding and emergency harvesting, he ended up with about 60 caddies of rice in his inventory. But our boy didn't have the heart to eat even a single grain because he wanted to speed run back home and plant the whole haul for next year's harvest. But you can't be a farmer without gear, so he needed to hunt down some copper and tin to craft some proper farming tools. By the evening of the day, Dai Thun escaped the Black Forest. Our boy was chilling in a small meadow on the other side of Mount Bao Bao, munching on some fatty grilled riverfish while weaving giant baskets for his mining grind the next day. But the folks from the Dai Thu tribe over on the west side of Mount Bao Bao were having a rough time, since they didn't even pack a fire starter when they booked it, and they'd been stuck eating nothing but dry jerky for 2 days. Shivering and starving in the cold, forced to huddle together just to keep from freezing. Bright and early the next morning, our guy grabbed his four-horned beast and headed toward West Mount Babaleo with main character energy. Meanwhile, the Dai Thu tribe at the foot of the mountain were busy handing out some sad, tiny wild berries to the clan members. Suddenly, a few of the tribesmen started bugging out and pointing at the mountain, screaming at the top of their lungs. They spotted a lone teenager walking down the rocky slopes, casually leading a herd of four-horned beasts like it was nothing. Our boy heard the noise, looked down, and saw the tribe by the creek, wondering why these NPCs were even in his server. 10 minutes later, Dai Thu led a squad of his people up the slope. Our guy took one look at their state and couldn't help but cringe. Why are they dragging literal kids along? And why is everyone looking like they've never seen a shower in their lives? Dai Thu saw him again and looked at him like he'd just seen a literal god. He knew the MC was looking for those four-horned beasts, but he never expected him to actually bag them alive. These guys were clearly on another level compared to those savage man-eaters riding giant elephants. At this point, in Dai Thu's eyes, our boy might as well be a deity. Noticing they were all just holding a single pathetic berry and realizing they basically had zero food, he immediately pulled out his spare jerky and grilled fish to hook them up. Dai Thu squatted by the fire, eating and spilling the tea on everything they'd been through these past few days, while the rest of the tribe chimed in, using hand signals to fill in the gaps. Once our guy realized what happened, he felt a chill. He had no idea there was a tribe of cannibals lurking around. Suddenly, a terrifying thought popped into his head. If those man-eaters were already this close to the Dai Thu tribe, how much further could they be from his own home base? Right then and there, he decided to speed-run the mining mission and head back home first thing tomorrow. He turned to Dai Thu. Hearing that, everyone in the Shu tribe just bowed their heads, having absolutely zero clue how to respond. Winter is creeping up fast, their camp got torched to the ground, and now they're being hunted by a bunch of literal man-eaters. They have no idea where to go or how to survive the night. Seeing them struggle, our boy decides to make an offer. How about you guys just join my tribe instead? We've got enough food stashed away to keep everyone fed all winter long. Hearing this, Dao Shu's eyes immediately lit up like he just unlocked a legendary quest. He's completely sold, realizing the four-horned beast carcass alone is enough to feed the whole squad for the entire season. Everyone else in the Shu tribe is practically begging for him to say yes. They've already seen the broken, overpowered potential of the bows in his hands. With gear that cracked, they'll never go hungry, and definitely won't be getting bullied by any bottom-feeding enemies ever again. Everyone starts staring at Dan Shu with thirsty eyes, hoping their leader doesn't fumble the bag. Dan Shu is already feeling the hype, but as the main leader, he's got to play it cool and act all cautious. After a moment of hesitation, he asks, "You want us to join your tribe, but does your own leader actually agree with that?" Our boy just laughs. "Bro, don't sweat it, I am the leader." Daishu looks at him like he's seeing a ghost. Total disbelief. A kid like him is the leader? But then he thinks about it and it actually makes sense. He's already seen the guy's skills. Half the stuff he's pulled off, most full-grown adults couldn't even dream of doing. Thinking that, he stops stalling immediately. He agrees on the spot, and to make sure they're all in, our boy hands his personal spear over to Dao Shu. He tosses his stone axe to a guy named Mu Yang, and hands the woven shield to a tribe member named Shu Tong. Proving he's willing to share his top-tier weapons is the ultimate flex to show he's not trying to backstab them. Sure enough, once they get their hands on the gear, the whole squad is grinning from ear to ear. Da Shu pulls out the rabbits they were told to catch alive. There's over 30 of them, big and small. Seeing the stash, our boy can barely contain his excitement. He's already calculating that insane breeding speed, 2 months per litter. The tribe is never going to have to worry about running out of livestock again. After breakfast, Darshu thinks they're going to head out immediately. But plot twist. Our boy starts digging for rocks on the mountain instead. Darshu asks, "Bro, why are you digging for those? With these rocks, I can craft weapons that are way more OP than what we've got. Once we have those, we'll be stacking so much food we'll be eating 3 meals a day and still have leftovers." Daishu is completely stunned. This is a lifestyle they've never even imagined, and without needing to be told, he starts helping. The whole crew gets to work, grinding away to help him dig. With a few dozen more hands on deck, the mining speed went absolutely supersonic. By midday, every single crate was already packed to the brim. The haul was mostly gold ore and bronze-grade tin, plus a solid stash of red termite soil and kaolin. These are the god-tier materials needed to craft crucibles and molds for metalwork. Once the cleanup was done, our boy led his squad of dozens on the move. Each blue horse was lugging 2 massive baskets, loaded with ore, hay, rabbits, and seeds. They weren't exactly breaking any land speed records on the journey. As they traveled, he started coaching Dashu and the rest on how to actually use the weapons he gave them. By the time sunset hit, they found a spacious spot to crash and grab some dinner. The first half of the night was quiet, with only the campfire crackling. But midway through the night, While our MC was catching some Z's on the ground, he suddenly felt the earth start tweaking. It felt like some absolute behemoth of a beast was on the prowl. He instantly clocked it as the long-nosed monster Dashu warned him about, scrambled to wake everyone, and killed the fires. A pair of piercing, slightly high-pitched elephant trumpets rang out as two massive silhouettes emerged from the distant firelight. Right behind them, dozens of dudes charged in, torches and weapons in hand. They were rocking necklaces made out of human bones. Straight-up villain aesthetics. The guy leading the pack on the elephant gave a single flick of his hand, and the whole mob charged in like absolute lunatics. Drawing on his elite combat experience from his past life, our boy stayed colder than liquid nitrogen. He immediately ordered a clansman named Nu Zhuan to hustle the main group north and bail. Meanwhile, he kept Dai Shu, Mu Yang, and Shu Tong by his side to hold the line. It was only 4 of them against the world. But he sized up the gear gap and instantly cooked up a game plan. Those clowns were riding 2 massive war elephants, which meant they were way slower than his squad, lacked any real agility, and were stuck with basic throwing gear like stone axes and bone spears. Your average Joe can only throw those about 50 or 60 meters, but the bow in his hand could snipe targets from 100 meters out. If they kept their distance, he was confident he could wipe the floor with these NPCs before they even got in range. Daishu watched as the elephant riding squad bore down on them, trembling so hard his spear was rattling. But seeing the MC standing there calm as a cucumber, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to lock in. Our boy kept his eyes peeled, mentally calculating the exact distance of the incoming threat. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters. Yang Gong immediately fires his bow, and with one swift whistle, the lead enemy drops dead. The arrow pierced straight through his chest, popping out of his back like a jagged wooden stake. The rest of these NPCs froze in their tracks, but in that split second of hesitation, he notched 2 more arrows and sent 2 more clowns to the Shadow Realm. The captain riding the elephant finally spotted our boy in the distance. He roared, signaling his tribe to charge and unleash a volley of stone axes. Seeing that, he immediately pulled Dashu behind a tree for cover. Mu Yang followed suit, while Shu Tong hunkered down, using the rattan shield to tank the incoming fire. A flurry of thuds echoed as stone axes and bone spears slammed into the shield. Thankfully, the thick rattan weave held up, keeping Shu Tong safe, but they couldn't keep taking hits like that forever. Mu Yang, hiding behind the tree, saw the stone axes littering the ground and tossed 2 back at the enemy. The tight charging formation didn't stand a chance, and 2 more hostiles went down. Dai Shu, being the former leader of the Shu tribe, wasn't about to be outdone. He grabbed a bone spear and launched it back with precision. Another enemy was pinned instantly to the dirt. That guy is 100% finished. Our boy told the squad to keep moving and kite these losers to death. Rinse and repeat. The enemy's squad of 40 has been whittled down to just 7. Everyone else is either dead or leaking health. Suddenly, our boy told the team to stop running and face the remaining hostiles from 80 meters out. The elephant-riding captain was shocked that they finally stopped running, especially since he only had a handful of guys left, and they were all absolutely gassed, which sent him into a rage. He charged in head first. Our boy steadied his breathing and leveled his bow, ready to end this. When the target hit the 70-meter mark, he sent an arrow straight into the captain's right eye. The captain shrieked and tumbled right off the elephant, only to be stomped by his own beast as it barreled forward, leaving him looking like a pancake. The elephant beast suddenly realized it stepped on something kinda squishy. It turned its head, froze mid-stride, and just stood there like a total NPC. The goons were confused too, wondering how their boss just got folded like a lawn chair. But they kept rushing in regardless, so she ordered a counterattack, sending 3 spears and an arrow flying their way. 3 enemies dropped instantly, and the remaining trio panicked and started running for their lives. The guy riding the elephant was trying to get his mount to turn around, but he was moving too slow, so he just yeeted himself off the elephant's back. She didn't hesitate and let another arrow fly. Before he could even hit the ground, the arrow pierced his chest. He stumbled a few steps and face-planted into the dirt. The 3 big guys rushed up from behind, sending their stone axes flying to clear the last 2 scrubs. And just like that, the guerrilla warfare in the jungle finally came to an end. The 3 big guys couldn't believe they took down a 40-man squad with just 4 people. Meanwhile, the 2 baby elephants were just standing there, clueless without their handlers. You immediately gave out new orders. Shu Zhuang stays back. Mu Yang goes to fetch the clan members, while Dashu joins you to finish off the survivors. The 3 men acknowledged and split up to get to work. The feather arrows were recovered, and the stone spears and axes were rounded up. Unexpectedly, the 2 riderless elephants started tailing you, occasionally nudging your back with their trunks, clearly trying to adopt you as their new owner. You quickly swatted their trunks away. Why are you following me? I can't afford to keep you guys. These are legit giant elephants after all. Once fully grown, these absolute units can weigh up to 15 tons. A beast that big? Imagine how much food it needs a day. Just then, Dashu frowned and pointed out there were only 36 corpses, 4 short of the original 40. You had a bad feeling about it, but the forest is huge, and it's a lost cause to track them now, so you let it slide. By daybreak, Xu Zhuang and Mu Yong finally returned with the rest of the tribe. While everyone was eating, you had Da Shu hand out the stone spears and axes you scavenged earlier. Now, everyone except the kids had a weapon to defend themselves. The striped antelopes and rabbits were munching on the dried grass, but suddenly, these two massive freeloaders showed up to steal a meal. Staring at the pile of hay that was supposed to last for 2 more days, everything was gone in a flash, and she immediately felt a headache coming on, raising her fist to try and shoo these two goons away. But the moment she did, one of the 2 giant elephants gave her a look of pure betrayal, looking like it was about to start crying, while the other elephant used its trunk to shove a clump of grass right in her face, basically trying to say, bro, we're sharing the good stuff with you, so don't you dare kick us out. Seeing that, she gave a smile that looked worse than crying, reluctantly taking the grass and stuffing it back into the beast's mouth. After that, she left 2 bundles of grass for them to munch on, while she signaled the tribe to pack up and get moving immediately. After trekking for a long distance, she looked back and saw the 2 elephants were still busy stuffing their faces. She finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking she'd finally shaken off those stage 5 clingers. Since the tribe lived in the Black Forest their whole lives, they had no idea the world outside under the sunlight could be this beautiful. On the way, the tribe members were absolutely losing their minds with excitement. The constant yelling and shouting spooked a few pheasants foraging on the ground. She pulled back her bow and landed a shot, and by the time evening hit, the hall was looking pretty stacked. Meanwhile, Xiao Shu was busy helping his mom pack up their gear by the riverbank. He kept glancing toward the north, since his mom said the leader headed in that direction. Ever since she left, he'd been out at the river with his mom every single day, waiting for her return like a loyal sidekick. Suddenly, he spotted some movement in the woods far off. Xiao Shu instantly recognized that the person leading the pack was their own tribe leader. The kid jumped for joy and started screaming at the top of his lungs, "Mom! The leader is back!" His mom heard the commotion from a distance and waved back, shouting with pure joy. Just then, 2 thunderous elephant trumpets echoed from across the river, grabbing everyone's attention. Hearing that, she felt like 1,000 alpacas were stampeding through her brain, thinking there's no way those 2 elephants followed her all the way here. She was praying, "Don't come over here, don't you dare," but of course, whatever you fear most is exactly what happens. With a loud splash, those 2 elephants dove straight into the river. Less than 30 seconds later, they were standing right in front of her, soaked and looking smug. These 2 absolute trolls really didn't know when to quit. As soon as they reached her, they sprayed the water from their trunks all over her, leaving her looking like a drowned rat. The message was loud and clear. "Who told you to try and abandon us, huh?" She helplessly wiped the water off her face. "Fine. If you're gonna eat my food, you're gonna work for me from now on. There's no way I'm letting you freeloaders live here for free." Hearing that, the 2 giant elephants started patting your head with their trunks, though who knows what that was actually about. The women in the fishing squad were absolutely shook when they saw these 2 massive beasts, but seeing how chill the monsters were with you, they immediately started simping for you hard. "Our leader is such a gigachad, he can even tame monsters this huge." Xiao Shu was the first one to sprint over, clinging to your leg without a care in the world, totally unbothered by the giant beasts. You tell them that the newcomers are basically just the latest recruits to the tribe. Then, you lead the whole crew back to the cave base. Xiao Shu got to ride on top of the giant elephant, looking like the absolute main character the whole way back. Along the trip, the members of the tree tribe and the fishing squad were busy sizing each other up. The fishing squad's eyes were locked on those 18 blue antelopes you brought. Meanwhile, Dashu and his boys were busy eyeing up the women from the other tribe. They were checking out the hairstyles, the leather skirts, the fish in their baskets, and the shiny white-handled spears everyone was rocking. Those spears were Dashu's dream weapon, so seeing everyone carrying one left him feeling some type of way. Once he realized he was officially part of your tribe now, he couldn't help but get a little hyped up. Finally, you lead the tree tribe members back into your home turf. Seeing you return, your tribe members instantly chant in unison, "All hail the leader!" The tree tribe folks were caught completely off guard by the noise. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were straight up stunned. The place was stacked with fancy pottery and jars. The cave entrance was loaded with fish, plus a massive hog riddled with over a dozen holes, weighing easily over 1,000 pounds. You're vibing with the results, realizing your hunting team is finally getting cracked with those spears. Dadshu finally got a taste of your tribe's true power and realized he never has to worry about going hungry again. A bunch of kids were chilling on a nearby grassy hill, squaring up with the newly arrived 4-horned beasts. That was the grass they'd been grinding to harvest over the past few days. Looking at that mountain of feed, it's definitely enough to keep the blue antelopes and the 2 elephants fed all through winter. You quickly tell everyone that you personally tamed these 4-horned beasts, and they'll be doing all the heavy lifting from now on. Over in a nearby clearing, there's already a massive pile of red bricks stacked high. The guy known as Shu reports that he can bake 4 kilns a day, and he even whipped up a new tool for the kids. He puffs his chest out and proudly pulls it out to show you. You take one look at the tool he pulled out, and your jaw hits the floor. Bro actually invented a simple wooden rake. Man really thinks he's the Einstein of the— She threw a few compliments at the hobbling guy, then told him he could stop brickmaking tomorrow to focus on a batch of pottery for the new tribe members. Speaking of pottery, the elder standing nearby had a few things to add. A few days ago, the Ji Ding tribe from the west came over to trade for pottery again. They paid up with a massive stash of salted food, enough to keep the tribe fed for a long time. After inspecting the grind, the MC started organizing the new loot they brought back. The rabbits got dumped in a corner of the cave, with a makeshift pen built from rocks and clay to keep them cozy for the winter. Out of the 30-plus bunnies, 3 were already pregnant and started pulling their own fur for a nest the second they hit the pen. The other rabbits were only a month or two old, but already the size of cantaloupes. By next spring, these things are going to be absolute breeding machines. The baby elephants were chill, just vibing by the hay pile, refusing to move no matter how much you shooed them. The blue antelopes were tied up to a tree just outside the cave entrance. Tomorrow he'll get the squad to build some legit stables for them. That's a wrap on chores. By the time he finished, dinner was basically ready. Before digging in, the MC hosted a formal ceremony to welcome the newcomers. The tribe members were actually down for the new top-knot hairstyle. In fact, they thought it looked way more main character and sharper, way better than walking around looking like a disheveled mess. Today's hunt landed a giant hog, so obviously we're doing blood pudding, tossed with wild greens for a few massive pots of stew. Then there's the pheasant the MC sniped earlier, simmering in a pot of chestnuts alongside 10+ fresh grilled fish. Everyone even got a sweet and sour fruit for dessert. A feast like this immediately broke the ice between the old guard and the new recruits. Everyone was laughing, eating, and having the time of their lives. After the grub, the MC put the tribe elders in charge of teaching the newbies how to stitch up some skirts. As for our boy, he grabbed a piece of charcoal and started sketching out his master plan on the cave wall. The wall was basically a map of the territory outside the cave. It had the cave, the creek, the forest, and some other custom additions. He was deep in his Sigma grind set, planning exactly how to develop the empty land in front of the cave. The plot is nearly 600 acres. If he planted nothing but rice, the whole tribe couldn't eat it all, even if they lived to be 1,000. Obviously, he can't just spam rice everywhere. Keep in mind, this area is all dry land, and rice needs flooded paddies to actually grow. Just converting this dry dirt into irrigation-ready rice paddies is a massive side quest on its own. And then there's the whole issue of upgrading the housing. With all the new recruits and babies joining the grind, the Han tribe headcount just hit 97. Our current cave setup is officially mid and can't keep up with the population growth. Looks like it's time to start building on the surface, boys. We're talking residential zones, rice paddies, veggie farms, livestock pens, warehouses, pastures, smithies, and timber mills. That's a massive amount of infrastructure to fit in, so we've got to drop a god-tier layout plan. Priority number 1. Fix those rice fields. The play is to drop a small, square fortress right in the middle of the open field. This place will house the residents, the livestock, and all our storage. We're also slotting the blacksmith shop and the wood factory inside the walls. This base is going to be built to house at least 5,000 people. Once we're done, we'll grind it out in phases over the next few years. Next, we dig a massive moat surrounding the entire fortress. We'll take the dirt from the trench, mix it with bricks, and stack up some thick walls. That'll keep the local giant beasts and any random trash tribes from trying to raid our stuff. Then, using the moat as the main vein, we're digging a custom river system. We'll divert the flow from the 89-meter-wide river in the east and branch it out to loop back into the moat. Boom. Just like that, we've got a massive irrigation network. We'll dig smaller channels off that main river to keep the entire territory hydrated. We're aiming for a solid 4-meter width for both the moat and the new river branches. That main river in the east is a chunky 89 meters wide. The water volume stays the same, but we're cutting the riverbed width in half. Physics check. That's going to double the water flow speed. Easy. This makes it perfect for setting up water wheels and other hydro tech. The master plan centers on the cave as the main hub. We're mapping out 200 meters on each side to build the mini fort, making sure we don't screw up the spring harvest. Phase 1 is all about digging the water connection from the main river to our moat. Did the math. It's about a 700-meter dig. We'll fire the excavated dirt into bricks, so we're ready to start building the walls later. Phase 2 is digging the actual moat. No need to rush that part, though. The cave is still cozy enough for now. Phase 3 is the wall construction. These walls are going to be trapezoid style, 4 meters at the base, 2 meters at the top, and 5 meters high. 4 sides, 4 gates, and a 4-meter wide moat surrounding the whole perimeter. With a base like this, literally no one in this era is touching us. Stage 4 of the project is this massive 700-meter water diversion canal. All that dug-up dirt is getting baked into bricks to deck out the city's infrastructure. The whole squad is aiming to have this grind wrapped up in 3 years tops. If we slack off, the cave is going to be tighter than a base-level storage ring with no space left. Next morning, once everyone cleared out, I started delegating tasks like a true tribe leader. Today's a busy day, so we're officially putting the food scavenging grind on hold. The new recruits haven't finished baking the pottery yet, so I told the cripple to keep babysitting the kilns. Meanwhile, the little rascals need to stay busy cutting grass, and they better follow my blueprint to the letter. Bundle that grass up tight so we can haul it without making a mess. Da Zui, Ho Zi, Da Mao, and Er Mao, you lot head to the back of the mountain and clear-cut those saplings for some DIY spear handles. Split the ladies into 2 squads. The main group is heading to the valley to gather hemp and herbs. Use the 6 blue spirit horses to haul the big baskets, while the smaller squad scrapes wax off the trees. That stuff is the secret sauce for our bronze casting molds. All the other dudes are on tree chopping duty, targeting logs as thick as a thigh for construction and using the scraps for charcoal. We need a mountain of the stuff for the smelting process. The tribe members are looking at me like I've lost the plot. They think we should be hoarding food for the autumn grind. But I told them, bro, we've got enough fish stockpiled to last until next spring. Plus, half these fish we're catching are full of eggs right now. If we keep fishing like savages, we're gonna wipe out the whole ecosystem. Gotta let the fish population take a breather and reproduce, fam. Once everyone hit the grind, it was time for me to start cooking. First, I turned the firewood into charcoal and whipped up some clay crucibles and ladles. Used that heat-resistant clay to build the square molds for the alloy. It's basically gonna look like we're casting bars of chocolate, but made of bronze and tin. From there, I can mix the ratios whenever I need a different type of gear. Once the charcoal and molds were ready, I started building the actual furnace. Mixed clay with broken pottery shards and dried grass to build these 40 centimeters wide cylindrical kilns. I built 4 of these bad boys. We're gonna fire them all up at once to speed up the leveling process. Next, I rigged up some basic bellows using animal skins to keep the flames hungry. The cripple has no clue what I'm building. I'm about to cook up something legendary once all these preparations are finished. The most primitive smelting rig in this entire world is finally good to go. Just waiting for the charcoal to finish burning tomorrow. And once the kiln is dry, it's showtime. Dajui and Huzi spent the whole day grinding, bringing back hundreds of white sticks perfect for spears. But the adults out chopping wood had a rough time. They worked their tails off all day and didn't even manage to fell 10 trees. They already managed to chip 3 of our stone axes to hell, but I told them to get back out there tomorrow, promising a sweet gear upgrade to whoever puts in the work. They all looked clueless, because in their minds, those stone axes are peak technology. Like, what else could possibly beat a stone axe? But deep down, they're starting to get hyped. After dinner, everyone started their usual post-meal chill session while I grabbed a fire to start melting some wax, waiting for it to harden so I could carve it into molds for my new toys. Then I packed that clay tight around my wax models, leaving just one small hole for the magic to happen. Once the clay was bone dry, I tossed it into the fire to bake, melting the wax out to leave a hollow shell. Boom! Now I've got myself a hollow clay casting mold. Plus, that thin layer of wax left on the inside is going to make popping the metal out way easier later. It's a bit of a grind, but it's high-precision work that doesn't waste a single drop of material. The melted wax that flows out just hardens back into a block, ready for round 2. Bright and early the next morning, the tribe took the Lan Ma Ling beasts out to work. After drilling my "the grind never stops" ideology into their heads, they finally realized beasts aren't just for eating, they're for doing the heavy lifting too. The 4 big guys stayed behind to help me out. Their mission today is to man the bellows for my furnace. The cripple finished firing yesterday's pottery, so he's here to act as my apprentice today. Since the guy's actually sharp, I'm thinking about teaching him the art of bronze smelting. I can't be the only one carrying this operation. I need an apprentice to take over the grunt work. I walked over to the 4 furnaces and kicked things off by lighting 2 of them at once. Da Mao and Er Mao hit the bellows, while Dajui and Haozi started feeding in the coal and copper ore. With the bellows pumping, those flames were shooting out of the kiln like crazy, and it didn't take long. The ore in the furnace started melting, and liquid bronze flowed down the channel to collect at the bottom as a solid, slag-filled chunk. Meanwhile, the iron furnace was doing its thing too. And honestly, that one was faster, melting down in just a few minutes under the intense heat. I dug through the bottom of the furnace with a stick to fish out 2 chunks of metal full of impurities, then went back to grinding. After 3 or 4 hours, I finally had a pile of messy copper and tin, so I fired up the other 2 furnaces. Once the heat hit the peak, I tossed the raw copper and dirty tin into their respective pots. When they melted down into liquid, I grabbed a clay spoon and skimmed all the trash off the top. Next, I used a ceramic rod to pour the pure liquid copper into a square mold and let it chill. Did the exact same thing for the tin. The limp guy and the 4 little homies were staring at the molten metal solidifying. They had zero clue what was happening, so they were looking at it like it was some kind of black magic. I waited until the plates weren't searing hot anymore. Then I impatiently dumped all the metal out. It was high noon, and the metal plates were straight up blinding under the sun. Everyone was straight up jaw-dropped looking at these plates. They'd never seen anything this shiny and legit before. Even Kwa Bing, who was busy playing around, got distracted and wandered over. Everyone was poking and admiring the stash. Leader, what even is this stuff? I patted his head. This one is called copper. This one is called tin. Stay here and watch the gear. I'm gonna go grab the rest of the supplies. Kui Bing nodded, while the limp guy and the crew were whispering copper and tin to themselves like it was a secret mantra. I lugged a bunch of molds and crucibles back over. Immediately started the bronze casting grind, mixing the copper and tin into a new pot at the perfect ratio. Once it melted into liquid, I stirred it with the ceramic rod and got it ready to pour. First things first. We're making axes and hammers. The boiling hot alloy mix hit the molds. A cloud of white steam instantly blasted out of the vents. As soon as it cooled down a bit, I went full caveman and smashed the molds open with a rock. Between the broken clay shards, a massive axe with a faint gold glimmer just sat there, looking glorious. This beast was even bigger than the old stone ones. I handed the axe off to the limp guy to get it sharpened up. Meanwhile, I got back to work prepping the next batch of tools. Saws, chisels, engraving knives, drills, and even four-sided spearheads. By the time the rest of the tribe got back, the whole production line was finished. The blade of the massive golden axe was polished to a literal mirror finish, slapped on a handle. And just like that, the world's first ever bronze axe was finished. Then there were the two saws fitted with wooden handles, designed for both solo and duo grinding. Dai Shu and the boys saw that golden glow and swarmed in, eyes glued to the loot like it was a legendary grade drop. Oh, there's more, I said with a smirk. I pulled out a long spear tipped with refined bronze, and the vibe shifted instantly. The tribe members were shook, staring at it like, wait, is this actually a spear? It was absolute peak aesthetics. Shu Ya and Dun Er were looking at that refined bronze spearhead like they were staring at a five-star meal, practically drooling. Boss, do we get one too? One of the tribals asked, clearly impatient for some gear. I just grinned and tossed a chunk of bronze ore to Da Shu. It's all made from this stone right here. Only catch is, we're currently tapped out of this resource. The people of the Yuan Shu tribe were completely stunned. They'd mined this stuff before, but never imagined it could turn into such high-tier equipment. Mucky Dun, being the absolute G and most straightforward guy in the group, chimed in. If we're out, we just go mine some more, right? We know exactly where to find it. I gave a firm nod, told them that the way they'd been mining was total low-level efficiency trash. We've got to prep some real tools first. Once this winter passes, we're going to be swimming in the stuff. By then, everyone in the squad is going to have their own long spear. Next up, I taught them the meta for using the crosscut saws and hand saws. We set the two-man saw on a log and started the back-and-forth motion. In no time, we had a perfect slice of wood, then used the hand saw to clean up the branches. Branches thick as a wrist were getting deleted in under a minute. That 1-meter-long battle axe felt balanced and smooth. You could put your entire body weight into every swing. If someone like our tribe's heavy hitter used it, a tree thick as a calf would be down in a few taps. Once everyone mastered the basics of these tools, I told them to go grab some food and chill out. After the feast, the whole tribe gathered around to hear the land. Now it's time for me to set up a legit measurement system. Once we have the units, we can start speedrunning this civilization upgrade. The hemp stash has finally been rounded up. The ladies are currently locked in, grinding away at the rope weaving. The kids are literally just vibing outside the rabbit hutch, watching the bunnies go through their own little birthing art. All 3 pregnant does have popped, and each litter is packing like 6 or 7 babies. Talk about an XP boost. Our rabbit army just hit 30+ heads, basically doubling our inventory overnight. The stick guy has some serious clay crafting drip, so he's handling the wax carving like a pro. These solid bronze shovels are absolute game changers, whether we're digging or farming. Since I already gave him the blueprints, copying the design is light work for a dude like him. With my side quests wrapped up, I'm finally diving into the main event, the heavy-duty plow. I'm crafting 2 sizes, a massive one for the giant elephant, and a smaller version for Ma Ling. Once these are live, plowing the fields and digging canals is going to be a walk in the park. The next day, the women are back on rope duty, while the guys are clearing the ground to build the livestock pens. The bronze smelting operation is running smooth with Jue Z and his 4-man squad. These guys are pumping out bronze and tin plates non-stop, only hitting me up when they get stuck on a mechanic. Once the women finish clearing the area, the MC is going to lead them to construct the perimeter fence. We chopped timber into 4-meter poles, spaced them every 2 meters, and started boxing in the perimeter like a fortress. Inside, we built a 4-meter tall wooden shed, the literal VIP suite for our baby giant elephant. With the build finished, we stacked that mountain of hay into neat, organized bundles. Everything is locked behind the fence to keep stray animals and those cannibal tribes from griefing our supplies. Everyone in the tribe is grinding, putting in that work, and keeping the hype train moving. Little do they know, the Top Knot tribe is already lurking, plotting to raid our boy. The Top Knot leader is having a midlife crisis, mostly because the weather is turning freezing and the stream his tribe relies on is drying up fast. If the water stops flowing, they'll have to haul it from a river 3 kilometers away, meaning they need massive water storage, or they're cooked. That's exactly why he came crawling to our tribe earlier, desperate to trade for more pottery. But since that didn't go his way, he's decided to just skip the trade and go full-blown bandit mode. In his delusional head, our tribe has less than 10 adult males, and he's rocking 15, so he thinks it's an easy W. Plus, ever since he rage quit our territory, he's been crafting these janky stone-tipped spears. He thinks he can roll up, clap our squad, and loot our pottery and food supply without breaking a sweat. That morning, Top Knot led every able-bodied man in his tribe, each clutching their spears, marching toward our base with main character syndrome energy, fully expecting to one-shot our hunting party. Then we're gonna raid your base and take everything that isn't nailed down. Meanwhile, over in the pine forest on the mountainside, Daishu and Thu Nha are still busy hacking away at trees. These boys are grinding hard today, rocking 3 massive axes and 2 long saws. It basically takes them only 30 minutes to turn a tree into clean lumber. And mind you, that's just the speed of one squad. There are 10 guys in the logging crew, split into 3 groups, so they're dropping 3 trees every half hour like it's nothing. Mu Dun is on transport duty, busy chilling with his blue horse while it grazes near the logging site. Suddenly, a whole squad of NPCs charges in from the mountain across the valley, all of them waving spears like they're the main characters. Mukke Dun lets out a war cry to warn the squad and hauls his horse out of there. Hearing the scream, the boys drop their tools instantly, grabbing their weapons to prep for a scrap. Top Knot is leading the charge, closing the gap all the way to the mountain slopes. With a few lethal whistles of air, 2 of the blue horses get skewered by spears, letting out a final, pathetic scream before hitting the dirt. The other 4 horses linked to them go absolutely feral and start bolting, dragging the corpses of their fallen teammates behind them, straight back toward the tribe's base. Seeing this, the tribe members don't even blink. They just rip the stone axes off their backs and hurl them. A few whoosh sounds later, 3 enemies are down for the count, and 2 are bleeding out, leaving only 10 chumps still pushing forward. Top Knot is absolutely triggered now, screaming at his boys to throw another volley of spears. But Dashu and the crew have already hugged the trees for cover, leaving all those spears to whiff into the dirt. Du Er, Qiangzhuang, and the gang peek out from behind the trunks and return the favor with a synchronized volley of their own. 4 more of Top Knot's lackeys go down like sacks of potatoes. The ones left standing are shaking in their boots and scrambling behind trees. Dunk Er and the boys stay in cover, waiting to see what this fraud is going to pull next. But after a while, there's zero movement from the other side. Little did they know, Top Knot is currently having a full-blown mental breakdown. The dudes facing him are just way too cracked at the game. Plus, he realized the enemy squad is way more stacked than he initially calculated. His own team is down to 8 scrubs, and 2 of them are already walking wounded. There is literally no way they're winning this fight. He immediately calls for a retreat and drags his remaining guys toward the cave. At the exact same time, Xiao Shu drags him in front of the 2 giant elephants, demanding he gives them some names. He names the big one Hui Shan, and the small one gets stuck with the name Ru Bao. Just as he's about to say something, Hui Suo looks toward the west and lets out a sudden, deafening roar. Xiao Shu was straight up jump scared out of his skin. He immediately scanned the western horizon, only to see 4 blue horses dragging the corpses of 2 of their own. They were charging straight toward him like their lives depended on it. Those blue horses had spears stuck in their bodies, but there wasn't a single soul from the woodchopping squad in sight. Xiao Shu panicked and immediately ordered his tribe to hide in the cave, warning them not to step out until he returned. After setting up the defense, he grabbed his bow, his spear, and hopped onto the back of Hui Shan to head west. Ru Bao saw what was happening and immediately tagged along, tracking the bloodstains left by the horses. Hui Shan was moving at light speed, and in no time, they were deep in the woods. Suddenly, a group of people popped up ahead carrying golden axes. What was Dai Shu and the rest of the squad? He was stunned. Why were they all here, and why did nobody look injured? Shu Ya led the hunting team over, giving our boy the full rundown of what just went down. Hearing the story, he couldn't help but wonder why the Top Knot tribe would randomly go aggro on his people. But honestly, who cares about the reason? If you mess with his squad, even the blue horses, you're going to pay the price. Without a second thought, he brandished his spear and led the wood-chopping squad to storm the Top Knot tribe's base. By about 2 p.m., our squad finally reached the home turf of those Top Knot clowns. The clearing by the cave entrance was dead silent, and the entrance was blocked by a massive boulder, though it still had a decent-sized gap. Several eyes were peeking out from the shadows, and the leader, Top Knot, was among them. He was terrified of retaliation, and wouldn't you know it, he summoned exactly what he feared most. They really pulled up, and they didn't come to play. The guy leading the charge was wielding a gleaming, deadly spear. He was riding a long-nosed beast that towered over any regular human. Top Knot was vibrating with regret. If he knew this guy was that much of a gigachad, he never would have started this beef. Xiao Shu noticed the eyes peeking from the cave, and immediately unslung the longbow from his back. He drew the bow, released the arrow, and a blood-curdling scream echoed out. Top Knot just got one tap straight through the eye. Dai Li, Shi Tu, Lu Zihe, get over here and shove that rock out of the way." He pointed at the boulder blocking the cave and commanded the trio. They stepped up to push, but even with all their strength, the rock wouldn't budge. In fact, they got pushed back themselves. "Damn it, you really think a piece of rock is going to stop me?" He stepped up to the gap and knocked another arrow. Inside the cave, the grown men were struggling to hold the boulder, but our boy just pulled another arrow and aimed true. 2 more of these losers got skewered, and the rest were so terrified they bolted, leaving the entrance wide open. And just like that, the trio finally managed. Behind the boulder lay 3 bodies still twitching, their guts absolutely pulverized, until they finally kicked the bucket. The cave door creaked open, revealing a dim, yellowish glow where a bunch of women and kids were trembling, hiding in a pile of grass. The 5 surviving men were standing guard, 3 of them brandishing spears, while the 2 injured dudes were just moaning in the bushes. Our boy stepped inside, gripping his long spear like a total boss. Daishu and the boys followed right behind him, axes in hand. A group of women and kids were shivering, buried deep in a pile of weeds. Out of the 5 grown men left, 3 were standing their ground with spears, and the 2 who got clapped earlier were just groaning in the grass, while he pulled out a long spear tipped with refined bronze. The tribesmen were absolutely shook. Is that even supposed to be a spear? The drip is actually insane, especially Shu Ya and Du Air. When they saw that refined bronze tip, they were basically drooling. "Chief, is there one for us too?" one of the tribesmen asked. Barely able to contain his hype, I just smirked and handed a chunk of bronze ore to Da Shu. "It's made from this rock. But unfortunately, we're all out of it for now." The people of the Yuanshu tribe were stunned. They'd mined this stuff before but had no idea it could look this godly. Mu Dun, being the absolute Chad and straight shooter he is, spoke up. "If we're out, we'll just go mine some more. Easy. We know exactly where the stash is." I gave him a nod, telling them that mining method is trash tier efficiency, so we need to prep some gear first before we go ham after winter. Once that's settled, everyone's going to be rocking a spear like this. Next, I started showing them the ropes on how to use the crosscut and hand saws. We set the 2-man saw on the log and started ripping back and forth. In no time, we had a perfect circular plank. Then I grabbed the handsaw to clean up the branches, taking down a wrist-thick branch in under a minute like it was nothing. That 1-meter-long battle axe was super ergonomic, letting you put your entire body weight into every swing. If our tribe's powerhouse got his hands on it, he'd probably fold a tree as thick as a human calf in just a few hits. Once everyone finally got the hang of the tools, I told them to take a breather and grab some food. Post-meal, the tribesmen huddled up to hear the cripple's lecture on the dark arts of bronze smithing. Meanwhile, I started laying down some measurement standards. Because if you want to speedrun civilization, you need a system, bro. And with that, the hemp harvest was officially in the bag. The ladies are currently locked in, grinding away at that rope-making meta. The kiddos are just vibing outside the rabbit hutch, watching the bunnies go through their expansion phase. All 3 pregnant buns actually dropped their litters, and bro, they're pumping out 6 or 7 babies each. We went from 30 rabbits to nearly double that in one go. The growth rate is cracked. The guy who's been the resident clay grinder is now our lead sculptor, and he's actually cooking with these wax carvings. Solid copper tools are built different, honestly perfect for both farming and digging operations. With the blueprints I dropped, even a toddler could copy the design without breaking a sweat. Once I cleared my side of the grind, I started working on the real endgame item, the plow. I'm crafting 2 versions, one for the big elephant and a smaller one for Ma Ling to handle. Once those hit the field, our farming and irrigation speed is going to skyrocket. The next day, the women were busy with ropes, while the rest of the crew prepped the dirt for the new livestock stalls. Copper smelting is strictly for Ju Zi and his squad of 4. They've got the build figured out. Those 5 are non-stop spamming copper and tin plates, popping over to ask questions whenever they hit a skill check. Once the girls finished the site prep, I led them over to start dropping fences. We chopped logs into 4-meter pillars and planted them every 2 meters, locking the whole perimeter into a rectangle. Inside, we built a 4-meter-tall wooden shed, the ultimate crib for baby elephant. After everything was set, we bundled up that mountain of grass we had lying around. We stacked it inside the fence, so no stray animals or those trashy cannibals could grief our supply. Everyone in the tribe is performing their role perfectly, working with main character energy. Little did they know, the Top Knot tribe was already creeping on their location. See, the Top Knot leader is having a midlife crisis, mostly because the weather is getting absolutely bricked outside, and the stream his tribe relies on is running dry. They're going to have to hit the river 3 kilometers away, and that's going to require a massive haul of water jars. That's why he showed up at our base last time. He was trying to trade for our pottery, the fraud. Since that didn't go his way, he's decided to pivot to straight up looting. In this clown's head, since we have fewer than 10 adult males, and he's rocking a squad of 15, he's got the advantage. Plus, after he left our base, he got creative and slapped some sharp rocks onto sticks to make makeshift spears. He's out here thinking he can pull a clutch win, take our pottery, and farm our food supply like it's nothing. That morning, Top Knot pulled up with his entire crew of grown men, everyone flexing their stone-tipped spears. heading straight for our camp. He's planning to one-shot our hunting party, then raid the village and loot everything not nailed down. Meanwhile, up in the pine forest on the ridge, Da Shu and Shouya are still just vibing and chopping trees. The squad is moving fast today, rocking 3 massive axes and 2 long saws. It takes them barely 30 minutes to turn a tree into a clean, finished log. And mind you, that's just the speed for a single team. With 10 dudes on logging duty split into 3 squads, they're effectively dropping 3 trees every half-hour straight efficiency. Mu Dun is on logistics duty, chilling nearby with the blue horse while it grazes. Suddenly, a mob of clowns comes charging from the opposite mountain, all of them waving spears like they're the main characters. Mu Dun screams a warning toward the hillside and peels out with his horse before they can catch him. Hearing the shout, the squad instantly drops their tools and grabs their gear. It's showtime. Top Knot is leading the charge, closing the gap until they hit the slope. With a few lethal whistles, the 2 trailing blue horses get impaled, screaming in agony as they hit the dirt. 4 other horses tied to them keep galloping for dear life, dragging the corpses of their fallen buddies, bolting straight toward the home base. The tribe sees this and instantly starts hurling stone axes from behind their backs. A few swift thuds later, 3 of the invaders are already eating dirt. 2 more are bleeding out, leaving only 10 scrubs still pushing forward. Top Knot is fuming now, barking the order for another volley of spears, but Da Shu and the crew have already hit the deck behind the trees, letting the spears harmlessly thud into the ground. Duer and the boys pop out from behind the trunk and launch their own counter-spear barrage. Another 4 of Top Knot's goons go down like sacks of potatoes. The survivors are shook, scrambling behind trees to hide like cowards. Duer's team holds their position, waiting for the next wave, but there's total radio silence. Little did they know, Top Knot is currently having a mental breakdown. The enemies in front of him are absolute monsters. Plus, he realizes these dudes are way more stacked than he ever imagined. His side is down to 8 guys, 2 of them are wounded, and there's 0 chance they're winning this scrap. He cuts his losses and legs it, retreating back toward the cave. Meanwhile, Xiao Shu is dragging the MC over to 2 giant elephants, begging him to give them some sick names. He dubs the big one Hui Shan. The little one gets the name Ru Bao. Right as he's about to drop some wisdom, Hui Shan stares west and lets out a roar that shakes the ground. Xiao Shu gets our boy immediately locked onto the west, seeing 4 blue horses dragging the corpses of 2 others, charging straight in his direction. The horse corpses had spears sticking out of them, and there wasn't a single soul from the logging crew in sight. He instantly realized something was wrong, telling his tribe to hide in the cave and making it clear nobody moves until he gets back. With the plan set, he grabbed his bow and spear, hopped onto Huishan's back, and rode west. Ru Bao saw what was happening and immediately followed, tracking the blood trail the horses left behind. Hui Shan was sprinting like a beast, and in no time at all, they were deep in the woods. Suddenly, a group popped up ahead. Da Shu and his crew, carrying their golden axes like absolute bosses. He was stunned. Why were they all standing there? And honestly, not a single one of them looked scratched. Shu Ya led the hunting squad over, spilling the tea on exactly what went down. Hearing the story, he couldn't help but wonder why the Tuo Ding tribe decided to crash his party. But whatever the reason, if you mess with his people, you pay the price, even if it's just over some blue horses. He didn't waste a second, swinging his spear and leading the logging squad straight to the Tuo Ding turf. By the time they rolled up to the Tuo Ding cave, it was already past 2 p.m. The clearing at the entrance was totally empty, with a massive boulder blocking the door, though there was still a sketchy gap left. A few sets of eyes were peeking out, and Tuo Ding was definitely one of them. He was praying they wouldn't come for revenge, but bro really thought his luck would hold up. They actually showed up, and the squad looked ready to throw hands. The guy leading the charge was rocking a sharp, gleaming spear, looking like a total menace. He was mounted on some long-snouted beast that stood taller than a grown man. Tuo Ding was having major regrets right now. If he'd known they were this cracked, he wouldn't have started this mess. Our boy noticed the eyes spying from the cave, pulled his bow off his back, and notched an arrow. The next second, a blood-curdling scream echoed as Tuo Ding took an arrow straight to the eye. Dali, Xintu, Lu Ji, get over here and move that rock. He pointed his spear at the boulder, barking orders at his 3 goons. They stepped up to push, but even with all their gains, the rock barely budged and they got shoved right back. Damn, these idiots really thought a rock would stop us? He walked up to the gap, notch, and aimed again. Behind that rock, some grown men were still trying to hold the line, so he pulled back another arrow. This time, he put 2 of them down for good. The rest of them panicked and dipped, terrified to stay anywhere near that entrance. Just like that, Dailin's team pushed the boulder aside with ease. Behind the rock lay 3 half-dead bodies, crushed to a pulp and taking their final breaths. The cave entrance opened up, revealing nothing but a flickering, dim fire inside. A bunch of women and kids are straight up shivering in a pile of grass like they've seen a ghost. There are 5 grown men left, 3 of them acting like tough guys with spears, while the other two injured clowns are just moaning in the grass. Our boy strolls in, gripping his spear like a boss. Daishu and his crew are right behind him, axes in hand, ready to wreak some havoc. A bunch of women and kids are straight up shivering in a pile of grass like they've seen a ghost. There are 5 grown men left, 3 of them acting like tough guys with spears, while the other 2 injured clowns are just moaning in the grass. Our boy strolls in with his spear, while Daishu and the boys follow close behind with their golden axes. These 3 spear-wielding frauds see the squad rolling up, and suddenly their legs turn to jelly and they start begging for mercy. Bro, are you serious? Who holds a weapon while begging for their life? Our boy just flicks his spear, knocking those pathetic sticks right out of their hands. One of the injured losers in the back tries to sneakily pick up a rock to play hero. Imagine being that desperate. In a flash, the spear tip strikes, punching a hole straight through his chest like it's nothing. Everyone on your knees right now. Anyone who resists gets deleted. Our boy glares and bellows, and these NPCs are so shook they instantly collapse and grovel on the ground. Daishu, go clear out their entire food stash, don't leave a single scrap. Then he turns his attention back to the crowd kneeling in the dirt. Blame your leader for throwing hands first, so don't even try to pin this on me. If your boss wasn't such a moron, I wouldn't even be here. He initially wanted to recruit these guys, so he's shifting all the heat onto their leader to keep the peace. But man, he way overestimated how much these guys actually cared about their tribe. They couldn't care less about their leader, they're just terrified about losing their dinner. The women are literally sobbing as they watch Daishu haul away their rations, begging our boy to stop. He just stares them down with cold, dead eyes. Join my tribe right now, and you'll have more food than you can eat, and never have to worry about freezing to death again. Whoever wants in, step behind me, move it. As soon as he drops the line, people are scrambling to get behind him. First one, then the whole gang. Soon enough, only one guy is left, still down with some nasty injuries. But looking at the state of him, he's basically a dead man walking anyway. Our boy doesn't even waste a glance, leads the new recruits out of the cave, and tells Shuya to set the whole place on fire. Just like that, Tu Ding and his little tribe are officially erased from the map. Back at the home base, the integration of the new arrivals is going surprisingly smooth. Turns out, there are already a few folks in the tribe who were traded from Tu Ding's place back in the day. They vibe-checked each other, and our boy actually kept it 100 with them. The tribe's food supply is honestly cracked, and with all the loot they just brought back, 200 people are set to feast all winter, without breaking a sweat, though the cave storage is officially hitting its max capacity. Good thing winter is coming. Stacking up some bamboo will definitely keep things cozy. The real shocker for these newcomers is that the tribe is literally out here ranching wild beasts, especially absolute units like Rubao and Huisan. It's safe to say their perspective on this tribe's Chad energy just hit a new level. Now they're actually feeling proud to be part of the squad. The women have been grinding on rope making for days, with rolls piling up like crazy in the cave. The men are out here deforestation maxing, trunks for building, branches for the furnace. Our boy isn't slacking either, crafting all the woodworking tools before pumping out 50 bronze shovels. With the tools secured, it's finally time to start the Phase 1 irrigation project. He used a massive rope crafted by the women as a measuring tape, plotting the north wall of the cave like a boss. Then he marked the 4 corners of the fortress area, using wooden logs to find the peak efficiency route for the river. Next up, building a brick kiln. Once the river digging kicks off, there's going to be a mountain of mud to deal with. So he's planning to speedrun the river digging and brick making simultaneously. Since he's aiming for that high-tier blue brick, which needs tons of water to process, he's got to stay close to the source. He locked in a spot for the kiln, right on the bank of the small river. Jiaozi had already fired up a bunch of red bricks a while back. These bricks are the perfect materials to get the furnace up and running. The cylindrical kiln was a total group project, requiring the entire tribe to pull up, taking 5 whole days to finish, plus some extra time to whip up the molds. But the prep phase is finally finished. Bro has been putting in serious work for days now. The plow he's been grinding on finally made its debut, a 2-meter frame rocking 4 bronze blades. This absolute beast can tear through 2 meters of land per pass, hitting a depth of 40 centimeters. And for the raw horsepower? Obviously we're calling in the MVP heavyweights, Rubeo and Huisan. He lined up 2 plows, pulled them forward, and boom! A 4-meter wide trench is basically done. In less than an hour, those 2 units plowed a 700-meter-long trench at 40 centimeters deep. Seeing the results, our boy was, at this rate, the construction plan won't even take 3 years to finish. He's planning to wait until winter to start the brick firing process. Everyone's free then, and hey, a brick kiln is basically a heater in the middle of winter. Talk about a cozy gig. But there's a massive problem right in front of him. Since these raw bricks are for reinforcing the mud walls, they are absolute units of bricks. Moving that much clay and brick is a total time sink. So our boy decides it's time to whip up a simple wheelbarrow. Project. Start. Step 1. find some minions to help out. Plus, they might actually turn into decent carpenters for the tribe later on. The guy in the tribe with the most carpentry riz is definitely Mu Yang. Back at the old tribe, this legend actually figured out how to use hot coals to carve a hollow log into a tub. The other dude is Mu Dun, a real humble grinder. This guy rarely says a word, but his work ethic is top tier. Drawing from his memories of carts in his past life and adding some custom upgrades, the trio spent the whole day grinding, and boom! The first wheelbarrow was born. It was immediately handed over to the construction crew. Everyone was hyped to see this new piece of tech. It's way better than carrying stuff on their backs. But our MC isn't buying the hype just yet. He noticed the thing wobbles like a drunk NPC whenever it turns. It's gonna fall apart in a week at this rate. Once he found the bug, he started hotfixing it immediately. The main play was to extend the wheel axle. After giving his 2 apprentices the lowdown, they all got back to the grind. This patch was way faster than building the prototype. 2 hours later, the wheelbarrow 2.0 dropped. This time, the ride was smooth. No more wobbling. Productivity went through the roof immediately. The second model was officially greenlit for mass production. The first batch order? 30 units. With all the grown men and women in the tribe, they've got plenty of labor for this. These wheelbarrows are perfect for hauling dirt, and they're going to be the MVP of this project. Over the next stretch, the carpentry trio kept pumping out gear for the crew at a rate of 3 wheelbarrows every 2 days. Phase 1 of the Yin River project is now moving at light speed. That brick-making grind was lagging behind, but thanks to the constant spam of wheelbarrows, the progress speed is finally cracked. By day 18, a massive trench, 698 meters long and 4 meters deep, was staring everyone in the face. Our boy called a timeout on the digging, leaving the last 2 meters for when they actually need to tap into the water supply. The tribe finally got back to their usual daily NPC routine. The men are back to chopping wood for the future base build, while the ladies are out gathering food like it's a side quest. They're basically hoarders, thinking the more food, the better. The project to craft 30 wheelbarrows is officially in the bag. To prep for some serious copper mining later on, Mu Yang and Mu Dun are currently under his command, trying to cook up a prototype for a horse-drawn wagon. Those two have already grinded through 2 crafting sessions, so they've got the stats for it. He handed them the blueprints for a 4-wheeled rig and let them figure it out on their own. As for our boy, he's spending his time on the farming grind. Everyone's busy with their tasks, keeping the base running like a well-oiled machine. One morning, he stepped out of the cave and BAM! Everything was covered in white. The winter everyone was waiting for finally dropped the patch update. Snow is coming down thick as goose feathers, and the sky is sounding absolutely apocalyptic. Who knows how long this will last? The men's wood-chopping quest is cancelled, and everyone is bunkered down in the cave. The ladies have also stopped their frantic foraging spree. With weather like this, brick firing is a total bust. He's got to wait for the snow to stop before making his next move. So, he finally decided to kick off the side project he's been plotting. Time to implement a standardized language and writing system for the whole squad. Honestly, the tribe already knows a bit of vocab, especially the kid, Kwa Bing. The little dude can already spit out a few basic sentences. That makes things way less of a headache. He just needs to teach them the essential keywords and link them together to get the ball rolling. As for writing, trying to teach them simplified characters right now is just not the play. Clerical script is basically picture-heavy, so it's way easier for them to grasp. Being able to write isn't the goal. It's just about being able to recognize the characters. To keep the tribe's grinding spirit high, he mandated a pop quiz every single night before dinner. If you fail the test, your dinner gets cut in half. If you're a top student, you get a loot box. That move was cracked. Everyone, especially the kids, started grinding hard. Even after class, the little ones were grouping up, practicing their characters like hardcore gamers. A few days later, the snow finally cleared, and the brick firing plan officially went live. He dropped a tutorial by building 2 kilns himself, then handed the job off to the tribe to finish the grind. They didn't even have to grind every single day, mostly just busy loading the kiln and pulling out the finished bricks. The rest of the time was just letting them bake and cool down. Life was just vibing like that. Every day picking up a bit of the local lingo. Every few days they'd unload the bricks. Simple, yet satisfying. But whenever they had some downtime, everyone would flex by making jewelry to stunt on each other, mostly the dudes, rocking bone necklaces, and all sorts of feathers just draped all over themselves. Our boy didn't get it at first, until the elder finally clued him in that to stop the squad from becoming a bunch of inbred weirdos, most tribes pull up in early spring for a massive Find Your Waifu event. If the girl thinks a guy has that main character energy, she's following him back to his crib. And the standard for being attractive is basically checking if the guy is swole, how cracked his tribe is, and if they're eating good. You could basically tell all that just by looking at the bone drip on the guys. If you're flexing a massive femur as a weapon, then your tribe is obviously out here hunting legendary beasts, which basically means your tribe is eating like kings. That hit him with some inspiration. He realized he was lacking in the drip department himself. The bone necklace trend? Yeah, he was definitely not feeling that. After a bit of brainstorming, he decided to invent the headband. He went with clear jade or beast hide, just letting everyone customize their own look. Since way back, gold has always been the ultimate flex of nobility. His tribe didn't have gold, so he crafted a hollowed-out bronze crown for himself, and he wasn't about to let his tribe look like absolute scrubs while he was out here styling. So he used tin to make a silver-looking one for Da Shu. Da Shu was obsessed, and soon the other Chad tribe members were following his lead, crafting headbands out of everything. From beast hide and wood to bone, they even started making hairpins. From that day on, the tribe had a whole new dress code. The kids only got to tie their hair back, or wear headbands. No hairpins allowed. The grown-ass men could rock headbands, but they were required to wear hairpins so everyone knew they were actual adults. The women stopped settling for basic ponytails too. The grown women all switched to buns. Accessorizing, young girls can rock ponytails, wear their hair down, braid it up, or flex some hairpins for that aesthetic. Metal is a legit strategic resource, bro. You can't just let every random NPC walk around dripping in jewelry. So our main man decided to use metal accessories as top-tier rewards. If you actually contributed to the tribe, you've got a shot at grabbing some loot. After a few major updates, he can now scan anyone's head and instantly know their rank, age, and social status. Or whether they've actually done anything useful for the tribe, of course. Even the kid's headband was custom made by our guy. It's got a bronze cloud pattern ornament. A total flex for being the fastest student to learn the tribe's written language. He's the first kid in the squad to own metal jewelry, so bro is absolutely buzzing. The MC is grinding out all this jewelry, not just for the social hierarchy, but mostly to prep for that matchmaking event. And nah, it's not for speed dating, it's for networking with other tribes to see if he can secure some S-tier trades. Back in the day, his tribe relied on trading with the Ji Ding tribe for salt. But since the Ji Ding tribe got wiped off the map, he's got to hustle and find a new plug before they hit a salt drought. He's hunting for a new business partner, ASAP. You better believe the Han tribe's pottery is high-value endgame gear. He's not just looking to flip pottery for salt. He wants to recruit more bodies to join the squad, relying on the current 200-person population to boost numbers. By the time he fills the city, he'll be in his next reincarnation. That said, not every tribe is living as good as his, where they don't have to stress about where their next meal is coming from, and have the luxury of chilling and brainstorming high-level development plans. Take the Black Rat tribe to the east, for example. A mid-tier faction with about 150 NPCs. They've got a massive skill issue compared to his tribe. The Black Rat tribe has their own religion, simping for black rats, and keeping a local shaman to communicate with the gods. This winter, the Black Rat shaman claimed he got a divine prompt, saying this winter is going to be a long-ass grind. The old fraud got paranoid about their food supply, so he told the chief to go out and hunt. So the Black Rat chief, known as Shu Day, pulled up with 19 of his bros to go on a hunt. With 19 of his boys in tow, they hit the wilderness. Pretty fast, they stumbled upon something sus. Near the forest edge west of their base, they kept seeing thick black smoke rising for days. The river was too wide for them to cross, so they usually stayed in their lane and didn't explore that far. Now that they saw where the smoke was coming from, Shu Dai immediately reported the intel to the shaman. The shaman wasn't even shook. He was actually thirsty to know what these people were burning. In the old guy's tiny brain, fire is only good for roasting snacks. Constant fire means they've got a mountain of food, so if it's just for warmth, why not keep it burning 24/7? The Black Rat Mage was feeling sus, so he told his boy Shu to go scope out the situation, maybe try to cut a deal with them, if the vibe is right, and who knows, maybe learn a new trick or two. So Shun Dai pulled up with his squad to kick off this high-stakes diplomatic mission. Back at the tribe, Mu Yang and Lu Zihe were holding down the fort at the brick kiln, staring at the flames whenever they had nothing better to do, tossing another bundle of firewood in every few minutes. These two absolute units had been feeding that fire since last night, all the way to this afternoon. The bricks in the kiln were glowing red hot now. It was prime time to douse the fire and seal the deal. Mu Yang tapped Lu Zihe's shoulder and told him to sprint back to the cave and grab the boys. Lu Zihe nodded and booked it back to the cave without even looking back. But just as Mu Yang was left solo on guard duty, a massive roar from his pet beast, Ru Bao, shook the ground, followed by the sound of Ru Bao sprinting for his life and the frantic screaming of some intruders. Mu Yang scrambled up from the kiln pit to the surface, and the moment he poked his head out, he saw a dozen spears flying at his pet, sending the beast scurrying towards the cave like a madman. He was just about to bring the crew out to water down the kiln. Turns out, the second he stepped out, he saw his beast getting hunted down by some randoms. Shu Dai and his goons were dead set on the chase. But the second they saw Mu Yang lead an army out of the cave, they froze in their tracks. The hell? Which one of you clowns is trying to mess with my pet? Everyone, grab your gear. The tribesmen heard the boss's command, and 70 or 80 of them charged out screaming. Every single one of them was locked and loaded, instantly surrounding Shu Dai's pathetic squad. Shu Dai's jaw hit the floor. These guys looked absolutely lethal. Their leader was this cold-faced Giga Chad rocking a gold crown and holding a gold-plated spear, staring Shudai down like he was already dead. The formation behind him was even more flashy, everyone wielding shimmering bronze shovels, never mind how strong they actually are. Just the sheer flex of this elite-tier drip was enough to make Shudai's crew petrified. By now, Rubeo had already spotted his master, got the situation under control, and scurried back, standing behind our boy to flex his stolen valor while barking at Shudai. Our MC patted the beast's nose to quiet it down, and turned to address Shudai. "This beast belongs to us. So why the heck are you attacking it?" Shudai looked totally lost. But it was clear our boy had a deep connection with this monster. He never expected this neighbor tribe to have the skills to tame a beast this massive. But what shocked him even more was Hui Shan, a beast even larger than Rubeo, who heard the commotion and sprinted over, standing next to Raubeo, sizing up the intruders like he was looking at a snack. Shudai and his goons were literally pissing their pants. There's another one? Seeing the blank looks on Shudai's squad, our boy frowned and told the elder to go ask who these clowns were and why they were here. The elder stepped up, doing the whole charade of hand gestures while translating the MC's flex-heavy status as the leader. Once Shudai heard that, he started spamming apologies like his life depended on it, saying he had no idea this monster was spoken for and that he was just trying to bag a meal to survive the winter. Finally, he started bawling his eyes out and spilled the real reason he came. Our boy didn't expect these guys were just here to trade for food, but hey, if they had something that actually caught his eye, he'd hear them out. "So what exactly are you guys offering to trade?" Shudai hesitated for a second, asking if they could trade with stone basins. They've got a bunch lying around, and honestly, every tribe needs a good stone basin, right? Before our boy could even answer, the elder stepped in to shut that down. "We've got stone basins for days, but if you want to trade, we take salt or manpower." Now it was Shudai's turn to have his mind blown. How do these guys have so many stone basins to spare? The elder, seeing the skepticism on Shudai's face, signaled the kids to bring out the pottery. In less than 2 minutes, the kids rolled out a massive water jug, a cooking pot, and a stack of bowls. Some of the kids, being absolute menaces, brought out a bowl of meat soup and started slurping it up right in front of them. Shudai was straight up staring, never having smelled anything that savory, so our boy told someone to hand him a bowl to seal the deal. After all, if he doesn't taste the soup, how will he know the pottery is the real deal? Shudai carefully took the bowl, copied the kid's form, and took a sip, instantly feeling the heat travel from his throat to his stomach. A few seconds later, his whole body. This meat stew was brewed specifically by our guy to keep the cold at bay. It ain't exactly packed with meat, but the pork bones and chili are doing some heavy lifting. Sipping on this when you've got nothing to do is absolute peak relaxation, no cap. Tundai was instantly addicted to the flavor, immediately deciding he'd trade his own people just to snag that pottery pot. As for what salt is, these cavemen have literally never heard of it. The elder repeated his usual rates for the pottery. 1 pot goes for 2 underage boys or 1 grown woman. Tundai actually felt like that was a pretty solid deal. But this time, he didn't bring any women or kids, yet he was dying to take that pot home. So he had to get shameless and ask, "Can you let me take the pot now and pay you with people next time?" Hearing that, our guy wasn't having it. No credit, no debt, that business model is a hard pass. If this dude decides to ghost, wouldn't he look like the biggest clown in the wasteland? Tuki Dai saw the refusal and immediately had his minion hand over a stuffed animal hide pouch. "There's food in here. Not much, but please, just let us take the pot. We'll definitely trade you the people for it next time." You think this boss is actually hurting for some random snacks? He casually opened the bag and took a glance, but the next second his eyes were glued to the contents. "No way, are those peanuts?" His brain immediately started theory crafting recipes. Roasted peanuts, salted peanuts, crispy fried peanuts, peanut butter, the whole spread. Now this is the good stuff. Aside from being a nutritional powerhouse, the real move is that you can press them for oil. If we plant a massive field of these, we'll never be short on cooking oil again. Plus, with oil comes soap, candles, and if we're feeling spicy, even explosives. Saying peanuts are a strategic resource is an understatement. He had to suppress his hype and force his face to stay stone cold serious. "Where exactly did you guys find this stuff?" Tudai started stuttering and flailing his arms like a total NPC. That's when our guy realized their tribe worships the black rat dragon, and these peanuts were basically scavenged from rat burrows. They know exactly how to track those tunnels, so peanuts aren't even a flex for their tribe. He nodded to himself, reaching out to pull a massive basket from his inventory. 1 basket of these peanuts will get you that pot, but they better be intact, no cracked shells. Tuandai couldn't even believe his ears. Our guy just offered a deal that's practically a steal. He went full fanboy, losing his mind in excitement as he accepted the deal, promising he'd bring back a literal mountain of them next time. In the end, Tukadai bounced with the basket, the pot, a ceramic bowl, and a spoon thrown in as a gift. Watching those dudes bounce, you get a serious case of the chills, realizing a random tribe just rolled up on your cave like they own the place. Good thing they didn't bring an entire army with them. If they were actually trying to wipe out your tribe, you might have held them off. but the body count would have been tragic. You'd already been brainstorming some fortification plans before this though. But let's be real. Building a massive fortress wall isn't exactly something you can speedrun overnight. You need a budget-friendly, quick-deploy defense system to lean on while you're still getting your life together. You tell Dai Bao to lead the squad to the brick kiln while you stand at the cave entrance with your thinking cap on. That kiln's been churning for 2 months straight, and now you've got a massive stash of finished bricks just sitting there. Construction on the real wall isn't happening until next spring. So isn't all this premium brick just collecting dust right now? Once that hits you, a genius, low-effort defensive blueprint popped right into your head. Bright and early the next morning, you call an emergency meeting for every adult in the tribe. You tell them the plan. We're wrapping the cave in a 3-sided brick wall perimeter. We're leaving a tiny 1 to 2 meter gap on the east side for the main entrance. The gate's going to be a massive 3-meter high horse fence barricade. And on the front, we're lashing 4 layers of long spears together for a don't touch this vibe. This makeshift wall is going up using pure, solid, green bricks. Since it's freezing out, you just pour water over the bricks and watch them freeze into a rock-solid cement. When the ice melts next spring, you just reclaim the bricks for the main wall. Zero waste. Absolute stonks. Meanwhile, while the other tribes are out here munching on raw meat and weeds, your squad is out here sipping fresh stew and tearing into barbecue. Your tribe is living the dream with fluffy white rice and advanced tier gear, all thanks to your MC-level cheat codes. Back in these prehistoric times, that sudden visit from the Black Rat tribe was a wake-up call that danger is lurking. So you decide it's time to level up your tribe's defense game for real. First thing the next morning, you round up every adult member of the tribe. You drop the plan. We're building a 3-sided wall to lock down the cave, leaving just a small, 2-meter wide entry point on the east side. The wall is built of green bricks. In this Arctic weather, a splash of water acts like industrial-grade glue. By the time the spring thaw hits, you can just salvage the bricks for the real base, so nothing goes to waste. For the next few days, every able-bodied adult in the tribe is grinding on this project. The wall is literally getting taller by the hour. You can actually see it rising. Over at the Black Rat tribe, Shu Day is using the stolen clay pot to cook up some meat stew. He's busy spilling the tea to the elder about everything he saw during his diplomatic scouting mission. The Black Rat elder decides to pull up personally to your territory. Meanwhile, your squad just finished the perimeter wall. 3 meters high and half a meter thick, enough to stop any idiot from trying to raid your base. The ice wall is finally up, so now it's time to gear up with some actual defense. Last time, the boys were rocking bronze shovels. I mean, sure, you can poke someone with a shovel, but that's strictly for close-range scrapping. Getting up close and personal is just asking for casualties, so we're pivoting to long-range meta for maximum safety. After some big-brain thinking, throwing spears are the way to go. One hit, and that enemy is either deleted or crippled for life. Before, the tribe was just tossing glorified sticks, which had 0 penetration power, and broke if you looked at them funny. But now that you're sitting on hundreds of pounds of gold and silver, you're just gonna slap some high-tier metal tips on those wooden shafts and call it a day. Forging these spearheads is light work, honestly. You craft the blueprint yourself, then dump the grunt work onto Mutu and Muzhuan. By day 4, the boys have churned out 260 of these upgraded death sticks. With the walls up and the new loadout ready, you can finally sleep at night. Even if 20 goons pull up, your 60 grown-ass tribesmen can just unleash one volley and turn the whole squad into target practice. Meanwhile, Shu Dai is leading his crew across the creek, but he can't find your tribe's cave anywhere. All he sees is a spot that was just empty dirt a few days ago, now blocked by a massive, blinding, white-blue ice wall. Shu Dai rushes up to the wall like a confused NPC, wondering if this thing just spawned out of the ground overnight. Shu Wu waddles up behind him, takes one look at the wall, and starts screaming about divine miracles. Rubaio, who is chilling inside the perimeter, hears the commotion and zooms to the gate to see what the noise is about. Spotting the same goons who tried to poke him with spears earlier, he sticks his snout out and lets out a roar of pure menace. Shu Dai finally notices the gate, but it's covered in sharpened wooden spikes that look like a death trap. He has no idea what the point of this architecture is, but his brain immediately imagines an enemy charging the gate, only to get turned into a shish kebab by those spikes, and he can't help but be impressed by the sheer disrespect. The women and kids are just staring at the 4-legged beast, wondering why the hell you aren't eating it yet. Think of the absolute mountain of meat that thing would provide. You hear Rubao's roar and step out with 10 of your boys, each of them flexing those brand new throwing spears. Shu Dai starts sweating, quickly explaining he's just here for some pottery, and pushes the women and kids forward to prove he's not looking for smoke. You give a nod, finally letting your squad unbar the gate. Once the Shu tribe walks inside, they're immediately stunned. Right next to the animal pens, there were 30 identical little carts lined up. Near the cave entrance, 50 bronze shovels, 200 javelins, and a row of spearheads were gleaming with a golden luster. As they reached the cave entrance, Ma Ling, who was munching on some grass in the shed, let out a loud whinny the moment it saw strangers. Shu Dai and his crew got spooked so hard they nearly jumped out of their skins. Even after they finally entered the cave, the Shu Dai squad still hadn't fully recovered. Once inside, they took one look and saw people everywhere. There had to be way more here than in the Keishu tribe. The tribe members were currently sizing them up like they were at a livestock auction. Shu Dai was staring at the 180 pottery pots by the fire, completely brain-rotted. Having this many was enough to trade for his entire tribe. One woman from the Keishu tribe had her eyes locked onto the women from his own tribe. Their faces were all glowing and healthy. You could tell they weren't starving for a single second. Plus, every single one of them was draped in actual fur, but the shaman of the Kenshu tribe was the only one with any real vision. Standing there frozen, eyes glued to the hundreds of Chinese characters carved into the stone wall. Seeing this old man was geeking out over the characters, you decided not to disturb his grind. You told the elder to go handle the trade with Shu Dai first. This time, Shu Dai brought along 7 women, 6 boys around 11 or 12, and 4 baskets of peanuts. He was looking to trade all that for 10 pots and 4 bowls. After securing the pottery, Shu Dai was absolutely hyped. Finally, his tribesmen wouldn't have to settle for cold slop and could drink some piping hot soup. But the ones even happier were the boys and girls who just got traded. This tribe looked like a total powerhouse, and thinking they could live like the people here, never having to go hungry again, had everyone feeling some type of way. Once the trade was done, the shaman scurried over to you, dying to know what those weird symbols meant. His instinct was screaming that those symbols were some top-tier, high-level knowledge. Seeing he was actually interested, you grabbed a twig and started breaking it down for him like a pro. That's when the shaman finally clicked. Those symbols were just another way to flex the tribe's language. If everyone learned these signs, could you just write stuff down and have people understand you without saying a word? You had no clue what the old man was cooking up in his head. But seeing him deep in thought, you didn't bother him. Don't get it twisted. Your own tribe members only learn the characters every day because they're chasing that sweet, sweet honey-roasted chestnut snack. And until now, you hadn't seen a single person actually sit down and ponder the philosophy behind it. For a split second, you actually respected the hustle, even if he was just an old geezer from another tribe. Once the business was wrapped up, you hit them with an invite to crash at the camp for the night. To your surprise, the shaman didn't even hesitate. He accepted that invite like a total gigachad. The old man has a ton of questions he's dying to ask you too. To be a good host, you announce an extra meal today, but since everyone's crashing in the cave, space is definitely an issue. You decide to move the rabbits to a clearing outside to free up some prime real estate indoors. You pick the spot and get the tribe grinding immediately. They use bricks for the walls, pack the floor tight, and toss in a thick layer of "hey, job done, easy dubs." The women haul all 50+ rabbits out to the new setup. Ziwu can't help but ask, why aren't you just killing them? I mean, they're basically walking rations, right? Before you can even drop the knowledge, Daishu jumps in to flex the logic. He starts preaching about your master plan for the rabbit farm. He saw the first batch breed with his own eyes, watching the population jump from 30 to over 50. Turns out, farming is way easier than hunting wild strays like a caveman. The Black Rat tribe guys are listening, and they're straight up shook. The concept is simple enough for them to grasp, but they're mind-blown that food can actually be saved like this. Shu Wu, on the other hand, is busy cooking up some wild theories about the divine origins of your tribe. He drags you into a corner, acting all sus, and whispers, "Who taught you all this stuff? Was it your tribe's god or something?" You keep it 100 with him. No gods here, this is just big brain energy you were born with. Shu Wu looks at you like he's seeing a glitch in the Matrix. Could it be? Are you the god? You ignore his weird energy and lead the squad to check out the soon-to-be rice paddies. You tell him that by next year, there's gonna be so much food they won't even know what to do with it. Shu Dai looks skeptical as hell. I mean, sure, your tribe is built different, but there's no way you're clearing that much food with just this many people. After dragging out the small talk, he finally cuts to the chase. You hit him with a smirk and say you're planning to invite other tribes to join yours. Shu Dai is not feeling the vision. No tribe in their right mind just merges like that. You let out a cold laugh, call Daishu over, and tell him to spill the tea on what they've actually been through. Daishu's seen the horror of the cannibal tribes firsthand, so when he describes the trauma, he's got the whole room feeling like they're living the nightmare. Shu Dai is sweating bullets, shocked that such a savage tribe exists, and low-key grateful he hasn't crossed paths with them yet. You realize the hype is at peak levels, so you drop another bombshell. Those cannibals? They're living right on the other side of the river. They've got a massive squad of grown men rolling up with at least 50 guys every single time. Plus these freaky, long-nosed monsters the size of Hui Shan, and they aren't even that far from your tribe's crib, so you better stay frosty and watch your back. After dropping this bombshell, you pat Shu Dai on the shoulder and head straight into the city walls. Shu Wu and Shu Dai are absolutely shook after hearing that intel, knowing there's a tribe of cannibals lurking right in their backyard. How could they even think about chilling as guests anymore? They immediately hit you up to bounce, claiming they gotta head back and prep the defenses. If they're dead set on leaving, no point in playing clingy, so you let them go. You hook them up with 10 massive fish as a little don't starve on the road snack. Before they dip, you tell Shuwu if things get messy, they can always come crawling back to you for backup. Shuwu and Shuda are low-key emotional, spamming gratitude before scrambling back to their own tribe. Once the squad is gone, your tribe goes back to being boringly peaceful. Just before the third full moon of winter, it snows straight for 24 hours. The snow piles up 30 centimeters deep on the work site, so the brick-making operation is officially cooked. You're chilling on a haystack peeling chestnuts, while Bayo and Huishan are vibing on either side of you. And these two absolute gremlins keep swiping your snacks every time you blink. Suddenly, Huishan snaps his head up, twitching those giant ears to scope out some weird noise in the distance. You catch the vibe that something's off and stop moving immediately. Not even a minute later, the ground starts shaking like crazy. You scramble out of the livestock pen and bolt up the west wall to see what kind of chaos is going down. From the edge of the west forest, a massive hunting party of straight-up monsters is tearing across the snow. They're chasing down a pack of herbivores like their lives depend on it. It's not just a herd of wild bison I've never seen, but also giant horned deer that belong in a museum. There are even a few dozen mythical beasts in the mix. Literally, it's a herd of alpacas. The hunters trailing behind aren't just giant terror birds, but a whole chaotic swarm of wild boars. But in this squad of predators, those guys are basically just the side characters causing noise. The real main characters are the pack of over 200 gray wolves leading the charge. The hunt is hitting its peak right now. The lead bull is pushing his 100-man posse for everything they've got, sprinting toward the northeast. The alpha wolf is flanking them with 100 starving wolves. The herd kept running and running until they hit that artificial river you dug to irrigate your crops. The site in front of them had the entire wild bull herd tweaking out, fur standing straight up. Holy crap! Since when did a trench this deep and long just manifest out of nowhere? The alpha bull is losing its mind. There's no way they're jumping over that massive ditch, so they just abruptly stopped and formed a defensive line, pointing those sharp horns forward. The wolf pack started snarling and baring their teeth, closing in step by step to tighten the circle. Right at the moment this boss fight was about to pop off, a thunderous fart shattered the pre-battle tension. Both the bulls and the wolves were left absolutely stunned. Hundreds of eyes collectively glued to the west wall, only to see you smacking a terror bird upside the head repeatedly. I gave you those snacks to eat, and now you've gone and got us all killed. The bull herd's eyes lit up because they realized there wasn't a trench on that side of the wall. The wolves' eyes lit up too, because they realized there was an even easier target than the bulls. You finally noticed the look in their eyes, turned tail, and sprinted for the cave while grabbing your weapons to barricade the door. Yeah, that wall isn't going to cut it anymore. It's a brick wall half a meter thick and 3 meters high. Perfectly fine for keeping humans out, but against a stampeding herd of bulls? That's a massive gamble. The bulls had zero clue what you were yapping about, and charged forward, dead set on your location. The alpha wolf saw the stampede coming and ordered his squad to shove the boars forward to tank the first wave. 7 boars got sent to the front lines, a total cannon fodder move. But hey, they were the most expendable ones anyway. The wolf pack's eyes lit up, realizing they'd found prey even easier to hunt than a herd of cattle. You suddenly noticed something weird in their eyes, and immediately hauled ass toward the mountain cave, screaming for the clan to grab their weapons while you ran. The city wall isn't going to cut it anymore. That half-meter thick, 3-meter tall brick wall might have been fine against a bunch of humans, but against a stampede of wild bulls? Forget about it. The bulls didn't understand a single word you said, charging straight toward your position like they were on a mission. The alpha wolf saw the bulls breaking the perimeter and panicked, ordering its goons to rush the wild boars and launch a counterattack. The boars had to step up to the front line, which was a total drag, since they were majorly outnumbered, but they wanted a piece of the action, so they basically had to act as cannon fodder for the wolves. Now that the path to survival was right in front of them, how could the bulls possibly back down? A collision of epic proportions went down, straight up Mars hitting Earth level. Over 100 wild bulls, standing 2 meters tall and weighing over a ton, charged in unison. Those wild boars that usually look so tough were now basically paper thin against those horns. Those half-meter long horns tore through the boars, gutting them like they were nothing. In just one impact, the boars were sent flying, smashing hard into the tribe's perimeter wall. That brick wall, reinforced with frozen ice, couldn't handle the heat and straight up crumbled into rubble. Baozi and Shanshu were terrified, backing into the cave entrance until they were literally blocking the door with their butts. The remaining dozen boars were so shook they turned around and trampled their own dead comrades just to get behind the wall. In the chaos, about a dozen bulls managed to smash their way in too. As soon as they clashed, it turned into an all-out war, turning the city wall into debris in a heartbeat. 2 blue antelopes in the shed were shaking in their boots, getting caught in the crossfire and gored to death on the spot. And you could only watch as everything you spent so long building got wrecked in a split second. This kind of prehistoric beast battle is way too wild for any one person to stop. All you can do is try to keep yourself and your clan in one piece. In the middle of the chaotic collision, the livestock shed collapsed, and a bunch of tethered blue antelopes got pinned underneath only to get stomped on by the panicked boars and the insane stampeding bulls. No telling how many of those antelopes are actually still kicking. Watching this go down is absolutely heartbreaking. Those were the beasts you spent your blood, sweat, and tears gathering, bro. But outside the wall, hundreds of wild oxen broke out of the circle, flanking the artificial river and bolting toward the northeast side of the tribe's back mountain. The scene of those boars getting yeeted into orbit just a second ago was still crystal clear. The wolf pack didn't dare face them head on, just nibbling at the edges like cowards. A good 20 straggler oxen already got clapped on the perimeter. The alpha wolf called off the chase, ready to feast on the loot. But inside the walls, your eyes were glowing red with pure rage. All those blue antelopes you brought home were officially toast. And if you didn't salvage the scraps now, you'd be taking a massive L. You immediately rounded up every adult in the tribe, telling them to grab their spears and wipe out every last ox and boar inside the wall. That's free dinner delivered to your doorstep. No way you're letting that slide. Next thing you know, 70 to 80 people lined up at the cave entrance. A literal rain of spears hammered down on the boars rampaging inside the wall. Over 20 wild beasts dropped on the spot, looking like human pincushions, with spears sticking out of them. Then you told the elder to lead the kids in guarding the cave, while you and the squad sprinted toward the collapsed wall, where a few dozen boars were still half dead and struggling. You formed a battle line. Men in the front holding the line, women in the back finishing off the boars and dragging them inside. You stepped up, held your golden spear horizontally, and stared down the wolf pack like a total boss. A dozen men from your tribe flanked you, lining up with spears ready to defend the perimeter. The women in the back went ham with their bronze spears, mercilessly taking out any boar that couldn't get back up. In a heartbeat, the sounds of spears piercing flesh, the screams of dying boars, and the battle cries of the tribe filled the air. The commotion caught the attention of the entire wolf pack. Suddenly, the alpha let out a deafening howl. The wolves, previously feasting on ox, stopped mid-bite, their muzzles dripping with blood as they locked eyes with you. A massive showdown was about to go down, so you started screaming orders for your people to tighten the formation, promising anyone who scored a wolf kill a bonus reward of fur and bows. Seeing hundreds of wolves, the tribe was shaking. But after hearing the rewards, they looked like they'd just unlocked God mode. Looking at the vicious pack ahead, they didn't see predators anymore. They saw a literal mountain of loot running at them. The alpha let out another howl, and the whole pack charged in a death squad formation toward the broken wall. You took the lead, raised your spear, and aimed straight for a starving wolf charging in your direction. With a wet thud, blood sprayed everywhere like a fountain. That starving wolf that was acting all tough a second ago just folded and hit the dirt like a total NPC. The bros on both sides already finished their first wave of poking. Looking at that wall of spears, there are already over 10 wolf carcasses stacked up. Inside the wall, thanks to Bao and Shan, over 50 of those feral dogs got sent to the respawn screen. The women who were free finally hopped into the action, filling the gaps in the front line. The rest of the ladies grabbed spears and formed a second line, ready to handle any wild plays. The fight had barely started, and there were already 40-plus wolf corpses piled up in front of the spear formation, especially now that the front row has double the reinforcements. The front line is secure. But since when do these crafty wolves ever know when to take the L? In the shadows, the pack leader is silently maneuvering a squad to flank the wall, trying to land a game-ending surprise attack. But bro, that plan isn't getting past a gigachad like you. You've been tracking that pack leader's movements the whole time. You already saw right through its pathetic little strategy. You scaled the sidewall in a few steps to get that high ground vision on the battlefield. The breach is basically a barricade made of 50 dead wolves now. The leader saw you climb up and started sweating, realizing its sneak attack was getting exposed. It let out a desperate howl, ordering the charge. On the main front, they switched up their playstyle, and these elite wolves started jumping off their dead homies to launch themselves into the air, trying to clear the first line of spears and go straight for the squishy backline. This unexpected move immediately caught your attention. You shouted for the front row to advance while the second row held the line overhead. Right at that moment, a loud howl erupted from the south wall. You whipped your head around, and your eyes nearly popped out of your skull. Bayo was out there swinging its massive trunk like a club, smashing any wolf trying to scale the wall. Shan saw that and immediately started throwing hands, holding the line side by side with Bayasaya. The main front stabilized, and the pack leader realized its strat was cooked, so it pulled back the remaining wolves. Now it's just praying the flankers can somehow pull off a miracle. Right at that moment, suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air and took out the gray wolf's throat. This caught the rest of the pack, currently trying to climb the wall, completely off guard. Then, whoosh whoosh, a flurry of arrows dropped 7 more wolves like flies. The pack leader realized there was no path forward, so it gave up on the raid. It let out a deafening howl, retreated immediately, and went back to tearing apart the wild bison outside. But how could our boy just let that slide? After losing so many blue antelopes, how could he possibly swallow that much disrespect? He started barking out orders, keep the men on guard duty, and have the women drag all the wolf carcasses inside the broken wall. Then, he had the women prep torches with firewood and pig fat, and told the elder to empty out the entire arrow stockpile. 10 minutes later, with Bakwa on his back, he gathered every capable archer in the tribe. He hung quivers of arrows all over his neck and shoulders, with 30 grown warriors trailing behind him, all wielding torches and long spears. They marched straight toward the pile of fallen bison. Getting close to a carcass, they sniped the wolves from 30 meters out. The rest of the pack didn't even dare to stay and fight. Seeing the wolves scatter, our boy took the chance to move in and claim the loot. He had his men tie ropes to the bison heads so Bakyo could haul them back, trip after trip. While heading out from the wall, he grabbed a bunch of wooden shovels. The wolves had already tasted the business end of their spears and bows. Plus, with every tribesman holding a lit torch, the wolves could only watch in frustration as these humans swiped their hard-earned dinner. Even the vultures picking at the bison were getting sniped by our boy from a distance. Everything became spoils for his tribe. The wolves, pushed into a corner, tried to pivot to easier prey that had fallen into the ditch. But before they could even launch an attack, the entire bank of the man-made river erupted into a wall of flames. They had no choice but to retreat to the forest, salty as ever. Back at the riverbank, our boy and his tribe held up their torches to count the haul. Inside the 700-meter trench, they bagged 36 llamas, plus 28 giant horned deer, and 47 bison of all sizes, not to mention 7 or 8 wolves trampled to death, and a vulture with a broken wing. After an hour of non-stop grinding, every single carcass left outside was dragged behind the safety of the walls. By midnight, the tribe was absolutely wiped out. To make sure everyone had the energy to keep the grind going, our boy ordered the women to slaughter a wild boar for a midnight feast. Everyone got a massive slab of grilled meat, unlimited meat soup on deck. It's been 3 months since winter started. This is the first time they've had fresh grilled meat. Everyone is literally beaming with joy. The guys are out here flexing, bragging about how many gray wolves they bagged for those sweet rewards. They finished eating just as dawn was breaking. You split the 70-plus adults into 4 squads, with 10 people rotating on wall duty for surveillance and patrols. Another squad of 20 is grinding on repairs for the walls and fences. The remaining 40 or so grab their tools and follow you outside the walls. First, you get 6 guys with bronze shovels to dig a ramp on the north side of the man-made river. The ramp is just wide enough for 1 head of cattle, and once they start moving up, there's no turning back. The rest of the crew follows your lead to set up a wooden funnel trap. Once the beasts come up, they're forced directly into this wooden bottleneck. You've got charcoal fires burning inside, heating up 2 bronze hooks until they're glowing red. Once the setup is ready, you grab a bundle of hay to bait the animals in the trench toward the ramp. These herbivores are starving and freezing their tails off. The second they spot the hay, they jump up. They start climbing that ramp toward the surface. Once they're up, the rest is easy. The squad just lassos them and drags them inside the wall to get processed. The final bull makes it to the top, only to get blocked front and back by dudes with wooden staves. You immediately grab those red-hot bronze hooks and pierce its nose for a ring. That aggressive bull suddenly turns into a docile pet, letting the clan lead it right into the compound. This grind lasted all the way until the afternoon. Every animal in the trench, dead or alive, got hauled out to tally the loot. You managed to capture 97 head of livestock alive. The final count for the dead bison is 45, plus 52 wild boars and 17 giant antlered deer. Toss in 113 gray wolves and 14 peacocks that got sniped by arrows. Even the blue antelopes that got caught in the crossfire are all dead. Honestly, it's a miracle the rabbit pen survived the whole chaotic mess. After a long day of work, by sunset, all the repairs were finished. You added 5 extra rows of blue bricks to the walls so no more gray wolves could parkour their way in. The compound is filled with the sound of crackling firewood and the laughter of the tribe. Over 100 people are swarming the campfire, grinding like it's their full-time job. The kids are clutching massive slabs of grilled meat, screaming lyrics to songs that make zero sense to our guy. They're absolutely vibing, because the food supply is infinite today. Meanwhile, our boy is just standing in the middle of the courtyard, watching his tribe pull a 24-hour shift without even breaking a sweat. But honestly, he's starting to get a bit stressed out. Winter is only a month away, so once the weather warms up, what are they going to do with all that leftover meat? There's literally no way to preserve it all. They're still butchering away past midnight, eyes bloodshot and sleep-deprived, refusing to call it a night. They're just way too hyped. These people have lived their whole lives and never seen this much meat in one place. Our guy finally had to step in and force them to get some shut-eye. Next morning, at the crack of dawn, the tribe wakes up fully recharged, despite only sleeping a few hours. Our boy has to micromanage the tasks all over again. First, he sends the cripple with Dechui and Huzi to forge 42 cow nose rings. Then he orders the men to dig 2 small ponds, filling them with water so they can start tanning those 200-plus animal hides. The rest of the crew keeps butchering, while Daishu takes a few guys to process the horns and tendons. Our guy pulls 3 grown men from the old Ji Ding tribe aside to grill them on where they scoured their salt rocks. We get them from a tiny cave in our mountain, We usually make the toddlers crawl inside to grab them. Us adults haven't even seen the place ourselves. Our guy is like, "Good job, but you're leading the way when we go back." Knowing that Wolfpack is still lurking in the western forest, he decides to hold off on the salt run for now. But hey, at least he knows where the stash is, so no more salt shortage drum. He drags out the entire salt reserve and starts teaching them how to make salted meat and sausages. After a quick strategy meeting, he sends 2A and a 20-man hunting squad to scout the west and see if his intel was legit. He stays behind at the base to command the women on building a defensive perimeter, even low-key ripping off the rival tribe's blueprints, using wooden stakes and boulders to construct a massive barricade for the main gate. The tribespeople use the pottery they traded for to whip up some meat stew, whispering while they eat about how insanely OP the tribe that makes these fancy bowls must be. If only we could trade with that. These words hit Chuwu's ears, but instead of losing his cool, he just closed his eyes and started overthinking everything our boy just dropped. If he joins the tribe, he's set for life with infinite food, enough animal hides to drip out, and a base that's actually secure. That thought was straight up playing on loop in Chuwu's head. Just then, Shu Dai rolled back with the hunting party, walking into the tent with a necklace made of human bones. Turns out, they looted these off a bunch of frozen corpses deep in the woods. Seeing this, Chuwu nodded like crazy. Looks like the MC wasn't capping at all. For a second, the whole room went silent. The vibes were officially awkward. After a long pause, Chuwu hit Shu Dai with the reality check. "I've had the tribe building walls for the past 2 days. If that horde of man-eaters actually pulls up on us, do you think our defense is gonna hold? Not a chance. That fence is so low even a toddler could parkour over it." Chuwu let out a heavy, defeated sigh. "Fine, double the guards, and tell the women and kids to start crafting extra weapons. If it really goes south and we get bodied, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Man, if we only had more manpower, we'd be chillin'." Shu Dai nodded and was about to head out to delegate, but then a light bulb went off in his head. "Yo, I've got a galaxy brain play that could get us more people." Chuwu's eyes lit up like a lighthouse. "Bro, stop gatekeeping, spit it out. Remember that small tribe hanging out in the hazelnut forest? They definitely need these ceramics, so we can basically trade clay for recruits. The Han tribe is already trading with us. They swap a clay pot for 2 kids or 1 adult girl, so we'll just offer double the rate. Trade 1 pot for 2 women or 4 kids from that small tribe, then take those people and flip them to the Han tribe for an even bigger profit. We'll just keep the leftover recruits for ourselves." Chuwu was hyped. That scheme was pure genius. Who knew you could actually scale a business like this? You absolute legend. Even that dude across the creek wouldn't have thought of such a Chad move. And just like that, the first middleman in human history was born, ready to profit off the spread. "Bet. Take your crew to that small tribe right now and dump the ceramics to close the deal." Shu Dai shouted a confirmation and dipped to get the squad ready. Meanwhile, the Han tribe was busy plotting how to wipe out that wolf pack. Those wolves were straight up camping in the woods and refusing to engage, and with the salt reserves running low, they only had about a month of supply left. Bro realized sitting around like this wasn't gonna cut it. He thought it over. Going out to fight solo is a death wish, and taking a small squad just turns them into free snacks for the pack. Just then, the lame guy's voice echoed from outside the cave. "I told you not to act up. Just stay put and stop being a nuisance." The lame guy and Dei Li were busy putting a nose ring on a wild ox. The beast was feeling feisty and wasn't exactly cooperating. The lame guy grabbed a thorny vine whip and started acting tough, whipping the ox's rear. A light bulb went off in our boy's head. He had an idea, let out a villainous laugh, and went out to gather the thorny vines. These vines were thick as a finger and covered in razor-sharp, hardened thorns, perfect for crafting some top-tier death traps. First, he chopped them into finger-length pieces with an axe, then soaked them in cold water to flash freeze them. Once they were encased in a solid layer of ice hiding the spikes, he slathered a thick layer of pig fat on the outside. As soon as the wolf pack gulps these bad boys down, the ice shell melts inside their stomachs, and those thorny vines will shred their guts from the inside out, guaranteeing those mongrels are toast. That afternoon, he rode his mount to the edge of the forest, tossing out some animal organs and scraps, throwing the pack a bone to lower their guard. Come dusk, the second course served up a real lethal surprise. He scattered the ice and lard-coated thorny vines across the western edge of the woods. Now, it was time to kick back and wait for those gray wolves to fall for the trap. With winter coming to an end, the tribe's to-do list was piling up, and spring plowing plus salt mining became the top priority for the tribe's glow-up. Back then, the tribe had barely any livestock, and the horses they used for plowing were way smaller than the wild oxen they had now. That OG tiny plow was clearly not built for this new meta. A vision of a new wooden frame with double plowshares started forming in his brain. And while our boy was busy theory crafting this new plow, that shady snake Shu Dai, who wanted to play both sides, finally started his trade run. The Li tribe had a population of over 230 people. Their territory held a massive, impressive chestnut forest. Even though chestnuts couldn't be their main vibe for every meal, They kept the tribe from starving when hunting season was a flop. Nobody was starving to death, so the tribe was living a pretty stable life. Their camp was south of the Haizi tribe. Not too far, not too close. Just a one-day trek away. Shu Dai rolled up with 10 goons, stomping through the wasteland for an entire day. They pulled up to the Lat tribe right as everyone was prepping dinner. The Lamat tribe leader, Mao Li, and the witch doctor saw them coming and immediately felt their blood boil. It had only been 3 months since the brutal winter ended, and every tribe was running low on their food stash. The guy was barely scraping together enough to feed his own tribe, so showing up now? Bro clearly came looking for a free meal. Mao Li's face turned into a straight-up death stare. Shu Dai wasn't stupid. He knew he wasn't exactly a VIP guest, so he flashed a fake smile and clarified he wasn't there to freeload, ordering his subordinates to whip out their stash of food. Mao Li's expression finally softened, just a notch, and he led the squad into the tribe's living quarters. They had over 10 semi-subterranean huts that looked suspiciously like the brick kilns back home. Half the structure was dug underground, with a domed roof made of branches built on top, all plastered in a thick layer of mud, with a hole at the top to vent the smoke. The second Shu Dai stepped inside, his eyes locked onto the central fire pit, where the tribespeople were roasting dried meat and chestnuts. He had a plan, signaling his goons to bring out the pottery pots and dried meat with a calm vibe. He sat down around the fire, ready to talk business over dinner. Mao Li couldn't take his eyes off the ceramic pot, especially after hearing that cooking with this thing keeps the food hot, saves on rations, and makes life easier. The old man was totally hooked. Since the tribe was low on food, saving every bite was a top-tier priority. But as soon as they started talking prices, the vibes got toxic. Shu Dai only brought the pot, no bowls for a direct flex, so Mao Li couldn't gauge the market value and thought Shu Dai was pulling a total scam. After a chaotic back and forth, they finally settled on one pot for 3 boys, or 1 woman and 1 boy. Shu Dai was doing some high-level mental gymnastics, focused entirely on beefing up his tribe's combat roster, viewing women as dead weight, and only wanting fresh recruits for the grind. These kids were only 10 or 11, but in tribal terms, they'd be adult warriors in a year or two, and with a little training, they'd be ready to turn. Mao Li wasn't vibing with this. Losing that many young, able-bodied workers was hitting the tribe's bottom line hard, even with their numbers. So they made a pact. This is the one and only trade. No more business after this. And from now on, only the boys are getting traded. Shu Dai was nodding like a bobblehead, spamming yes with a massive grin. The next morning, Shu Dai dropped off 5 clay pots, grabbed the 15 boys they traded for, and dipped with his squad, feeling like a total boss. With winter almost finished, he was still sweating the trade with his tribe, his brain working overtime to plot his next move. Meanwhile, back at his own tribe, the place was absolutely popping off. After that insane base defense battle, everyone in the tribe had basically unlocked legendary status. True to the boss's word, it was finally time to drop the rewards, thick, warm wolf pelts for everyone. Every adult man and woman in the tribe got theirs. Even though the bronze stash was running low, he wasn't about to be stingy with the squad. The men were flexing with custom-made bronze lock pendants, designed to look like menacing wolf heads. Not huge, but the flex factor was off the charts. It was basically a military medal for their legendary performance in the field. The ladies were rocking some top-tier bronze hairpins, literally beaming with joy. But the real game-changer that had everyone hyped was the longbow. They'd already seen the raw power of that thing. Close-quarters hunting is just a death wish. But ranged attacks? That's how you stay alive. You can carry way more arrows than you can javelins, and the kill efficiency is just straight up broken. These new standard longbows were built with high-tier hardwood for insane recoil, paired with a super durable, long-range hemp string. At 1.75 meters, these things were perfectly tuned for the average tribesman's stats. You definitely didn't want to be on the receiving end of one of these. The tribe had the wood and the tools ready to go. He thought mass-producing these would be a walk in the park. But reality hit like a debuff. The first L was the high-tier wood selection process, which was way too picky. You needed the perfect 1:2 ratio of bark to core wood, or it was trash. Using wood with low flexibility meant the bow was just going to snap. Useless. The durability was bottom tier, and they only had one big, clunky saw, which needed 2 people just to operate, so doing any precision work was basically impossible. The small handsaw was good for branches, but cutting full logs was a stamina drain. He hit the lab, racking his brain until he remembered a tool from his childhood. The frame saw. Using a frame to keep the blade tight? That was the goat for cutting planks and precise timber. With the blueprint locked in his head, he was ready to cook. Our guy quickly cooked up a game plan for the crew. He told the limping dude to forge a saw blade with holes at both ends. Then, he got the woodworker to build a frame in the shape of a Chinese H character. These two are straight up veterans, so crafting these basic tools was a walk in the park for them. Meanwhile, our boy was busy sweating over a real brainbuster. He was trying to figure out how to draw a straight line on a round log. The first big brain move he had was to use an ink marker. The absolute peak of ancient wisdom. 2 points make a straight line, but while the tribe had rope, they had 0 ink to work with. Needing ink ASAP. He started racking his brain to remember how the OGs used to make it. He knew that pine soot ink came from burning oily pine wood in an oxygen-deprived environment. No need to build a whole furnace or chimney system. A simple brick stove would get the job done. He jumped straight into it, torching pine branches until thick black smoke filled the air, turning a green brick pitch black in no time. He carefully scraped off the soot, mixed it with water to get a thick paste, and soaked the rope until it was fully saturated. Boom! A DIY ink string. No fancy housing for it, but snapping it by hand worked just fine. Him and Mukun were so busy they looked like they'd been rolling in a coal mine. Just as he was locked in, the limping guy and the shepherd kid came sprinting over, looking like they'd seen a ghost. They were carrying the frame saw they'd just finished, eyes sparkling like they were waiting for a grade from the boss. He grabbed the 70cm saw, noticing how the copper blade was locked tight into the bow-shaped frame with copper nails. The rope was pulled taut, the blade perfectly straight. He laid it down on the log right over his ink line, gave it a quick pull, and sawdust started flying everywhere. The ink line vanished, as the saw blade carved a perfect path down the length of the wood. The efficiency was actually insane, so he immediately ordered 20 more of these bad boys. At this rate, they were going to have to go back to the copper mine again. Thinking about mining made his gears turn toward a new project: boats, or more specifically, dugout canoes. Getting to the mine from the tribe meant walking upstream for half a day. Using the yaks for transport was trash low efficiency, and the beasts were getting wrecked. Plus, there were some spots that were basically impassable, so their speed wasn't exactly impressive. If they built boats right at the tribal base, they could just drift downstream and get there in an hour. Naturally, the boat design needed both ends to be slightly curved upward. A flat, squared-off bottom was the meta for navigating inland rivers with varying water levels. The flat bottom design keeps the boat floating in shallow water without ever hitting the floor. It's basically top-tier engineering for safety and smooth sailing. Considering the river's width, our boy sets the boat width at 3 meters and 8 meters long. A solid ratio, built for speed, stability, and straight-up durability. Even the total noobs in the tribe can handle this thing easily. He reinforced the hull with 2 oars and 7 U-shaped frames. Using pine for the frames makes the whole setup sturdy and built to last. The planks are pine core, and the exterior shell uses longbow material efficiency at its peak. No need for special oars either. The copper shovels do triple duty as paddles, weapons, and tools. Everyone's been watching our guy tinker with his inventions all day, super curious. Though the guys from the Yuan Shu tribe have a hunch about what's going on. They've seen him whip up a wooden cabin out of twigs before, and the core principles for this boat are basically the same vibe, just swapped out the sticks for wooden planks and frames. Late that afternoon, while everyone was grinding, Yu Mao suddenly started shouting. Over 20 people from the He Shu tribe are heading our way from the east bank. Our MC, low-key suspicious, climbs the wall to check the intel and sees Shu Dai leading 10 adults and 10 kids rushing toward them. He's wondering how the He Shu tribe, with only 150 people total, managed to pull up with that many soon-to-be adults. The members who defected from the He Shu tribe earlier heard the commotion, thinking it was another trade deal, and ran out hoping to spot their long-lost family. The He Shu tribe teens are walking behind Shu Dai, totally confused, knowing their leader just traded their entire existence for 5 pieces of pottery. But they aren't even complaining, just rolling with the punches. Shu Dai hits the gate and stares up at the freshly reinforced walls, then glances inside to see hundreds of livestock and dried meat hanging everywhere, plus stacks of beast hides. Bro's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. If he didn't see our guy rocking that golden crown, he would have sworn he hit the wrong server. He gulps and whispers, "Is this actually his tribe? I'm Shu Dai." He didn't even bother with the suspicious group of scouts at the gate, just followed protocol and made them hand over their weapons before letting them in. He told his guys to grab some clay pots while side-eyeing the scout with pure suspicion. The dude clearly didn't understand him, but since he was feeling guilty, he just pretended to be clueless and started scanning the area. Honestly, our boy was just praying this guy would bring more people over. Kids are basically just future laborers in the making, right? Trading for a few clay pots? That's an absolute steal. Shu Ya and Shin Tomo quickly rolled up with 5 clay pots in tow. The trade was simple: 10 little brats for 5 clay pots. With night falling and 7 yellow wolves prowling outside, he played the nice guy and told the scout group they might as well crash for the night. With that, he dragged the guy deep into the cave. He hyped everyone up, telling them to whip up a massive feast to treat the guests right. The youths from the Black Rat tribe were still looking confused, as they got traded away like stock. But once they saw how powerful and wealthy this tribe actually was, with massive herds of livestock and endless piles of meat, plus wild bulls bigger than a grown man, and giant deer and peacocks, They were absolutely shook and hyped at the same time, already hoping they could stay here for good. He told the elder to get them settled in, teach them the language, learn the characters, and get them used to the tribe's vibe, and finally, told them to stuff their faces until they couldn't eat another bite. His tribe doesn't mess around when it comes to food. The little dudes were feeling happier than ever. Back in the Black Rat tribe, they were constantly starving, and the kids had to fight for scraps while the weak just went hungry. But here, the food is literally unlimited, with fragrant meat soup and massive chunks of stewed goodness. They were slamming bowl after bowl, eating until their eyes were rolling back into their heads. Eventually, even he couldn't take it anymore and had to cut them off, thinking, I don't need these kids dying of indigestion the second I trade for them. His tribe might have plenty, but no need to be wasteful. There's always another meal coming. Once the feed was over, the scout crew got moved into the cozy green brick tents inside the perimeter. Shu Dai couldn't sleep, so he joined him on the wall for some guard duty. The guy couldn't stop staring suspiciously at the piles of wolf skins lying around. The fact that this tribe could take down that many gray wolves proved their combat power was on a completely different level. While his own tribe had to bust their backs just to trade for a few people, this guy just sat back and had people walking right into his trap. The underlings actually got some hot meat soup while this guy just sighed and hit the sack. Midnight rolls around. Time to swap shifts with Daishu and Shu Ya for guard duty. Our boy asks them what the situation is with the wolf pack. Daishu says, the night before last, a massive pack was lurking at the forest edge. I saw tons of glowing blue eyes. Shu Ya pipes up, last night it was way quieter. I only saw like a dozen of them. He just smirks and nods. I was on watch half the night and didn't see a single wolf. The edge of the forest was weirdly silent tonight. Looks like the pack fell straight for the trap. Let's head out at sunrise and see what the damage is. Maybe we'll rake in some sweet wolf pelts and meat. Next morning, after sending the scouting party off, he rounds up 30 grown men, had an early breakfast, and marched straight into the western forest. Rubayo and Hui Shan tagged along too. Those two big units haven't been out in ages, so they were absolutely hyped, wagging their tails and wiggling their butts, sniffing around every corner like absolute goobers. He checks the forest perimeter, and the thorn ropes are completely gone without a trace. The snow is covered in claw marks and wolf tracks everywhere. He lets out a huge sigh of relief. The pack definitely fell for the bait. Just wonder what the kill count looks like. He gives the signal, and the squad silently locks into formation with their spears, following him into the woods. The whole trek is dead silent, just the sound of boots crunching on snow, until he spots two gray wolf carcasses under a tree. Their heads are a mess of bite marks, skin shredded, flesh chewed off. Looks like they turned on each other out of sheer starvation. 3 hours later, they reach the valley where they gathered the thorns. The wolf tracks are getting chaotic, and the trail leads straight toward the old Ji-Ding tribe mountain. He's thinking, no way they actually moved into the old Ji-Ding lair, right? Wolves are notorious for squatting in other people's dens, and that's the only spot big enough to house that many wolves. Just as expected, they climb to the peak and find several frozen wolf corpses, stomachs bloated, legs and rear ends covered in huge, gnarly bloodstains. They clearly suffered a slow, agonizing death. He orders the team to pile up the carcasses and mark the spot. Then they keep pushing west. The path was littered with the corpses of gray wolves. By noon, the squad reached the zone 1 kilometer away from the cave. Wolf tracks were everywhere now. The pack was definitely hiding nearby. Our boy led the squad in a stealthy pincer movement, but it was suspiciously quiet. A few minutes later, the whole crew arrived at the cave entrance. Finally, they could see what was going on inside. Most of the wolves in there were already straight up dead. The ones still alive were barely hanging on, just growling pathetically without the strength to move. Seeing this, he ordered everyone to pair up and finish off the stragglers. The squad immediately split up to loot the bodies, and since their tribe never wastes food, they were hyped to collect all the spoils. Meanwhile, he took 3 guys from the former Ji-Ding tribe and headed straight for the deepest, hidden tunnel. The entrance was blocked by a massive boulder, and its color matched the surrounding wall so perfectly that they missed it last time. He told the guys to heave the rock aside, and with a loud, grinding screech, a small, sloped tunnel leading deep underground was finally exposed. It was a tight, narrow hole. Only a toddler could fit through that thing. He furrowed his brows, thinking hard about the situation. He hit the deck, stuck his torch in, and peered closely into the opening. It was a mix of quartz and granite. Widening this hole was going to be a massive pain. While he was muttering to himself, a blinding flash from the cave ceiling caught his attention. The ceiling was covered in cone-shaped crystals that were glowing with a yellowish-white light. He grabbed an arrow, ready to snipe some of those stalactites down to check them out. But after missing twice, he realized that wasn't the play. He turned to his bro, Dai Li, and called out, grab a rock and smash one of those things down here. Dai Li rushed over, hyped to finally do something useful. With a loud thud, the crystal snapped off and shattered all over the floor. Thinking it was salt, he leaned down to pick up a shard. He popped it in his mouth, but immediately started spitting it out like crazy. That wasn't salt at all. After realizing this stuff wasn't salt, our boy got a bit disappointed, and turned to ask the three dudes from the old Taeding tribe, "How do you guys usually know this realm has salt rocks, and how do you even mine them?" The three of them looked at each other, waiting a hot second before finally speaking up. Turns out some kid fell into a cave a while back, and when they pulled him up with a rope, he had this stuff on. Ever since then, they harvest it twice a year. Once before the cave freezes over, and once after the ice melts. Hearing that, you're already plotting in your head that you absolutely have to find a way to widen that cave entrance. Time to start industrial-scale salt mining, baby. Right on cue, a shepherd boy runs over in a total panic, saying, "The gray wolf pack has been wiped out. We got 78 kills in total, but there are 8 wolf pups still alive. What should we do with them?" Your eyes lit up the moment you heard wolf pups, and without a word, you headed over there to see what the deal was. You get there and see these poor little guys huddling against their dead mother, starving, and crying their lungs out. A sudden wave of sympathy hits you, so you tell the tribe to take them back and raise them properly. Right after, you start thinking, and the more you think, the more something feels off. The pack that escaped earlier had at least 100 wolves, so why are there only 78 now? Where did the other few dozen go? While you're deep in thought, a blood-curdling beast roars suddenly echoes from the west. That sound was enough to make your skin crawl. You go into full tactical mode, signaling your guys to guard the cave while you grab your bow and spear. You sprint a kilometer toward the sunny mountainside, following the source of the noise. The scene in front of you is enough to make anyone break into a cold sweat. You see 27 gray wolves circling up, relentlessly dogpiling a massive, prehistoric-looking rhino beast. This beast looks like an ancient tank, covered in armor-like skin. It's absolutely massive. We're talking a multi-ton unit. The wolves have been chewing it up. It's covered in wounds. Its weak spots like the tail and belly are shredded, with blood just pouring out. Its gray eyes lock onto you, and suddenly light up with pure desperation, looking at you like you're its only hope. 2 wolves from the pack immediately charge at you, baring their fangs like a warning, basically telling you to mind your own business, but you don't give a damn, flicking your wrist and letting 2 arrows fly. Both wolves go into a death spasm and drop to the ground, stopping dead in their tracks. Seeing that, the rest of the pack bristles up, lets out a howl, and charges you all at once. It was like a tidal wave of fur and teeth, and your heart dropped, so you just chucked your longbow straight at one of the incoming wolves. You roll on the ground like a total noob, scrambling to grab that spear nearby. With the spear in hand, your confidence levels are finally hitting the ceiling. I mean, you've got that past life martial arts grind set after all. You start spinning that spear like a main character in an action flick, advancing on the lightning beast, while styling on these mobs. The lightning beast is barely hanging on, but it's still acting like a true homie. It uses its massive body to tank hits and cover your back from cheap shots. After a brutal scrap, you're bleeding from a few gashes, but it's nothing a little plot armor can't fix. You look at the wolf pack. Only 6 are left, and they're looking like they've seen a ghost, ready to bail. But bro, you're in the zone now. You're not letting these trash mobs just walk away, right? You wind up and launch that spear with absolute zero chill. Thwack! You pin a gray wolf to the ground like it's a collector's item, and while you're at it, you snag a longbow off the floor. Zip! Zip! 2 more arrows take out the stragglers trying to flee. Just as you're about to go full predator mode, the lightning beast lets out a weak roar, calling you back. You turn around to see it struggling to stand on shredded legs, trembling hard. But, miraculously, its belly is totally unscathed. The beast looks to the heavens, lets out one final roar like it's dumping its entire MP bar, and thump! Its bloated belly collapses, revealing a newborn cub. The mama wolf ignores her own lethal wounds, looking at her kid with pure affection as she licks the gunk off her newborn. Mission accomplished. The mama beast looks at you, eyes filled with blood and pure emotion. She uses that big nose horn to nudge the cub toward you, then bows down like she's kneeling before a king. The vibe is crystal clear, bro. She knows she's about to hit the respawn screen, and she's asking you to look after her legacy. Your eyes start sweating. This is hitting you right in the feels. Don't worry, mama. I'll turn this little guy into an absolute unit. You tear off your tattered cloak and wrap the little cub up like it's the most precious loot ever. Dragging your exhausted, beat-up body, you stumble back toward the cave. You don't make it far before hearing the thud of the mama beast hitting the floor. She's officially logged off. Back at the cave, the tribe is on high alert, spears ready at the entrance. They see you coming back looking like a training dummy and swarms you with questions. You wave them off lazily, saying you just had a little run-in with a wolf pack and let a few get away. As you talk, you point at the cub tucked in your arms, telling them to watch this little beast like their own lives depend on it. Because from now on, our tribe is leveling up a legendary pet. That's when Stone runs up, pointing at 3 dead wolves nearby and yelling, "Boss, those wolves didn't make it far. They ran right into us, and we folded them immediately." You finally let out a sigh of relief. The pack has been officially wiped from the server. From now on, the tribe won't have to live in fear and look over their shoulders every single day. You took a look at them and told the whole squad the entire story about the gray wolves and the thunder beast. The women heard the story and started tearing up, unable to stop wiping their eyes. The guys kept a straight face, but you could tell they were feeling all sorts of things on the inside. Right then and there, you decided to bury the mother thunder beast on the hillside. From now on, this spot is officially Orphan Hill. The women all nodded in total agreement. The next part was way easier, since we basically have the location of the stone quarry locked down. You grabbed a small bag of natural crystals and told everyone to seal the cave entrance with rocks so some brainless beast wouldn't wander in and mess with the stash. After that, you took 10 people with you to Orphan Hill, dragged the wolf carcasses back, and piled up some branches to cover the thunderbeast for the night. The plan is to bring bronze shovels tomorrow to dig a proper grave and lay her to rest. The legend of the thunderbeast's orphan started spreading through the whole tribe like wildfire. The moms started telling all the kids about it. All the little ones crowded around to see the baby thunderbeast, their eyes full of sympathy. Most herbivores are built different. They're born and standing up to find milk within minutes. Give them about a month and they're already munching grass. Rhinos are basically the same, but the baby thunderbeast was born a month early. And it's been half a day, and the little guy still hasn't even opened his eyes. That night was freezing, so the thunderbeast pup and the 8 wolf cubs were all brought inside the cave. You even went out of your way to find 2 cows that were currently lactating, thinking they could feed the little ones. But neither side wanted any part of that nonsense. The wolf pups were too small to reach the udders, and the baby thunderbeast just wanted to sleep and refused to wake up to eat. You gritted your teeth and called over a dozen beefy dudes to step up and handle business. They started milking the cows by force, and the cows were screaming and crying in the pen all night long. Thankfully, all that struggle wasn't for nothing, as the little runts finally drank some fresh milk and managed to hang on to life. Especially the baby thunderbeast. You had to pry his mouth open and pour the milk in bit by bit. By that night, the baby thunderbeast had gone from sleeping silently to straight up snoring. The sight had the shaman hyped, and he ended up cuddling the little beast for the rest of the night. The next day, you followed the plan and led 20 people to Orphan Hill to dig a massive grave and lay the mother to rest. You stacked a huge pile of rocks on top of the grave, and from that moment, it became the official landmark of Orphan Hill. During the final month of winter, the tribe lived peacefully, but everyone stayed busy with their own grind. A week went by, and the wolf cubs finally started. 2 weeks later, the 8 wolf pups were already munching on meat soup and cooked food. They were acting like puppies that just hit their 1-month mark, zooming all over the clearing outside the cave. The pale red hue on the little thunderbeast started fading into a pure milky white, and little bumps were already forming where its horns should be. This time, it could actually stand up on its own, wobbling around to find the cow mom for some milk. The cow wasn't feeling it at first, but remembering the nightmare of being force milked, she just gave in and accepted her role as the thunderbeast's wet nurse. By the 3rd week, the workshop team finally cooked up something big. 70 standard issue longbows were finished. Every single bow passed your personal inspection, and honestly, the quality was top tier. Thanks to those new tools, these bows actually outperformed the one you were using. The women weren't slacking either, busy crafting feather arrows, though for now, they were just prepping the shafts and attaching the fletching. You're planning to forge bronze arrowheads once you get back from the mining trip, right? For now, the tribesmen are just burning through your old stock of training arrows. One morning, every adult in the tribe gathered up, lining up in 3 rows, each rocking a longbow for some target practice. You stood at the front, screaming out the targets. That straw bundle, 100 meters out. In a split second, it was just whoosh, whoosh, whoosh everywhere. Arrows were tearing through the air, but man, this first practice was absolute chaos. Some arrows hit the target, some just flew off into the sunset, and some guys literally dropped the arrow at their own feet before even firing. You couldn't tell if you wanted to laugh or cry, so you had to go around and fix their form one by one. With winter wrapping up, Shu Dan showed up at the tribe to trade again. This time, he brought 3 women and 6 boys along. All of them were from the Lim tribe. The boys who were sold off earlier were shocked and hyped to see their own people again. But in your heart, you knew exactly what was up. This gravy train of trading isn't going to last much longer. Slaves aren't infinite resources. Eventually, you're going to run out of people to trade. Looks like you need a new strategy if you want this tribe to keep leveling up. Meanwhile, the boat building project finally hit the final phase. Seeing that massive wooden beast finished, the tribesmen were absolutely losing their minds with excitement. They hadn't seen it hit the water yet, but everyone felt that main character energy since they all helped build it. Dali grabbed the side of the boat and tried to lift it with all his might, but the thing didn't even budge. He scratched his head, looking clueless. "Chief, this thing is a monster. How are we supposed to get it to the river?" You just gave him a smirk, pointed at the artificial canal nearby, and said, "We'll just move the canal to the boat instead." Dali's eyes popped out, looking totally lost. "But there's no water there, bro." You act all mysterious, waving at the crew. Then grab a shovel and tell everyone to haul the wheelbarrows and baskets along with you. Winter's finally dipping, and the weather's starting to heat up, which basically means It's high time to get this water flowing. You drag about 30 dudes with you, armed to the teeth with tools, heading straight for the man-made canal. The commotion is massive, and every tribesman who hasn't stepped out of the perimeter in forever is suddenly drawn to the scene. It's like a block party, and the kids are the most hyped of the bunch, dragging those 8 wolf pups who literally just turned a month old right along with them. They're laughing and sprinting at the front of the pack. Quabing isn't chilling either. He's out here dragging that thunder beast, Ben, who just finished nursing and is acting lazy as hell. Rubao and Huishan are long gone, and all you can hear is the sound of elephants trumpeting in the distance. Looks like those two are taking advantage of the early spring to go stir up some trouble. Getting to the end of the canal, there's only a thin, 2-meter strip of land separating the new canal from the small river. One final push to clear this, and the water will finally go full send. No time to waste. Everyone gets their jobs assigned. A few dudes jump into the ditch, swinging their shovels like absolute legends. The guys on the bank are loading dirt into baskets, while the rest are hauling that dirt to the dumping site. The whole squad is grinding, putting in that work with insane energy. Half the morning flies by, and there's only about 30 centimeters of dirt left. Suddenly, the bottom of the ditch starts seeping water, so you hurry up and tell everyone to scramble out. Once everyone is safe on the bank, you tie a rope around your waist, tell the tribesmen to hold the line, and hop back down into the ditch with your shovel. This final section is high stakes, so you gotta handle the heavy lifting yourself. You grip that shovel tight and start swinging with everything you've got. After a dozen massive strikes, the water starts gushing in even faster. In the blink of an eye, the pressure snaps, and a torrent of water comes shooting out like a raging beast. The sheer force of the current sends you flying backward. The tribesmen see it, start screaming, and pull that rope with everything they have, dragging you to safety in a heartbeat. The water keeps erupting with pure chaos, quickly eroding the breach into a massive hole a full meter wide. Everyone is stunned, standing on the bank, eyes glued to the scene, not even daring to blink as the river rages. The water is spinning into insane whirlpools, tossing fish high into the air like they're nothing. Those wolf pups have never seen anything like this in their short lives. They're terrified, yelping their heads off and scattering everywhere. Even Quabing and Ben are shook, tucking tail and hiding right behind your back. A little while later, the flow stabilizes, and the river and the canal are officially connected. The sharp-eyed women already have their baskets ready, waiting on the sidelines to start scooping up the fish like it's a buffet. The clan members went from total gloom to wide-eyed shock and pure hype in like 2 seconds. You just smirked and hit them with the, "So what do we think now?" Water is basically at your doorstep, fam. No more trekking miles just to get a drink. We're living in the future now. Everyone was losing their minds, realizing they'd been playing checkers while you were playing 4D chess. Back when you told them to stop hoarding food and start digging a river, they were all low-key thinking you'd lost your marbles. Then the river accidentally trapped some beasts, and people were out here calling it a trap instead of a masterpiece. It wasn't until the water started flowing that it finally clicked the absolute genius behind your master plan. But let's be real. This is only level 1. The true endgame is turning these riverbanks into a massive farm, so the tribe never has to worry about an empty belly again. Say less spring hit, and it's time to start the agricultural grind. By noon, the tribe was buzzing with main character energy. Everyone was vibing and celebrating, because the irrigation project was a certified W. After the feast, you grabbed some rope and led the squad to the designated rice paddy zone. Rice farming is high-level tech, bro. You gotta keep those fields submerged or it's game over. Irrigation is non-negotiable, and we've gotta crunch the numbers to maximize every inch of this land. Which leads us to the biggest problem of the season. How much rice are we actually planting? And how big do we need to make these fields? The wild rice here is massive. It's like double the size of the grains from your past life. Back on Earth, a kilo of rice is like 26,000 grains. But this wild stuff? It's built different, only about 10,000 grains per kilo. Looking at the limited seed supply, you started feeling the pressure. You spent your past life growing a few pathetic vegetables, so you're basically a total noob at farming rice. There's no way you're dropping all your seeds in one go. If this harvest fails, you're gonna look like the biggest clown in history. After some serious mental math, you gritted your teeth and decided to use half the supply, about 264,000 grains. But wait, how much rice can one mule of land actually handle? Based on the size of those swamp stalks, you crunched the numbers and settled on 64 mules. That might not be an infinite empire, but it's definitely a solid start. Imagine a plot 400 meters long and 107 meters wide. That's basically 6 football fields worth of rice. Once the grid was set, the farmland stretched out in a crisp line along the south bank of the canal. The edge of the field sits right near the wall. Time to start the irrigation grind. We're talking absolute precision. Every channel has its own vibe. Horizontally, we're digging 20 channels, each barely a meter wide and half a meter deep. stretching 110 meters straight south. The labor force is already locked and loaded. We're pulling 50 absolute units from the tribe for every shift. Luckily, the village stash has exactly 50 shovels ready to go, with everyone handling just over 2 meters each. These 20 channels are going to be finished in under 30 minutes. Light work. Everyone's grinding together, and the whole mission gets crushed in a single day. Like the plot armor was triggered on command, a light spring rain starts falling. Everyone who's been hibernating all winter finally gets a chance to exhale. Winter is officially a GG, but the other tribes out there aren't exactly chilling either. They're busy taking stock of the winter losses. And man, the vibes are stone cold depressing. Every other tribe is out here competing for who's having the worst time. In tribes under 100 people, losing 10 members is considered a lucky day. Most of the casualties? The kids and the frontline warriors. This winter was straight up infinite, and most tribes ran out of food way before spring. Left with no other play, they had to make the brutal call to ditch the little ones. Just had to watch them wither away. Truly tragic. The men braved the blizzard to hunt. The lucky ones found stray beasts or some nuts. The unlucky ones? They came back empty-handed and froze to death, or got wiped by a pack of beasts. Even the ones who made it back are mostly walking wounded. The number of people missing ears, fingers, or toes is insane, not to mention the ones left permanently disabled. Compared to those losers, our boys' tribe is living on easy mode. Not only are we fed, we're actually thriving. We've got more food than we know what to do with. The elder calls a meeting, saying we need to host a spring ceremony to manifest some good luck for the year. Our boy isn't against the vibe, but he's got his own blueprint for how this goes down. First off, we don't worship fake gods. We honor our ancestors. Plus, the ceremony needs some actual production value. Our boy sketches a plan to turn wooden barrels and stools into a massive drum. Then he has the tribe's women stitch a flag out of beast hide. He makes sure a giant, authentic Han character is embroidered right in the center. Once the setup is looking top tier, he gathers the whole squad, and the tribe kicks off their first ever historic ceremony. When the drums started booming, the whole tribe couldn't help but start vibing and dancing, filled with the joy of their current cozy life and hyped up for what the future holds. At this moment, they're low-key convinced that under your guidance, the tribe is definitely going to the moon. Once the ritual ended, everyone got back to their grind, according to your master plan. Since resources are mid right now, we've only got 2 double-blade plows to work with. You picked out the 2 most chill cows, hooked them up to the plows, and got ready to hit the fields. But since these cows are basically wild and feral, they have zero idea how to walk in a straight line. No choice, had to have one guy lead the cow by the nose, and another guy gripping the plow from the back to make sure the furrows are on point. Just like that. The bronze blades on those plows, every time they hit the dirt, they'd flip up a strip half a meter wide and 30 centimeters deep. Bro, the efficiency is actually goated. At this pace, we'll finish plowing the entire paddy field in 3 days tops, then we'll just level out the dirt properly, flood it with some water, and wait to drop the seeds. Row by row, the earth flipped over, completely changed the look of the field. That OG light green soil turned into fresh, fertile, dark brown dirt. A squad of new recruits who joined the tribe during winter grabbed their woven baskets, lined up across the freshly broken land, and started speed-running the task of picking out weeds and trash left in the dirt. About the fertilizer situation, you gave it a big think, and decided to put that on pause for now. For one, we're out of stock, and 2, this land is a virgin field. First time it's ever been farmed. After 3 days of grinding, the plowing and leveling were finally a W. But checking the morning and evening weather, it's still cold as heck, which honestly has you sweating. If we drop the seeds now, I bet they'll all freeze to death overnight. But that doesn't mean we're out of quests. The grass seeds we grabbed earlier are the perfect play for planting right now. Those wheatgrass and alfalfa seeds are going to be the main food supply for the tribe's livestock later on. To the west of the settlement, you already scoped out a dedicated field for the grass. Everyone grabbed bags full of seeds, spread out along the perimeter, and started sowing like pros. No need to stress about them surviving, honestly. The ground is still a bit muddy from the spring rain, which is a major W. As soon as those seeds hit the soil, they'll start rooting, and in a few days, we'll see those lush green sprouts popping off. Farming rice is a no-go for now. Since the tribe is chilling with zero responsibilities, how should we waste this free time? Suddenly, a light bulb moment. Let's upgrade everyone's footwear by crafting some grass sandals. You gather all the tribe's women, and personally demo how to weave the grass. Honestly, it's not rocket science. Just weave the grass horizontally and vertically into a soul shape. Then, just tie some little grass ropes around the ankles and boom, you're set. Once the prototype dropped, everyone went full sweatshop mode, deciding to have a massive spring cleaning session. The squad hits the riverbank. Some are scrubbing up, some are grooming furs, and others are doing the laundry. The absolute chads of the tribe didn't even care about the cold, just straight up weaving grass skirts to wear. Suddenly, the elder comes sprinting in like his life depends on it, yelling, "We're running out of salt!" That hit you right in the gut, just when you thought you could chill. The stress levels are back to sky high. Salt is the literal lifeblood of the tribe, so we need a plan. Stat. After running the numbers, you tell everyone to stick to cured meat for now, since it's packed with salt to keep the levels steady. The elder frowns and asks, "So we're just giving up on finding more? I heard there's rock salt hidden in a cave over at Shishan." You shake your head, knowing that cave is tiny and only kids could fit inside. And there's no way you're letting them risk it. But don't you worry about a thing. I've got a blueprint for some mountain-busting tech, but we're missing materials, so we gotta hit up Babao Mountain to mine some minerals. With the plan set, the tribe stays on the salt diet to grind it out, everyone working as one. You lead the team to plow 20 rice paddies right by the irrigation canal. After a solid grind, all 64 acres of rice fields are finally finished. Now it's time to move the mineral mining to the top of the agenda. A squad of guys starts hauling the wooden boat down to the canal. The boat is 3 meters wide, sitting in a 4-meter wide channel. Thing looks absolutely massive. The tribesmen are staring from the bank, whispering, "Is that thing actually gonna float with a person on it? It's definitely gonna sink the second someone steps on, right? You don't even blink. Just hop onto the boat like it's nothing." The boat wobbles for a second, then settles perfectly on the water like a boss. You turn around and flex on the crowd. Who else is trying to hop on? If you don't get in now, you're stuck pulling the boat from the bank all day. Seeing the flex, the squad hopped on the boats, ready for action. Everything was locked and loaded for the mission. Our main crew of 26 absolute units set off on their journey. Everyone looked ripped and kitted out with top-tier gear. They were rocking long spears, longbows, bronze shovels, and quivers packed with 50 feathered arrows each. The 4 dudes from the Big Tree tribe even brought along short-handled bronze axes for extra spice. The send-off was straight-up chaotic and hyped. Everyone in the tribe, young, old, and the rest, jammed the riverbank. The ladies were busy stacking dried meat and pottery onto the boats like pros. The kiddos were bouncing around with 8 wolf pups, just loving the vibe. Poor Kuei Bing looked like he was about to cry, grabbing your sleeve and shoving a snakeskin water bottle into your hand. You just ruffled his hair and said, "Relax, kid. I'm just out to mine some rocks. I'll be back before you know it." The squad started rowing upstream, heading toward the main canal. It was definitely a grind rowing against the current, but still way faster than walking. A few hours later, you hit the spot where you first met Daishu, right at the edge of the dark forest. You immediately hit the shore to set up camp and grab some chow. The whole crew had been grinding since sunrise. They needed a break. Once everyone inhaled their food, you loaded the gear and supplies onto the ox's back. You hid the boats in the forest, leaving the terrain expert Mu Kun and 4 teens from the Black Rat tribe to play guard duty. The remaining 20 members grabbed an ox each. They followed you out to start the mining grind. You turned back to give Mu Kun some final words of wisdom. "Mu Kun, I'm leaving you guys enough grub for the shift. You hold this position for about 7 days. Don't slack off. If you see enemies you can't handle, ditch the boats and dip toward Babao Mountain immediately. Whatever you do, don't lead those clowns back to the tribe." After lunch, the boats were tucked away, and the mining crew pushed deeper into the wild. But out of nowhere, right in the middle of a rainy night, things went south. A sudden, earth-shaking roar echoed through the forest, loud enough to pop your eardrums. Everyone bolted upright, terrified. We looked up and saw this absolute giant of a beast covered in nasty, golden-red fur. His muscles were so jacked he looked like he was about to explode. The beast was straight-up raging, charging headfirst into the tribe's campsite. Hui Shan and Ru Bao, the 2 mammoths in the front, roared back and charged the giant ape like total bosses. The giant ape wasn't even fazed, leaping from the trees and swiping Hui Shan away like he was absolute trash. Seeing that, your heart dropped into your stomach, and you started screaming at everyone to grab their gear. You were shaking like a leaf, but once you fumbled around and gripped that golden spear, you finally got a hit of that protagonist confidence. Everyone else gripped their wooden spears too, but their legs were literally jelly from the terror. The giant landed, opened its nasty, drool-dripping maw, and let out a roar that made everyone's brain feel like it was melting. Ignoring the migraine, you led the charge, yelling at the squad to strike while you lunged straight for the beast's chest. Bro had strength that defied physics, grabbing your spear and tossing you into the air like you were a piece of garbage. In a heartbeat, the monster snatched up some poor kid from the Black Rat tribe, snapped his neck like a twig, and used the corpse as a weapon to clear the crowd. Total chaos erupted, and you were screaming at the top of your lungs for everyone to scatter. With the squad finally regaining their sanity, they started using their bows and javelins to keep their distance. You waited for the opening to launch your spear, but the beast caught it mid-air before you could even land a deep hit. Meanwhile, Hui Shan recovered, went full berserk, and landed a massive sneak attack to shove the giant back. The giant went full rage mode and snapped one of Hui Shan's tusks off in retaliation. Just as things looked truly hopeless, you saw the giant struggling with the injury and went for a kill shot. Inspired by your grind set, the others swarmed in, landing 7 spears right into the beast's chest. The giant thrashed around, puked up a bucket of blood, and face-planted into the dirt for good. The tribe took heavy losses in this trash-tier encounter. 2 youngsters are dead, And Duner has a massive gash across his chest, while Dahlia got his head rattled so hard he lost 3 teeth. Plus, half the squad is nursing minor injuries. Before anyone could even catch their breath, a massive wall of noise started closing in from the distance. Your gut feeling went into overdrive, thinking, this is not good. A huge wave of enemies is incoming, so tell everyone to get ready to throw hands. That giant ape was probably just a pet for the Anshi tribe. Dada Shu looked like he was about to cry, eyes red and puffy as he tried to argue. But what about you? Where are you actually going? You stomped your foot in frustration, shouting that you'd stay back to distract the enemies and buy them time to run. Da Shu wanted to protest, but one look at your intense glare and he realized it was time to move. Then, you turned to the remaining tribe members and whispered, grab your bows and follow my lead. Toss your torches ahead so we can actually see these clowns when they walk into our trap. They obeyed, lighting up the area while everyone hid in the shadows, nerves stretched thin as a guitar string. Keep it quiet, wait for them to get close, and don't fire until I give the signal. Fire 1 arrow, don't even check if you landed it, and just start running for your life. Our goal is to bait these losers somewhere else. As the enemy closes in under the dim light, you can see they're covered in the weirdest tattoos, wearing literal human bones as drip, looking absolutely unhinged and terrifying. The leader of the cannibal tribe spots the dead giant ape, and his face instantly loses all color, screaming, yo, get over here, our boss just got folded. You don't speak their language, but you know this is a massive L, so you time it perfectly and let out a war cry. A volley of arrows instantly flies out, dead on target, leaving the enemies scrambling in a panic. Then you scream your lungs out, run for your lives, boys, intentionally leading the enemy toward the south. The chase drags on until they're right at the Black Rat tribe's doorstep. At that moment, the Black Rat tribe is just chillin', making breakfast. A woman heads out to the west to fetch some water, only to accidentally stumble upon a pack of weirdos, sneaking up with weapons in hand, and she's so shook, she almost drops her ceramic pot, forgetting the water entirely as she sprints back to the tribe, screaming at the top of her lungs, enemy contact! Hearing the commotion, Shu Dai immediately rallies the men to grab their stone spears for battle, while the women scramble for cover behind the stone wall. But the cannibal tribe couldn't care less, rushing forward and unleashing a barrage of stones. The Black Rat tribe doesn't have shields, so everyone is panic dodging, their formation falling apart, and then the cannibals start chucking bone spears, and just like that, several Black Rat tribesmen drop. Shu Dai is absolutely fuming, screaming at his boys to counterattack with their own spears, but their stone gear is absolute trash, zero range, and their pathetic volley does nothing. The cannibal sees the chance to storm the fence, knocking it over, and both sides engage in a brutal melee. Just as the Black Rat tribe, you led the tribe warriors down like literal gods dropping from the heavens, rushing out from behind the enemy's blind spot. First came a hail of arrows, with a single Longwu bolt piercing the back of an enemy, pushing the wall, sending him faceplanting into the dirt. The Black Rat tribe was absolutely shook, and when Shu Yun saw it was you, he immediately started bugging out, screaming that the tribe leader had arrived to save them. Everyone capitalized on the high ground, raining arrows down until the cannibal tribe didn't even know what hit them. After a few volleys, you roared for them to cease fire, grabbed your bronze spear, and shouted for everyone to charge. In a heartbeat, the squad turned into absolute beasts, storming the enemy formation and turning the tables in an instant. It didn't take long before the entire Anji tribe was wiped off the map. Seeing the slaughter finish, Shu Dai grabbed your hand in pure hype. Leader, thanks for coming through and helping us crush these losers. How did you even know we were in a pinch? Your heart skipped a beat, but you kept a straight face and started cooking up a story. We were out trekking in the middle of nowhere for resources. While passing through your northern dark forest, we ran into those cannibals. They sent a giant red-furred ape to gank us, but we clapped it instead. We realized those creeps were heading straight for your tribe. We tried to sprint over to warn you, but they beat us here, so we just showed up right on time. As soon as Shu Yu heard about the giant ape, he turned pale as a ghost, stuttering that it was the literal demon of Black Mountain, something their ancestors had warned them about, a harbinger of doom for the whole tribe. He dragged you into his tent, pointing at an ancient stone carving to spill the lore. Turns out the giant ape abducts people and forces them into a cannibal tribe just to use as a food supply. The Black Rat tribe was listening, absolutely terrified out of their minds. Shu Da immediately started begging you for help. You just let out a dry laugh and shook your head. I don't know how to kill that monster either. We just relied on some solid brick walls to hold the line. We only managed to take down that giant thanks to the power of the Hui Mountain. Shu Yu and Shu Da looked at each other, faces dropping with instant gloom. Shu Yu cautiously probed you, asking if the Black Rat tribe could build walls like that too. Hearing that, you immediately seized the moment and extended an invite. Even for our tribe, building walls that thick and sturdy would take forever, and a literal army of laborers. It would eat up so much time and manpower, it's not even funny. Plus, the amount of food needed to fuel that project? Massive. But if you guys team up with us, we'll build a fortress big enough for all of us to thrive. We'll all put in the work, And eventually, we'll have infinite food and top-tier gear. Shu Yu and Shu Da had a quick huddle to talk it over. Joining the tribe right now is honestly the best play they could make. It's safe, and hey, they get access to those OP weapons. So the duo approaches the MC, looking super serious as they state their case. We've decided to join your tribe, Chief. Just hope you treat us with the same respect as your own people. Hearing that, our boy is absolutely buzzing with excitement. Obviously, welcome to the squad. From now on, you're my people, and I treat everyone in this camp like family. Next, you handle the Black Rat tribe's relocation and lead everyone to regroup at the big tree. All the guys who caught hands in the last fight are finally starting to recover. No time to waste, so everyone gets straight to the grind. Babao Mountain is basically a loot crate filled with minerals. Everyone's putting in the work, mining tons of copper and realgar. They even specifically snagged some lime and iron pyrite while they were at it. The plan is to use the iron pyrite to cook up some sulfuric acid so we can blast open the mine entrance. Once the mining is done, you link up with Mukun and the crew watching the boats, then load the ore onto the transport. The boats are so heavy with ore that they're sitting dangerously low in the water. Barely enough room to squeeze in the rowers. The first dinner party was an absolute vibe. Everyone's eating, chatting, and the chemistry between the clans is leveling up fast. After the feast, the boys gathered around to geek out over our tribe's sharp weapons and elite tools. The ladies weren't just chilling either. They were bonding while perfecting their straw shoe and basket weaving tech. The newcomers were humble, learning the ropes and picking up our tribe's lingo on the fly. While everyone was busy playing their part, you were out there with a copper shovel and a cart, quietly grinding away near the livestock pens and the latrines. The elder happened to catch you in the act and walked over, looking totally confused. Leader, why are you digging up the latrine area? Is there actually something useful hidden in that pile of trash? Hearing that, you're triggered out of your mind and snap back. I'm not digging for literal SHT, I'm digging for the soil next to the latrine. The elder is just standing there looking confused, with literally zero brain cells processing what's happening. Like, why does the chiefs need that dirt so badly? It's not like you can use it to make some pottery or something. Bro, focus on the salt mines instead. We're actually running out of stock. Our tribe keeps growing, and the salt supply is looking thinner than a budget anime plot. You're low-key about to blow a fuse from all the backseat driving. Can't you see I'm busy cooking up a master plan here? I'm digging up this dirt specifically to clear the way for the stone mine. Look, just back off and let me work. I've got everything under control. The elder just watches your back as you hustle, still sus about the whole situation. How is digging in the dirt supposed to get us a stone mine anyway? Is the chief just making up random side quests now? Little do they know you're playing 4D chess while they're stuck on checkers. The soil near the latrine is packed with saltpeter, the good stuff. Extract that, and you've got the secret ingredient for high-tier explosives. And with explosives, blasting through those rocks is going to be light work. You've got the tribe ladies refining the saltpeter, and honestly, the process is basically just fancy salt making. Next day, you've got pure white saltpeter crystals ready to go. Saltpeter checked off. Now we need to figure out how to synthesize nitric acid and glycerin. Then, we synthesize it into nitroglycerin, the ultimate meta weapon for raw destruction. Getting glycerin is easy. You just extract it from animal fat. Big W for us. The Wolfpack attack last winter left us with a massive stockpile of lard, so we're not running out of supplies anytime soon. The real headache is the sulfuric acid, which needs a reaction with saltpeter. But we've got zero supply of that on deck. Time to pivot. You're eyeing that pyrite ore by the coal-burning pit. You scope out a solid, flat patch of land to set up the lab. Everything is organized, and you're moving with that main character efficiency. You build a fire pit, stack the pyrite ore around the wood, and pile it up like a pro. You pack the wood down tight, leaving just a couple of vents at the bottom to spark the flame. Then you slap a thick layer of dry grass over the whole ore pile. Top it off with a layer of wet mud to seal the deal. Don't forget to leave some ventilation holes at the bottom and the top, or the whole thing is a bust. Setup complete. You grab a stick, light the tinder, and carefully torch. The ore contains carbon and sulfur, so in a split second, it's already burning like crazy inside that mud shell. This thermal reduction reaction isn't exactly a speed run. It's going to take at least half a month. While you've got some downtime, you decide to start crafting a distillation setup, getting ready to refine sulfuric acid, nitric acid, and soda ash. As for the tedious work like drying and firing the equipment, you trust the tribe to handle that without messing it up. You decide to use the spare time to go check on the livestock. Seeing the weather warming up, the tribe's animals are all molting at once like they planned it. You slap your thigh in realization. The time is now. And start prepping for the planting season. The warehouse is stacked with wild rice, peanuts, chili seeds, and even agave seeds. You gotta soak the peanuts first, so you grab a few of the nimble-handed girls, find a clear patch of land, and start getting to work. The rat tribe shaman walks by, watches the whole thing, and wanders over, asking, "Leader, what is everyone doing? Why aren't you guys just eating these hard seeds?" You smirk and explain, "We're farming these now, and keep this in your head. This stuff is called a peanut. The shaman mumbles the word a few times, still looking confused as hell. So what exactly is farming? You patiently start counting on your fingers to break it down for the old man. Farming is simple. In the spring, you bury these seeds in the dirt, give them some water, and boom, they grow into a plant. Come autumn, that one buried peanut turns into dozens, maybe even hundreds of seeds. We're planting 4 baskets of these, and by harvest time, we'll have 400 baskets, maybe even thousands. The rat shaman's jaw hits the floor. His eyes are bugging out in pure disbelief. You give him a confident nod. If we farm them right, the returns are basically infinite. And it's not just peanuts. We're planting rice too. Rice is even better. You sow 1 grain in spring and get 10,000 times that back in autumn. This is exactly what I told you guys before. Using this land to feed all 6,000 of us. Chuda, standing nearby, pricks up his ears and rushes over to get in on the action. I see, we really gotta make sure we nail this. This whole farming thing sounds way more important than hunting expeditions. You give him an approving nod. Chuda used to be a leader for a reason. He catches on quick. Suddenly, the rat shaman looks like he just had a light bulb moment, shouting excitedly, "Leader, I just remembered we actually packed a few more bags of peanuts when we moved. Can we actually grow that stuff? We've got plenty of food now, so I say we dump the whole stash into the fields." Hearing that, your face lit up like a Christmas tree. That's music to my ears. Go pick out the best peanuts, and I mean the ones that aren't trash. The rat tribe leader nodded like a bobblehead and sprinted off to get his squad sorted. The old man was hyped and scrambled to gather the boys. Bright and early the next day, Chudai and his clan tried to pull a pro-gamer move by strapping bronze plows to the cows, while one of the tribe's veteran ladies took the lead. Chudai held onto the plow from behind, watching the earth roll up like a wave under that bronze blade. Chudai was shook and hyped at the same time. 2 cows and 4 plows going ham, clearing land at light speed while you weren't slacking either. You spent the morning soaking 22 pounds of rice seeds in a water basin, making sure they stay in the soak for at least 24 hours. While those were marinating, you picked a spot west of the rice paddy, dug a trench to channel water in, and got the seedbed ready. Once the peanuts were sorted, they went into the soak too. You can plant peanuts directly in the field, but only if the soil is prepped to perfection. To get the rice, peanuts, and chili peppers all planted at once, Chudai had everyone grinding in the fields. They were hitting those 136 acres from sunrise to sunset, and the whole squad was absolutely wiped. But the grind didn't stop. When the boys were tired, they swapped out, and when the cows were gassed, they switched those out too. Those 2 bronze plows were putting in work, churning up the earth non-stop. In less than 2 days, every inch of the designated land was plowed, leaving the soil loose and airy. The weeds got deleted, and the seeds were pulled out of the soak, wrapped in thatch, watered, and parked next to the furnace to sprout. On the 3rd day, the squad started casting the sprouted rice seeds into the fields, covered them with a thin layer of soil, and finished by digging a small sluice gate in the ditch, letting the water flow right into the paddies. Peanuts have their own rules. 1/2 meter between rows, 15 centimeters between plants. You are out there in the zone, holding a bowl of peanuts in your left hand while your right hand gripped a 15-centimeter pointed wooden stick. You used the stick to measure the gap, poked a hole, dropped 2 peanuts in, covered them up, and moved to the next one. Rinse and repeat. Finally, you gave the whole field a good soak. Planting the chilies followed the same strat. 1/2 meter spacing between rows, 30 centimeters between plants. Dig, drop, cover, water, done. Throughout the whole farming arc, all 200 members of the tribe were out there grinding, and you were no exception. Many hands make light work, and 140 acres of fields were finished in just half a day. And honestly, nobody was even feeling that drained. On the 2nd day after the planting, Bo Luo went right back to the usual grind. The old man kept firing up the kiln, bringing in some of the older kids from the new tribe to help him cook. That pottery wasn't just for the tribe's daily drip, but also to stack up for future trades with other tribes. Haozi, Dazui, and the Damao brothers were on point. Mao was obsessed with metallurgy, and seeing their craft leveling up, our boy decided to buff their squad with more manpower. Once the hunting squad got those gear upgrades, hunting turned into a total cakewalk. Absolute slaughter. They had way more loot than they could eat, but with the heat spiking, the food was spoiling, so they had to AFK from hunting for a bit. But you think our boy would let them slack off? Nah. He sent a crew up the mountain to harvest thorns from the man-eating trees. These thorns make top-tier arrowheads and are a huge strategic flex, so he needed to stockpile them and maybe plant a few more of those trees while he was at it. Another squad got sent to clear cut, saving the logs for base building and drying the branches for fire. And the final squad? They were sent into the woods to catch chickens. Our boy was dead set on scaling up his livestock operations, because farming birds is the ultimate meta. He wasn't about to keep chasing wild chickens every time he got hungry, so he focused on that sustainable grind. There were tons of birds nearby, like grouse, guinea fowl, and red-tailed silkies. He carved out a plot next to the rabbit pens, building a chicken coop from bricks, wood, and thatch, locking it down with a fence taller than a man. Once the birds were caught, he clipped their wings and tails so they couldn't just fly away like NPCs. As for feed, he just grabbed wild greens from the nearby meadows. The alfalfa and ryegrass were growing wild, basically an infinite food glitch for the chickens. Early on the third day, the rat tribe shaman and the elder were huddled up, whispering like they'd just discovered a secret exploit. As soon as our boy stepped out, they caught him red-handed. The elder shouted, voice cracking with hype, "Leader, get over here! That rice you were talking about finally sprouted." Our boy was still half asleep, but that news hit different. He sprinted straight for the rice paddies. He looked down and saw those tiny green sprouts pushing through the mud, and man, he got a little emotional, voice actually trembling. "It's perfect, it actually worked. I can finally eat real rice again." The elder looked at him, completely confused, and asked, "Leader, you good?" Our boy kept his composure, turned around, and "Tell everyone in the clan to stay away from the fields. No exceptions. If anyone ruins these seedlings, they're losing their lunch privileges for a day, and put the kids in charge of the livestock and wolf pups. Keep them out of the fields, or they're going to be fasting until tomorrow. Anyone caught messing with the food supply is getting their own rations docked." The one-eyed clan shaman chimed in with some unsolicited advice. "Leader, maybe we should just put up a fence around the perimeter." You waved him off, saying it's a massive waste of manpower and time. Just making the rules clear to everyone is more than enough. And big surprise, when the announcement hit during breakfast, nobody complained, because they know this is their future survival. By day 7, the ginger and chili seedlings were finally popping out of the dirt. The rice plants sprouted their first set of leaves. The whole field was looking vibrant, green, and full of life. The red-tailed chicken coop was booming with over 30 birds, and the bunnies were about to multiply. You looked at the livestock, then thought about that four-wheeled wagon that's still just a blueprint. Metal production is the ultimate bottleneck, holding the whole tribe back from greatness. Before, we were broke on copper, so all the cool tech had to stay on the shelf. Now that the ore supply is locked in, projects like saddles, wagons, and wooden barrels are finally back on the menu. Saddles are easy enough, and they'll fit those giant stags perfectly. After finishing the saddle, you were hyped to grab a full-grown stag, strapped the saddle on, and hopped right on its back. Took a victory lap around the western pasture of the tribe. Not gonna lie, the vibe was immaculate. Once that was done, you got right back to the grind on the wooden barrels. The tribe needs portable water containers, and pottery is too fragile and leaky, so wooden barrels are the meta. You mapped out the dimensions, grabbed some leftover fur scraps from the boat build, and told Mu-chun and the boys to follow your lead. Just like that, barrels of every shape and size started rolling off the assembly line. Now the tribe has barrels for transport, everyday storage, and even ones with handles. The elder looked at the stash of barrels and couldn't help but ask, "What are we even going to do with all these?" You smirked and explained, "We use them, duh, and whatever we don't need, we trade with other tribes. These barrels are way more cracked for water storage than pottery. People are going to be fighting over them. But we aren't trading them unless we're getting some strong men back in the deal." With the water storage sorted, you went full try-hard mode on that four-wheeled wagon. The most important part of the build is obviously the wheels. The crafting process is high-key complicated, and the load-bearing requirements are no joke. The old way of making carts is definitely not going to cut it anymore. He thought it over, handed Muzwan 2 sets of precise specs, and told him to get those 4 wheels built to size. No excuses. Too big, too small, and tell him to use the sturdiest wood he can find. Shaping those large wheels is a massive time sink, and our boy's got zero time for that. He turned his back on that grind to handle some actual high-priority tasks. In a blink, the pyrite sludge had been roasting for 11 days. Looks like the timer is finally running out. Next up, he needed to cook up some nitric acid, so he went full hermit mode for 2 days to avoid blowing himself up in front of the tribe. Finally scored 2 big jars of sulfuric acid and over 100 pounds of iron oxide crystals. These crystals are the real deal. Pure iron dust, the MVP, for every smithing project from here on out. Once you've got the sulfuric acid on lock, making nitric acid is basically speedrun. He pulled out a brand new distillation rig, dumped the refined saltpeter, the girls prepped along with the sulfuric acid into the pot, and let it cook. It didn't take long before he bagged himself some high-grade nitric acid. Even with both nitric acid and concentrated glycerin in hand, he didn't dare slack off. This nitroglycerin stuff is straight up bipolar. One slight bump or a bit too much heat, and you're joining the afterlife instantly. To play it safe, mixing it right before the mission is the ultimate galaxy brain move. He ordered the boys to forge a batch of arrowheads with a 5:2 copper-tin ratio, specifically demanding a few with rounded heads. That way, he can trigger the boom from a safe distance. Smart, reliable, and definitely not a suicide mission. Early the next morning, he stood in the center of the tribe and made a loud announcement to the crowd. "Ladies, hold down the fort today, and all you men, grab your gear and follow me. It's time to go get us some salt." That call had everyone hyped. and the squad started rubbing their hands in anticipation. Shu Yu heard the commotion and rushed over. "Can I come along too?" Ever since Kui Bing got over his sickness, the kid's been sharper than ever. He ran up and hugged our boy's leg, pulling a classic "please let me go" move. "Leader, I really want to go. I promise I'll be on my best behavior." He chuckled, thought about it for a second, and finally gave the nod. "Fine, you two can tag along. Elder, you stay behind and keep the tribe on lock." The elder didn't even hesitate, agreeing to the plan without missing a beat. Even though he was dying of curiosity, he knew someone had to babysit the tribe. Kui Bing was so hyped he jumped for joy, sprinting off to grab his pony. Before long, a squad of 50-plus warriors marched out, looking absolutely menacing. Ru Bao and Hui Shan took point, leading the charge with that main character energy. Everyone showed up looking like a survivalist squad, packing shovels, bows, and cattle loaded with massive wooden crates. Kui Bing was riding on Ben Ben, his little head swiveling everywhere, eyes lit up like he just won the lottery. Our boy was carrying 2 jars steady as a rock, one packed with nitric acid and the other with glycerin. The squad trekked until the afternoon, finally pulling up to that mysterious, suspicious-looking cave. He signaled for the crew to take a breather and grab some grub. The guys started unboxing their lunch, trying to recharge their stamina. Half an hour later, he stood up and clapped his hands, telling everyone it's go time. The beefy dudes immediately surrounded the cave entrance, shoving those massive boulders aside like they were light as feathers. Dali scratched his head, looking totally confused, and asked, "This cave entrance is tiny. How are we supposed to crack the rock? It's built like a tank, literally too hard to smash." He scanned the entrance with a cold, analytical gaze and commanded, "Bring those 2 jars over here. Everyone else, get outside, grab your shovels, and start digging a pit." With that, he handed Dashu a flaming torch. He pointed at the mine entrance and said, "Take this torch and plant it right at the mouth of the cave. I'm heading out to scope the perfect firing position." Dashu took the torch without a word and speedwalked to the entrance. He stepped outside, scanning the terrain with eyes as sharp as a hawk's. About 80 meters out, he spotted a perfect little mound of dirt. The view was crystal clear. He could see Dashu's torch perfectly, meaning it was a straight line of sight to the entrance. Perfect trajectory for a clean shot. He jammed a branch into the ground to mark the spot and yelled for the crew to start digging. "Dig it waist deep. Keep the dirt piled up towards the cave side. And pack that dirt down hard with your shovels." The squad got the message, grabbed their gear, and started digging like their lives depended on it. Once the pit was almost done, he ordered everyone to take the cattle and retreat a kilometer away to the bottom of Camel Bone Hill. "There's going to be a massive blast soon. The ground's going to shake. Just wait for the smoke to clear before you come find me." The tribesmen nodded like soldiers and dipped out with the cattle. He hauled those 2 jars back into the cave. The light was dim, the campfire was flickering, and the tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. He took a deep breath, cracked open the jar of concentrated glycerin, added the nitric acid drop by drop, and carefully stirred it with a wooden rod. It took over 10 minutes of intense, high-stakes precision. One wrong move and after getting his hands on a jar of nitroglycerin, our boy placed it at the mine entrance and carefully packed rocks around it to keep it steady. No room for error, he's cooking now. Immediately after, he hunkered down and headed deeper into the shadows. He lit a campfire to act as a beacon, making sure he could lock onto his target from all the way outside. With the setup complete, he bolted to his hiding spot, heart pounding like a drum. He was sweating bullets, but his gaze remained locked and focused. He stared down that clay jar glowing in the firelight deep inside the cave. He was 80 meters from the entrance. The ore was 35 meters deep, making the blast zone a cool 115 meters away. That's an easy shot for a pro, but today, this single arrow decides everything. He forced himself to chill out, pushing down the nerves to keep his aim steady. Seeing the coast was finally clear, he drew his bow and locked onto the target. Thwip! The string snapped with a piercing ring, and the feathered arrow soared like a shooting star. He didn't waste a millisecond. He tossed the bow, dove into a crouch, and covered his ears like his life depended on it. The next second, a world-shaking blast went off, like the very sky was tearing apart. The shockwave erupted like a tsunami, rippling outward in a deadly circle of destruction. The mine entrance was vaporized into a bottomless crater. Massive veins of ore that had been hidden for ages were suddenly exposed to the light of day. A pressurized blast of air exploded from the mouth of the cave, carrying a hailstorm of debris. In a blink, it shredded the cover hiding his spot. He didn't have time to dodge and got buried under the rubble. Every bird within a 500-meter radius dropped dead on the spot. Huge tree branches were snapped off like toothpicks. Over at Luo Daguo Mountain, a kilometer away, his tribesmen were waiting on edge, praying for a miracle. Suddenly, a massive tremor shook the earth beneath them. Shu Wu, leaning on his staff, stumbled and face-planted straight into the dirt. Debris and rocks rained down like fireworks, with fist-sized boulders flying all the way to Luo Dagu Mountain. The herd of wild cattle panicked, thrashing around, but they were tied to the trees and stuck. Ben's legs turned to jelly, and he hit the dirt, while Ruo Bao and Hui Shan panicked and scrambled down the slope like cowards. Daishu screamed at the top of his lungs, Everyone get down! The crowd snapped out of their trance and hit the deck, though Shuwu just stood there like an NPC who glitched out. His face was pure shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. A few minutes later, the elder and the rest of the distant tribe heard a thunderous boom. Right after, they saw a massive flock of birds scattering in terror on the horizon. The elder waved his staff like a madman and screamed, "It's the leader!" That absolute unit actually cracked the mountain open. The women and children watching this scene started popping off, absolutely hyped. "Let's go! We've actually got salt again." Meanwhile, at the Li tribe camp over on the east side of the creek, the big boss, Mao Li, was leading his hunting squad on a mission when suddenly, a literal screen-shaking explosion rocked the whole place. Everyone whipped their heads around, seeing nothing but a massive dust storm rising up in the west. Mao Li's face was looking sus as he muttered, "What on earth just went down over there? Is the god of this world throwing a tantrum or something?" One of his tribe members started shaking. "Bro, I think that came from across the creek." Mao Li kept his cool and said, "Everyone chill. We're heading back to ask the shaman. The shaman talks to the gods. He's probably got the inside scoop on this chaos." With that, he tossed his kill over his shoulder and started speedrunning back to the tribe. 10 clicks south in the forest, a squad of over 50 dudes was on the move. This was the nomadic Yung tribe, basically professional messengers who never settle down and travel between camps. The squad leader was this absolute unit of a guy, around 20 years old, named Fu, clutching a low-poly primitive map in his hand, showing all the major rivers and mountain ranges. Suddenly, another massive blast echoed through the air, sounding like a literal thunderclap. The whole crew stopped dead in their tracks, looking around like lost NPCs. Fu's expression went from chill to serious real quick, and he signaled the squad to hold up. He went into full stealth mode, ears pricked, listening for any sign of movement, his eyes scanning the area with that main character focus. A tribe member nearby started losing his mind. "Fu, that sound is majorly sus. Is some high-level beast out here causing trouble?" Fu frowned. "Keep your head on straight, don't panic." That noise came from the northwest, and something that loud is definitely not normal. He slammed his map onto the ground, tracing the mountain ranges with his finger, his eyes narrowing as he started connecting the dots. Northwest is the Shishan region. Aside from a few wild beasts, it's usually empty, so what gives? To have that kind of energy going off today, could some other tribe be pulling some crazy stunt? The squad started whispering, looking stressed and ready to dip at the first sign of trouble. Foon stood up and barked, "Stow the chatter, we're moving in to scout it out, but keep your weapons ready." They nodded instantly, pulling out their stone axes and wooden spears, creeping toward the blast site like they were ready for war. At this point, the Shishan cave had been blasted into a total wreck. Our boy was buried deep in a hidden pit. He could feel the crushing weight of the earth pinning him down like a literal slab. His chest was tight, and every single breath felt like his lungs were being shredded to pieces. He twisted his body with everything he had, clawing at the dirt like a maniac, only focused on one thing: getting out of this hole ASAP. After what felt like forever, a faint, worried voice drifted in from the outside. Leader, where are you?" It was Dashu and the squad. He instantly hyped himself up, channeling every drop of life force to claw his way to the surface. His hands were moving like a frantic mole, digging and shoving dirt aside like his life depended on it. With one final grunt, his head finally popped out of the ground. He gasped, greedily sucking in that sweet, sweet, fresh air. "I'm right here," he screamed, his voice sounding like gravel thanks to all that dust he inhaled. Daishu and the crew heard him and rushed over instantly. Seeing our boy in such a pathetic, dirt-covered state, their eyes went red with tears, and they didn't even hesitate to drop their bronze shovels. They started digging him out with their bare hands like crazy people, muttering under their breath, "Boss, we finally found you. You scared the absolute living hell out of us. That explosion nearly gave us a heart attack." But he just shook off the dust and laughed, saying he was totally fine. Then he immediately led the crew to inspect the mine. The gang gathered around and slowly approached the cave entrance. The once narrow hole had been blasted into a massive crater, the size of a few houses. The walls of the pit were lined with layer upon layer of pure white ore. It was shimmering under the sunlight like a total cheat code. It basically looked like a mountain of straight-up silver. Everyone was shook, standing there in total silence, completely stunned by the view. But our boy isn't about wasting time. He barked at everyone to stop staring and start harvesting the loot. The squad snapped out of it and jumped into action, grabbing the oxen and hauling crates and baskets to the pit. They grabbed their bronze shovels, carefully chipping away at the massive chunks of ore. A few of the smarter tribesmen started braiding vines into ropes to haul those heavy rocks up. But while everyone was grinding, you caught a glimpse of some slumped-over figures in the cave, and your heart just dropped. You got a closer look, and your face went pale. It was the dried-up corpses of some kids. These poor little guys were just skin and bones, wearing rags, curled up in the corner in the most twisted way possible, like they went out in pure agony and despair. Your eyes got all misty, and you felt that hit right in the feels. You turned around and told the squad to gather some firewood, We're giving these kids a proper send-off. Help a soul on their way, even if it's just for a little bit." The crew nodded, looking somber as they went to hunt for wood. Before long, a bonfire was roaring inside the cave, flames dancing high, illuminating the grim looks on everyone's faces, like they were burning away the lingering spirits of the little ones. Once it was done, you took a deep breath, trying to shake off the gloom. You shouted to the squad to pick up the pace. "Let's clear this ore and head back to the tribe." Everyone cheered, moving even faster than before. After a long grind, every crate and basket was packed to the brim. Seeing the sun dipping, you gave the signal to wrap it up. "We're heading back to the tribe to feast like kings tonight." Everyone cheered, loading up the loot and ready to roll. The squad headed out, looking like absolute units on the march. But they didn't get far before some sketchy rustling broke out in the southern woods, getting louder by the second. You went straight into high alert, signaling the squad to freeze as you drew your bow, growling out a warning. Everyone went dead silent, ready to throw hands. The crew gripped their weapons, locking into a defensive stance, eyes glued to the dark forest. In a flash, a bunch of guys in beast pelts swarmed out of the trees, led by some local boss from the Doe tribe. He held his hands up high, trying to act like he wasn't looking for a fight. "Yo, chill, we're just from the Doe tribe. We were passing by, heard all the commotion, and just wanted to see what the vibe was." You didn't lower your guard for a single second. Your arrow was still aimed at his head as you cold-bloodedly asked, "I've never heard of you frauds. What are you actually trying to pull?" The leader started yapping. "Look, our Doe tribe is nomadic. We don't have a permanent crib. We basically just run errands between the different tribes, dropping news, calling meetings, that sort of thing. It's not like I just happened to run into you guys and caused a massive scene. I was just curious, okay? Besides, looking at your gear, you guys are clearly from a major tribe, so I figured I'd try to network a little." You narrow your eyes, scanning Fu up and down. You're thinking this group showed up out of nowhere, which is definitely sus. They claim they aren't trying to start beef, but you know you gotta keep your guard up. You keep it casual and ask, "So tell me, what kind of sincerity are you bringing to the table?" Fu scratches his head. "Sincerity, huh? We've got the inside scoop on all sorts of drama between the local tribes. Plus, we know exactly where all the best resources are hidden. All of this info we're happy to share with you guys. And look, if you ever need someone to run errands or handle grunt work, we're your guys." You scoff and tell him that doesn't really cut it. You roll your eyes, suddenly remembering something. "Wait, just a few days ago, we heard some intel about a massive spring festival. This festival is basically the annual summit for all the tribes in the region. Dozens of tribes roll up just to trade supplies and show off their loot, comparing techniques and trading intel. This info has got to be useful for your tribe, right?" You hear that, and your interest is officially piqued. You know that if your tribe wants to hit the big leagues, you can't just stay isolated. You need those external resources. This spring festival is basically a golden ticket, but you keep your face completely blank, acting like it's just some random festival info. Who knows if it's cap or not, but let's assume it's legit for a second. Why would you just hand that info over for free? Seems like you're cooking up some ulterior motive, don't you think? Fu gives a nervous laugh and rubs his hands. "Look, I won't lie to you. We've been traveling for ages, our supplies are totally tapped, and we're starving to death out here. If you can hook us up with some food, I'll spill every single detail I have on that festival, no cap." You frown, looking back at the cattle loaded with ore, feeling a bit conflicted. "We're barely holding it together ourselves, and we need every bit of this food just to make it back to the base." He looks at you with those pathetic puppy eyes, begging for just a few scraps of jerky or some wild greens to stop the hunger pangs. He promises that once we get back to the tribe, he'll make sure you get paid back double. You think it over for a second, but end up shaking your head. "It's just not happening right now. How about this? You come back to our tribe with us, and we'll treat you to some actual food and drinks when we get there. And you better make sure you spill all the tea on that festival once we arrive." As soon as Fu hears that, his eyes light up like it's Christmas. "Say less, big thanks for the generosity. We're officially down to follow your lead." And just like that, the two squads linked up and started the slow trek toward his tribe's base. As night fell, his tribe members lit up their torches, making the whole crew look like a massive, winding fire dragon slithering through the dark. The guys from the Doa tribe couldn't take their eyes off the glowing torches, looking totally starstruck and impressed, so they couldn't help but creep up to you, asking out of curiosity, "Boss, those torches of yours are built different. They're so bright. How do you even make those? We usually suffer so much just trying to walk around at night." You just chuckled, grabbed a torch, and said it's literally the easiest life hack ever. Just grab a sturdy stick, wrap the top with thick cloth and dried grass, soak it in grease, and light that bad boy up. Fu was nodding like crazy, saying, "Absolute genius. I'm definitely telling my guys to copy this." They kept chatting away, and before they knew it, they arrived at your tribe's territory. The Doe tribe guys walked in, and their jaws literally hit the floor, completely stunned by what they saw. They were looking at these massive, thick-as-heck defensive walls surrounding the place. The houses were all neatly organized, with people and livestock everywhere. The whole vibe was just straight up thriving. It couldn't help but gush. Your tribe is massive, man. You've got everything set up perfectly. This is easily the most cracked settlement I've ever seen. You just smirked and told your clan members to hook the Dull Tribe guys up with a place to crash. Then you ordered the squad to bring out some piping hot food and drinks. Everyone was vibing, eating meat and drinking. The atmosphere was honestly a total W. After the feast, Fu piped up. Leader, thanks for the hospitality. It's time I kept my word. The Spring Festival is happening in 2 weeks at the junction of the Big River to the east. You've got like 30 surrounding tribes pulling up. It's going to be absolute chaos. You gave a slight nod, making a mental note of all the festival info. Any specific rules for this Spring Festival I should know about? Like trade regulations? Or any competition brackets? Lay it all out for me. Give me the details. Fu shrugged, saying the rules are actually pretty extra. You gotta bring the absolute best loot your tribe has as a sinna. Gate pass? Most trades happen via barter, where both sides haggle until they agree on a fair value. The competition events include everything from hunting contests to flexing your best crafting skills. The winning tribe gets a massive loot drop and a serious boost to their street cred. You're low-key vibing with the idea, already calculating what your tribe needs to prep. Suddenly, Fu gathers his courage and decides to test the waters. Oh, great leader. Your tribe is absolutely loaded. I mean, look at that massive herd you're rocking. Is there any chance you could spare just one cow for us? We'll definitely pay you back later. We'll be your errand boys, no cap. Hearing that, your expression immediately shifts. Cows are a no-go, since your tribe needs them for the grind. If you guys are starving, I can toss you some food, or we can negotiate a trade. Anything else is on the table. But the cows are staying with me. Fu looks bummed for a second, but he keeps his game face on. Alright boss, so what kind of stuff can we actually trade for? You think for a sec and reply, we've got pottery. Got all sorts of designs, so if you need some, just bring the right supplies to make a swap. Or if you've got something rare or exotic, we're totally down to make a deal. Fu keeps nodding like a bobblehead. Got it, got it. After the feast, everyone heads back to crash for the night. But Fu is just tossing and turning, unable to catch any sleep. He's obsessed with how much potential your tribe has, and that cow situation is living rent-free in his head. After overthinking it, he gets up, stalks over to your place, and gives the door a light tap. Leader, you awake? I've got some business I really need to talk over with you. You crack the door open, see it's Fu, and immediately start frowning. It's way too late for this. What do you want? Fu puts on his best please don't kill me face, and says, Leader, I've been thinking. Our tribe might be broke, but we are top tier at doing your grunt work. Scouting for resources, running intel on other tribes. We're built for the grind. Can you at least reconsider the cow situation? Just name your price. If it's within our power, we'll go full sweat mode for you. You cross your arms, narrowing your eyes as you size this clown up. Bro's doing some quick math in his head, realizing this guy travels everywhere. His connections and resources are probably cracked. If our boy can recruit him, that's a massive W for the tribe. You take a moment to weigh your options before dropping the truth. Since you're so thirsty for this deal, I'm just gonna be straight with you. Right now, the tribe is absolutely dripless. We need clothes. Bad. It's getting warmer, and the population is booming, so our current stash isn't cutting it. If you can hunt enough beast hides and find hemp for sewing, or at least point me to a vendor, then maybe, just maybe, we can talk about that cow. Fu's eyes light up. He beats his chest and swears. Don't worry, Chief, leave it to us. We roam between tribes all day. We know exactly where the best hides and hemp are hiding. Give me 3 days max, and I'll bring you back the premium goods. You pull a smirk, looking like the ultimate mastermind. Bet. Don't go capping on me now. You deliver, and that cow is yours to take. If you fail, don't ever bring this up again. Fu nods like a bobblehead and dips, looking hyped as hell. Watching him leave, you're feeling real optimistic about the future. You know this is the golden ticket for your tribe to hit the big leagues. On the third day, Fu rolls back up to the tribe. He actually found a spot loaded with hemp plants. The only problem is, it's a marathon away. Even for a guy as fast as him, it's a full day's trip. You just chuckle, pull out an antlered stag, and show him how it cuts the travel time down to a few hours. Fu has seen these stags before, but never imagined you could actually tame these beasts. You show him the ropes on how to steer the mount, and get it to stop. One quick lap, and bro is already obsessed with this new cheat code for travel. He shoots his shot. Hey, can you throw this stag into the deal too? You shut that down real quick. Pick either the cow or the stag. The payment I'm asking for is already a steal. Fu doesn't argue. He just starts plotting on how to get more deals in the future. Next morning at the crack of dawn, you and Fu head out, each riding your own stag. Before leaving, you tell your tribe to prep the north side of the river so you can start farming the hemp as soon as you're back. You two blaze a trail heading northwest on those mounts. A journey that usually takes a full day is already half done by the time the sun is at its peak. The spot Fu mentioned is a massive hillside covered in green. That whole area is just overflowing with hemp plants, spanning over 2,000 acres. yet there's not a single other species in sight. She frowned immediately, sensing this dude is bad news since someone clearly planted all this. If we get caught, we're definitely getting our asses handed to us. Are you not looking for this kind of grass? Fusak pointed toward the endless fields of hemp stretching across the hillside. It's the right stuff, but you realize this whole patch has an owner, right? Is there any tribe nearby? There's one called the Bibian tribe, but they don't exactly roll out the red carpet for outsiders. That's why we've mostly avoided this place. Damn it, kid. You doing this on purpose? You trying to set me up, you little rat? But since we're already here, I'm not leaving empty-handed. We'll just swipe some and dip. With that, she grabbed a huge basket off the stag's back and went into full-on loot mode. Seeing that, Fook grabbed his bone knife and started grinding away too. But just as they were mid-heists, the sound of wooden staves hitting the ground echoed from all sides. You jumped out of your skin. It's over. We've been caught red-handed. Before you could even react, a mob surrounded them from every direction. A quick glance showed at least 30 or 40 grown men closing in. You and Fusak didn't waste a breath, hopping on the stags and charging down the hill to break the encirclement. Suddenly, the crowd whipped out some barbed ropes and blocked their path. Before they could breathe, two massive nets made of thorny rope dropped from the sky. They were hauled up the hillside like a pair of stray hogs. The four giant stags were being tracked closely behind them. Your heart hit the floor. Getting caught mid-theft is pure embarrassment. You took a quick peek and realized the person leading the charge was a girl. She gave a smug grin, her long black hair flowing behind her, wearing a simple hemp skirt. She looked gorgeous, but you had zero mood to simp, turning your head to see Fusak getting dragged along too. Damn it, this is all your fault. In no time, they were dragged back to the tribal camp. The leader of the Binian tribe was already waiting right in front of them. To your absolute shock, the boss of this whole, she was rocking the same fishnet-style outfit as the other girl. The girl had just waltzed up to the female leader with a cheeky grin. Mom, I spotted this guy hitting the hemp fields the second he arrived. You gotta let me claim him as my prize. It was the first time she'd seen someone riding a massive beast like that. Plus, our boy was actually dressed like he had his life together. The moment she laid eyes on him, her only thought was, I'm keeping him. The Bikian tribe runs on a matriarchal system, where the ladies hold all the cards. Their leader is a woman who's clearly seen a few seasons, pushing 30. The girl in front of her is Zhao Dai, her 12-year-old daughter who's officially coming of age. Word of the Spring Festival has been making the rounds lately, and they've been low-key scouting for a man worth keeping. So imagine their surprise when some high-tier loot just wanders right to their door. Zhao Dai struts up to you, scanning our boy up and down like a piece of meat. You're definitely built different, aren't you? You're telling me he rode that horned beast all the way here? Yeah, both of them showed up on those things. Mom, just hand him over to be my man already. I'm not even gonna bother with the Spring Festival anymore. Hold up. I'm not so sure this guy is just some random peasant. The leader's eyes sharpened, scanning your gear, especially that bronze crown on your head. She's never seen gold-tier bling like that. Only absolute royalty wears stuff this flashy. She's thinking, either this guy's a tribal leader or the heir to a throne. Forcing a guy like this into a corner sounds like a massive headache that could start a full-blown tribe war. Just then, one of the tribesmen hands your bow, arrows, and spear over to the leader. Leader Chang grabs your bronze spear, noticing that golden tip is razor sharp. Thinking to herself, if their whole tribe is armed like this, we definitely shouldn't mess with him. She picks up your bow, fiddling with it, totally confused about what it's even for. Xiao Dai snatches it out of her mom's hands, plucking the string like she's playing a harp. She deadass thinks the survival gear is just a musical instrument. Our boy is internally screaming, because he knows plucking a bow without firing it ruins the tension. Leader Chang pulls a feathered arrow out of the quiver, checking out the fletching and the lethal bronze tip. Realizing she's dealing with high-end tech, she knew this was some kind of weapon, but had zero clue how to use such a tiny spear. You didn't catch their convo, but watching this mother-daughter duo struggle with it was pure comedy. It didn't take a genius to figure out what they were yapping about, so you yelled out, "Let me go, and I'll actually show you how to use that thing." The chieftain didn't speak your language, but she definitely got that you wanted out. She grabbed a handful of hemp from a basket and barked, "Why the hell were you stealing our hemp?" Right on cue, Fu spoke up from inside that net. "We didn't know it was yours, but you'd better let us go right now. Both of us are chieftains of our own tribes, you know." The surrounding tribe members burst out laughing. "Oh yeah? How do you even know our language?" You looked at the guy who got you trapped, shocked that he was actually fluent in local tribal. You wanted to deck him for the drama, but man, how does this dude know so many different languages? "I'm Fu, chieftain of the Yu tribe. We trade with outside tribes all the time, so picking up their lingo is part of the grind." The chieftain paused, finally remembering that a young tribe group had passed through before, so she bought Fu's story, though she was still side-eyeing you. Then what about this guy? Why are you calling him a chieftain too? His tribe is way more cracked than yours. Their numbers are just as high. Plus they've got even more OP weapons. You'd be better off letting him go. Otherwise, your whole tribe is getting wiped off the map. The chieftain was already considering letting you walk, since two tribes of equal strength clashing would be a total L for everyone, and she definitely didn't want to see her tribe get bodied. She was leaning towards peace, but Xiao Dai was not having it. We aren't scared of him. Is there any weapon deadlier than our spears? That short spear is basically useless if you can't even throw it. If you keep lying to me, I'm keeping him locked up. Fu just smirked at Xiao Dai's tantrum and stayed silent. Truth is, he was bluffing hard. He had no clue how to use it either, he just knew it was meta-tier gear. Xiao Dai saw his smug look and absolutely lost her cool. You're a liar. You're lying to us, and that means he's staying right here. Chang wasn't as clueless as Xiao Dai. While she didn't recognize the weapon's name, she knew by the look of that razor-sharp bronze arrowhead that this thing was lethal. Better weapons mean more food, and more food means a massive population boost. Coupled with that bronze crown on your head, she was absolutely certain now. You were clearly the boss of a major tribe, so she immediately reeled in the hot-headed Xiao Dai. I can let you guys walk, but you trashed our hemp fields, and we're going to be hurting for supplies this year. So how exactly are you planning to compensate us? The second Xiao Dai heard her mom was letting them go, she started tweaking. Mom, you can't let them go. I want to keep him as my man. As a tribal leader, Chang knew how to weigh the pros and cons, so she shut that idea down fast. By now, Fu was losing his patience. What exactly do you want as compensation? Just tell us so we can get out of here. Chang thought for a second, then pointed straight at your bow, arrows, and bronze spear, along with those horned beasts you brought, and said, we want to keep all these weapons and the horned deer. Fu didn't even have to think about it. Not a chance. Those aren't mine to give, and he's definitely not handing them over to you. You saw her pointing at your gear and the deer, so you turned to Fu and asked, what does this lady want? Fu explained. She claims we destroyed their hemp crops and wants our weapons and the deer as payment. Hearing that, you immediately lost your cool. Are you kidding me? Is this lady seriously trying to scam us? I only cut the stalks. I didn't uproot the damn things. How does that even count as destroying their hemp? Even if we were paying damages, that demand is straight up robbery. But then, you suddenly realized something felt off. She mentioned they only destroy their hemp fields. Wait, that's not right. They only harvest their hemp once a year. Fu didn't quite get where you were going, but he helped translate anyway. Our leader wants to know, do you guys really only harvest your hemp once a year? Chang looked stunned by the question. Is that not how it works? Doesn't hemp only grow once a year? Just by looking at the look on Chang's face, you knew they had absolutely zero clue. So our MC confidently tells the boss lady, the weapons and the antler are staying right where they are. Plus, he wants to keep farming the hemp, but he's willing to drop the secret tech on how to harvest it 5 times a year. The Bichian tribe members lose their minds the second they hear the translation. 5 harvests a year? That's literally a 500% buff to their production, fam. This method is an absolute game changer. No cap. See, the Bingian tribe doesn't just grow hemp for themselves. They trade the fabric and rope with other tribes to survive. Sometimes they get food, sometimes they trade for new recruits. So yeah, the hemp yield is basically the lifeline for the whole tribe. If our boy is legit, the Bingian tribe is about to be drowning in supplies. That kind of offer is way too juicy to pass up. The chief's eyes light up, and she immediately signals her guys to let our boy go. The dudes scramble to untie him and his girl, looking terrified. Our MC stands up, dusts off his fur dress like a total Sigma. He points directly at his stash of weapons while locking eyes with the chief. He basically signals, hand the loot back, lady. The chief hesitates for a split second, looking like she's caught in 4K. But then she catches the look in his eyes. Cold, hard, and calculating. He's radiating that main character energy that says don't mess with me. She panics and tells Xiao Dai to return the gear immediately. But Xiao Dai, being the salty NPC she is, isn't having it. She huffs and crosses her arms, acting like she's too good to give the loot back. She turns her head and goes, fine, you get your stuff back, but only after you teach me how to use it. Our MC nods, grabs his longbow like a boss. He notches an arrow and scans the area for a target. He spots something in the distance, a wild boar hanging there, still breathing. He's 30 meters out, but he doesn't even need to aim. He just pulls the string and lets that beauty fly. With a sick whistle, the bronze tip shreds right through the boar's side. The arrow punches clean through the other side like it's made of butter. It lands with a heavy thud, embedding deep into a wooden post. The boar lets out one last squeal and hits the afterlife. The tribe members are straight up shook, trembling, because they realize just how cracked that weapon actually is. They're thinking, thank God the chief let them go, or our whole village would have been deleted in seconds. But Xiao Dai? She isn't scared at all. She's just staring at the dead boar, absolutely stunned. Oh, so that's how it works? This gear's actually cracked. Fu Song was shook too. He didn't expect this weapon to have that much aura. If that wild boar had been a person, he didn't even want to imagine the gore. And that was just the damage from one single arrow. Bro's quiver is still loaded with dozens more arrows than there are dudes in his entire tribe. Thuong is starting to sweat now. This weapon is straight up cursed. I better not make an enemy out of his tribe. You peeped at their faces, saw the pure fear and confusion, and couldn't help but feel that main character satisfaction. Let's see you try to kidnap me again, you absolute clowns. You casually pulled the arrow out, tossed it back in the quiver, and grabbed your deer to lead the squad toward the hemp field. Once everyone caught up, you flexed your big brain and started teaching them the proper way to harvest. Don't go yanking the plants out by the roots. Just trim them where I showed you, and they'll grow back in no time. We can literally farm this like 5 or 6 times before the big freeze hits. Fu stood there, acting as your hype man and translator. The tribe members were mind blown. They'd been doing it wrong their whole lives, and had zero clue about this life hack. Thusong asked, looking legit shocked. How do you even know all this? Don't tell me you were out here farming hemp back in the day? You just casually lied. Back when I was a kid, I was already farming. Why else would you be cutting hemp anyway? To weave it into fabric, obviously? Xiao Dai heard that and looked at you like you just unlocked a new skill tree. Wait, you actually know how to weave too? Obviously. And I can weave way better, wider, and thicker fabric than whatever rags you guys are rocking. You glanced at their hemp clothes. Honestly, they looked like scrap wire and weren't hiding anything. So can you teach us? Thuong didn't even doubt you for a second. Your weapon already proved you were built different. Even though you just flexed on them, he was already trying to play the long game to benefit his own agenda. Hard pass. I only teach my own people, unless you guys want to join my tribe. Joining another tribe is a huge red flag, especially a brand new one. So Thusong didn't even entertain that thought. You didn't expect a yes anyway, you were just baiting him to see if he'd bite. You just shrugged like it was no big deal, and told Fu to get back to harvesting. Thusong stayed silent, knowing he already agreed to this side of the deal. 20 minutes later, the baskets were overflowing, so you loaded the loot onto your deer and got ready to bounce. Just then, Xiao Dai grabbed your reins, giving you those puppy dog eyes, clearly hoping you'd stick around. Hearing Fu finish translating, your face turns bright red, but you stubbornly shake your head. I've still got my own tribe to look after, I can't just stay here. Xiao Dai's eyes instantly welling up with tears as she bites her lip and asks, then can you at least tell me your name? You don't even answer. With a quick squeeze of your legs, the reindeer bolts away, and you fire an arrow that lands just 2 meters in front of her. Xiao Dai runs over to pull the arrow out, taking a close look until she spots a totem and a character carved into the wooden shaft. Oh my god, this totem is exactly like the one on his head. Keep that safe, let's see if we can actually craft some weapons like this. You and Fu ride the reindeer at breakneck speed, barely making it back to his tribe before sunset. This is the north bank of the artificial river, where the Dona and his tribe have finally cleared a small patch of land for farming. It's about 5 acres. And you grab a shovel to mark the rows, telling the tribespeople to plant those hemp stalks straight into the dirt. The tribe shaman and the elder walk up to you. Leader, what are we even planting this stuff for? To make clothes. You know, the stuff you wear on your bodies. Clothes made from this grass are super thin and actually wearable. The tribe nods in unison, having just added a new word to their vocabulary. Clothes. Whatever you wear on your body is called clothes. Now that the Do tribe's mission is officially over, Fu comes to collect his payment. Even though things went a little sideways midway through, you're no fraud, so you hand over the herd of reindeer as promised, plus a ceramic pot and 10 bowls as a bonus. As for the part where you both got captured by the Billion tribe, you both pretend it never happened, because being a tribe leader, that kind of L is just too embarrassing to talk about. The next morning, Fu leads his tribe to bid you farewell, making plans to meet again at the Mengchun Valley. Watching the Do tribe fade into the distance, you feel a bit spacey, low-key wanting to go on adventures just like them. The elder walks up to you. Leader, what's the move now? You snap back to reality. Looking at the elder, you realize the rice seedlings you started 17 days ago are ready for the paddy. You order the elder to round up all the fit dudes to clear out the irrigation ditches and start flooding the fields. The elder has zero clue what planting rice means, but he follows orders anyway. He knows that listening to you is basically a cheat code for success. In no time, the men use bronze shovels to open the dikes and water from the artificial river. Meanwhile, you lead the women to start pulling up rice seedlings, bundling them up like a pro. You have the wood user squad chop up a pile of 40cm sticks to use as spacing markers for the planting. Once the prep work is done, everyone crowds around you to learn the secret technique of rice transplanting. Use 2 fingers to grab the seedling root, jam it straight into the mud, and use the stick to measure the distance for the next one. The squad acts like they finally unlocked the move, but one guy from the Haisha tribe starts tripping. Leader, is this grass actually edible? The second he says that, everyone's eyes are locked onto you. It's obviously the question everyone was dying to ask, but were too scared to bring up. They've seen the livestock and the other crops, so they get the vibe, but this rice stuff you're pushing is totally new to them. And they're low-key thinking you're wasting everyone's time on some useless plant. You don't even get tilted. You just patiently explain the meta to the noobs. This grass isn't for eating raw, fam. The real loot is in the seeds. You tell Sheen to go grab the remaining 22 caddies of seed rice to show off the inventory. This is the seed of the rice plant. We call it paddy. Peel that husk off, and you get the rice we actually eat. The rice is super hard, so you have to toss it in a pot and cook it before it's ready to consume. Seeing everyone still looking like they're about to report you for scamming, you decide to head back to the base. Take that remaining stash of seed rice and cook up a massive pot of rice for everyone. Time to let the whole squad taste test this S-tier buff. The elder and the shaman, being too old to be out here grinding in the fields, follow you back to see the cooking process. You find some thick cloth and start bashing the rice in a jar with a wooden club, and boom! It's husked in no time. The contents of the jar have turned into brown rice. Then you dump the rice into an earthen pot, wash it, and set it on the fire with a 1:2 water to rice ratio. The shaman looks at the bottom of the pot, looking skeptical as hell. Leader, there's so little rice in there. Is that really gonna feed the whole tribe? You just smirk at him. Rice absorbs water and expands, bro. Once it's cooked, the water will be gone, and all that's left is a pot full of soft, fluffy goodness. Rice can actually expand? The elder and the shaman are shook, straight up gasping in unison. It's the first time they've ever heard of food that levels up its size like that. The tribe's kids are all huddled around, watching the magic happen. Before long, the pot was radiating such a mouth-watering aroma that the local kiddos couldn't stop drooling. Even you were feeling the hype. Tasted exactly like a home-cooked meal. It's been ages since you had actual rice, and while you were cooking, those few hundred tribesmen finished planting the seeds. Now, the whole squad is circling the pot, straight up huffing the aroma like it's the finest elixir. In no time, a fresh batch of fluffy, fragrant rice appeared before their very eyes. You told every tribesman to grab their bowls and line up. Since we're low on supplies, everyone's only getting a small sample for now. The guys at the front of the line were so hyped they shoveled it in instantly, praising the quality. This rice is legit. It's got a sweet kick to it, absolute peak cuisine. The people in the back were getting restless, telling the front of the line to hurry the hell up. Moments later, the whole tribe was literally licking their bowls clean. They'd been living off boring meat forever, so this soft, chewy goodness was a total game changer. They were shook and low-key, living their best lives. By now, there isn't a single person in the tribe doubting your greatness. Ever since you discovered rice, you've been carrying the team. Your rep in the tribe just hit an all-time high. Once the feast was over, it was time for you to start delegating tasks. Men are going out to chop wood, hunt, catch chickens, smelt bronze, and craft pottery or furniture. The women are on furnace duty, fishing, farming, and refining rock salt. Refining salt is actually brain-dead easy. Just filter out the trash, boil it in clean water, and let it crystallize. This white gold isn't just for us. It's going to be our #1 export for trading with others. You're prepping hard for the spring fair, stacking up on salt and pottery. Every tribe needs this stuff, so you're basically guaranteed to make bank. Also, we need a massive cart to haul all this loot to the fairgrounds. You immediately hit up Mukdun to check on the cart production. That legend didn't say a word. He just rolled up with 10 homies pushing a 4-wheeled cart. When you saw it, you were actually shocked. Turns out Mukdun is a low-key genius. You only asked for a simple 2-wheeled cart, but what he delivered looked like a legit carriage, rocking a massive cargo bed on the back. It doesn't have a roof yet, but we can just toss some animal hides over it later. It's definitely not going to be any worse than a horse-drawn carriage. Plus, there's a bench at the front for 2 people to sit, so when the time comes, just hitch 2 cows to it. Hop in the driver's seat, and you're golden. You hyped up Mukdun for his work, and dropped a few pro tips to upgrade the design. Mukdun was stoked, and immediately teamed up with the squad to get back to the grind. This time, under your expert management and god-tier leadership, the first bullock cart in human history was finished in just 3 days. This beast of a wagon wasn't just looking fancy, it was peak utility. It only burns 1 bundle of grass per 100 kilometers. Time flew by like a cultivator on a flying sword. The first month of spring was ending, and the tribe's living standards were finally leveling up. The only L left was your city wall project, which was still stuck in the beta phase. Building that monstrosity requires way too much manpower. Our boys' tribe only has about 350 heads total, counting everyone. It's officially time to take the pottery and white salt to the spring fair and start making some real bank. To make transport easy, you told the crippled craftsman to mass-produce flat-bottomed pottery jars with wide mouths and wooden lids, designed to stack like a pro and save space. The salt went straight into massive wooden crates, bags tied tight with rope. You were micromanaging the tribe, making sure everything was loaded onto the cart properly. There were 6 days left until the spring festival. To avoid a speedrun disaster on the road, you decided to pack up and head out early. Then you pulled Dashu aside, telling him that while you're out on this side quest, he's in charge of the tribe. Protect the people and the crops at all costs. Daishu could feel the MC's trust radiating off you, so he thumped his chest, swearing on his life that he'd protect every single person in the tribe. You turned your attention to Tuda standing nearby, tossing him a watermelon you'd prepped just for him. While I'm gone, you're the lead hunter, and you've got to whip the new recruits into shape. Make sure they're grinding their archery and spear skills every single day. Today saw Daishu getting the main character treatment, and he was a little salty at first, but then you handed him an identical fancy hat just like Daishu's, and all that petty drama evaporated into thin air. He was obsessed with that hat, clutching it. Our boy gave the elder and the shaman the ultimate quest. Check on the rice paddies daily. Tell them the fields need to stay flooded, at least a hand's depth deep. No excuses. These two old geezers might be ancient, but they're still down to grind for the tribe. With their mission objective unlocked, they accepted the task with zero complaints. Once the squad was ready to roll, the MC gave the signal to head out. For this spring festival run, he's keeping the party size small. He told the elder and the shaman they better be checking those rice fields every single day. Keep the water levels high, at least a hand's length deep, or don't even talk to them. The two fossils might be getting on in years, but they're still trying to contribute to the tribe's XP bar. With their quest logged, they happily agreed to hold down the fort. Once everything was set, the MC signaled for the team to move out. He only brought a few top-tier dudes for this trip to the festival, including Dali and Duer, who finally recovered from their injuries, plus Shuya, Shitu, Yumo, and Shuthung. The route took them straight through the western forests and grassy hills. The squad's movement speed was absolutely cracked. By nightfall, the crew found a clean patch of land to set up camp. They lit some fires, assigned guard duty to the homies, and prepped to go AFK for the night. But just as the MC started to catch some Z's, Shuya called out to him, "Boss, wake up! There's another squad closing in on our position. Looks like they're headed to the spring festival too." Our boy rubbed his eyes, sat up, and scouted the mob in the distance. The guy leading them was Chang, looking like a total clown wrapped in thorny vines. Turns out it's the Bigian tribe, and Chang brought way more fodder than we did. 10 grown men, 20 waifus, and 20 little dudes, including that fraud himself. That's 51 NPCs in total. They're hauling their own loot: hemp ropes, nets, fabrics, and even some massive beast bones. Right now, Zhao Dai is throwing a full-blown tantrum. "Mom, I'm parched. There's literally no water on this entire map. I'm done trying to find a husband at this lame festival." Her mom totally saw through the act and called her out on her BS. I don't know exactly what you're thinking, kid. That guy is the leader of another tribe. He's definitely not coming to our neck of the woods. Just give up on that idea, kid. A grown man sprinted over to the mother and daughter duo. "Leader? There's a squad from another tribe camping up ahead. Should we go check them out?" Xiao Dai heard there were people nearby and immediately started shaking Zhang's arm, pleading, "Mom, let's go see them." Zhang looked around at her tribe members. Everyone had been parched for half the day. Their throats were practically turning to dust. She eventually gave a nod of approval. Xiao Dai marched straight ahead and quickly spotted the unique, high-end carts belonging to that tribe. The kid cheered in excitement. "Mom, look, that's them. Let's hurry over and beg for some water." Zhang shot her a look and muttered, "Their tribe is even further out than ours. Who even knows if they've got any water left?" By now, Ban had walked up and realized it was just Zhang and Zhao Dai. "Hey leader, you guys got any water to spare? We're totally dry. Can we trade something for a few sips?" Zhang gestured with her hands, but Ban just furrowed his brows. Trading for water was a hard pass. Aside from the girl herself, he didn't care for any of the trashy loot they were offering. He just waved them off, telling them to follow him instead. Ban led them to the back of his four-wheeled ox cart. He hopped onto the cart and grabbed a massive ceramic bowl. The people from the border tribe were absolutely shook. "Oh my god, what on earth is that thing? How are they hauling an entire house around with them? And is that actually a ceramic pot in his hand? They've got a whole stash of ceramic pottery? No way! But where's the water? A pot is useless if it's bone dry." Then they watched as Ban walked to the back of the ox cart, laid a round wooden barrel on its side, pulled the wooden plug out of the top, and suddenly, a crystal-clear stream of water blasted out of the barrel. One of the teenagers stood there with his jaw on the floor. "That's a water container? It's absolutely massive. You could probably fit a whole person inside that thing." Ignoring the guy entirely, you just hand the bowl of water straight to Zhang. "Drink up. No need to thank me." Zhang puts his hand to his chest and gives a little bow to show his respect. Then he and Zhao Dai take turns gulping down the whole bowl. "So you think our two tribes could travel together?" You know he's just trying to stick around for the free hydration, but after thinking it over, you decide not to say no. If your gut is right, those little kids are probably just being hauled around to be traded off. Shortly after, the border tribe sets up their camp right next to yours and lights their fires. Some of them pass out, while others start creeping on you and your tribe's gear like they've never seen stuff before. Nothing but whispers and side eyes everywhere. The next morning at dawn, the smell of roasting meat starts hitting the camp like a truck. Their breakfast is ready. A mix of rabbits and gophers the hunting party bagged with their bows yesterday. The border tribe folks catch a whiff, get jealous, and start roasting their own dry rations over the fire. You're chilling by your own fire, skewering a piece of rabbit liver on a stick to roast it. You hit it with some salt and a generous amount of chili powder. Suddenly, that intoxicating scent brings Zhao Dai creeping closer to you. She's staring at your food, eyes glued to the stick, constantly gulping like she's about to faint from hunger. Once it's perfectly cooked, you slice it in half with your knife and hand it to her. The girl has been hovering for ages just waiting for a snack. Zhao Dai's face lights up as she grabs the rabbit liver, takes a massive bite, chews twice, and suddenly her face turns bright red. She's gasping and fanning her mouth, but she refuses to spit it out. Seeing her like that is hilarious, but you decide to take pity on her and hand over a bowl of cool water. Zhao Dai downs it in 2 gulps and finally starts to recover. What was that taste? It felt weird, but honestly, I think I'm obsessed. You tell her it's chili, and that specific sensation is what we call spicy. Zhao Dai points at another bag filled with white crystals and asks, "So what's this white stuff?" You pinch a little salt and drop it into her hand. This is white salt. It's salty, and it gives you raw power, letting you travel way further and get way more work done. Zhao Dai licks it, her eyes go wide, and she immediately sprints off to show her mom. She knows exactly. Mao was about to ask what this stuff even was, but Zhao Dai had already shoved a handful of white salt straight into her mouth. The intense saltiness made her frown, but she forced herself to swallow it down anyway, then grabbed Zhao Dai in a panic, asking, "Where on earth did you get this?" "The tribal leader gave it to me, he's got tons of it." After saying that, Zhao Dai dragged Mao over to where you were standing. Nobody noticed the sly, mischievous smirk creeping up your face at that exact moment. Heh, the fish is finally biting the hook. "Hey leader, where is this white salt coming from? Is there any chance we can trade for some? This is something our tribe produces ourselves. 1 bowl of this salt will cost you 1 grown man." Mao thought about it for a second, since those boys were just going to be traded to another tribe anyway. She agreed instantly, though she tried to push her luck by asking for 20 boys at once in exchange for a little extra salt. You pretended to hesitate, but finally nodded and led her around to the back of the ox cart. When you flipped back the animal skins, the Binkian tribe members were left absolutely speechless. The cart was stacked high with pottery and several massive wooden crates. There was so much gear that even a single item was worth at least 1 person. But when you intentionally pried open the lids of those wooden crates, they completely lost their minds. Holy crap. Those giant crates were stuffed to the brim with pure white salt. Zhang suddenly felt like he was hallucinating, because everyone knows salt is the kind of luxury you just can't find anywhere, let alone this high-quality, snow-white fine salt. And yet your tribe has mountains of the stuff. At that moment, his resolve to never join another tribe started to crumble. If he joined a tribe as filthy rich as yours, well, maybe it wasn't such a bad idea after all. You scooped a full bowl from the crate, looking to be about 3 pounds. A trade for 1 person that was basically a steal. Go find your own bags to pack it up. Once Zhang Huanghun snapped out of his trance, he rushed to Zhao Dai to grab the skin bags from the tribe, eventually filling 2 entire sacks. Those 20 teens from the Bikian tribe were now officially property of the Han tribe. Your squad just jumped from 27 to 40 members, and you're absolutely vibing with the headcount boost. Before the spring festival even hits, you've already pulled off a massive W. This is definitely a sign that things are only going to get better. Without further ado, the squad hit the road again, but this time, the squad's speed took a massive L. Mostly because Cheng Yuan and Zhao Dai were chilling on the ox cart like royalty. Everyone else had to use their own 2 feet to grind XP. The 20 new recruits took turns riding the mount beasts with the other 20 guys you brought along. They kept trucking southwest for another 2 days like this. Suddenly, the squad ran into some other groups. Among them was Fu, looking like a total boss riding his own mount beast. He was holding 2 toddlers in his arms, surrounded by his tribe members like he's running a squad. Rolling with them was the Snake tribe, rocking a crew of 31, including 10 veteran warriors, plus 10 boys and 10 girls to round out the party. Their leader was this old geezer with a beard that looked like it hadn't seen a razor since the Stone Age. The old man was vibing, stroking a massive green snake with a smug look on his face. Fu saw you and got hyped, instantly coming over to initiate dialogue. "Leader Han, I didn't expect you to show up this early. Let me introduce you to the squad. This is the shaman of the Snake tribe. That snake he's holding is basically their tribe's mascot and deity. The shaman's snake is legit cracked. If you get bitten by a venomous snake, just let this guy bite you back and you're healed instantly. Back when I was a kid, I got bitten and my pops dragged me straight to this shaman to fix me up." Fu was flexing to you, and while you're skeptical about the god part, the snake venom healing hack might actually be legit. Yuan Shi had heard that back in the day, some people in the mountains raised medicine snakes, usually the most toxic ones you could find. They were trained from birth to suck the poison out or provide the antidote. Since you're dealing with a primitive era doctor, You gotta show some respect for the craft. You put your right hand on your chest and gave the shaman a respectful nod. The shaman nodded back, but his eyes were locked onto your ox cart like it was legendary tier loot. He'd never seen a ride this high-end. Compared to his setup, it was the difference between a luxury sedan and a donkey cart. With the 4 teams combined, there were almost 160 people. And Fu was straight up drooling at the mounts trailing behind you. He was probably thinking, man, if my tribe could roll like this, we'd be untouchable. So he hit you with the prompt, Leader Han, you got any more quests for us to grind? I'm looking to stack up a few more horned beasts. Honestly, you were done using livestock for trades anyway. Besides, his tribe barely had any to begin with, so you told him no more trading beasts for now, and future quests would have to be paid out in different loot. Hearing that, Fu was straight up disappointed. But this smart aleck quickly started cooking up another plan. Bro realized he only needed a way to travel, so why was he so obsessed with beasts anyway? An ox cart would actually be a major W. So can you hook me up with an ox cart like that? I'll do literally anything for you, man. This clown is seriously living in a fantasy world. Like, do you have any idea how much effort goes into making these carts? You think I'm just gonna trade them like candy? Look, I can give you a small handcart for 50 grown adults. But if you want the ox, add another 10 to the tab. You hit him with the cold, hard truth right to his face. Foon acting all confident, claiming he could pull up with at least 100 people. But I need that 4-wheeler upgrade, and throw in 2 oxen to pull the damn thing. You didn't even argue, just low-key curious where this absolute fraud is getting his confidence from. This guy is a leader of a mid-tier tribe with like 50 people. Yet he's acting like he can manifest 100 grown men out of thin air. If you're planning on kidnapping people, count me out. Obviously not, my guy. I'm talking about rounding up some wildlings. Wildlings? You're shook, thinking, bro, in my eyes, all you guys are the wildlings, you get me? Is there actually anyone more savage than these guys? Seeing the look of disbelief on your face, Foon started spilling the tea on who these wildlings actually are. Basically, they're just solo wanderers, mostly disabled folks dumped by their tribes, or total rejects who got kicked out for acting up. You thought it over and gave the green light. Cripples can keep pace with the others, and the troublemakers can do the slave labor. They'll fall in line soon enough. Fu stopped acting like he was gonna dip, and immediately led his tribe back, since they had a whole lot of errands to run. The squad swelled to about 100 people, as they kept trekking toward the southwest. By dusk, while crossing a gentle hill, you and Duz were scouting ahead when you suddenly spotted 3 grown-ass peacocks and their nest. You told Duan to sprint back and call for backup while you held the fort down. The 3 peacocks were too busy vibing and eating their dinner to even notice they were being targeted. A little later, the whole main squad caught up. Aside from his own tribe, there were 6 warriors from the Sha and Bikoian tribes trailing behind. Seeing this ragtag circus, your eyes started there's only 3 targets total, bro. Why bring so many people just for this? Boss, I already told them, but those 2 other tribes insisted on tagging along. They're whining that we've already hunted everything on the path, and they're about to starve. Tell them we'll toss them one of these peacocks, but the feathers are staying with us. Make them go gather firewood. We only need 16 of our own guys. Everyone else stay back to guard the carts and wrap up the trade deal with the other tribes. The next second, you let out a war cry and charge ahead, splitting the 15 cavalrymen into 2 squads. The infantry followed right behind you like absolute legends. Those 3 peacocks were busy snacking when they suddenly froze in pure panic. They've never seen a squad this cracked, squawking their heads off and trying to intimidate the group. You immediately ordered your tribe to rain down spears and block the peacocks' escape route. Seeing you guys rushing in with zero chill, the peacock squawked and charged straight back at you. As the distance closed, you leaned in, aiming your spear dead center for the moment of impact. One clean strike pierced right through the bird's chest. Just one charge, and that peacock hit the dirt. Game over. The other 2 were folded just as fast, with one taking a double-team combo from Ermao and Dajui to the neck and back. The meanest one left tried to go for a parting shot at Shu Ya, opening its beak to strike. But Shu Ya just flicked his spear up and pierced its heart, sending it straight to the lobby. Xiao Dai watched the whole flex and screamed, "Mom, their tribe leader is actually cracked!" Zhang Yi couldn't help but think, this tribe isn't just rich. Their warriors are straight up built different. A squad like this? We absolutely need to lock them down as allies. With that in mind, she turned to Xiao Dai and asked, do you have a crush on their leader? If I sent you over to be with him, would you be down? Xiao Dai was stunned for a second, then started nodding like a fangirl. But Mom, haven't our tribe's women always just stayed home and taken in husbands? She's vibing with you, but she never imagined leaving her tribe, let alone being apart from her mother. Zhang Yi just threw his hands up in defeat. Bro is a whole faction leader, no way he's joining the squad. Guess he'll just head back and think of a new plan later. Once the crew dragged those 3 giant peacocks back, everyone decided to crash here for the night. The feathers are going straight to the tribe's treasury, but the meat? That's for the boys to feast on. As the squad was vibing by the campfire, Zhao Dai kept stealing glances at our guy. This was making our Sigma grinding MC feel some type of way, so he dipped to the edge of the camp just to get some fresh air. Look at that night sky. Clear as day and straight up sparkling with stars. The vibes are immaculate, literally speechless. You turned your head toward Mengjiu in the southwest, where a bunch of fireflies seemed to be glowing. Right on cue, Shiwu slid up next to you, looked where you were looking, and started yapping about how Mengjiu is a top-tier spot. Apparently, it's filled with glow-in-the-dark bugs and neon plants. At night, the lake water literally glows too. It's basically the go-to spot for NPCs to go on dates. The old man wouldn't stop mumbling, and while I didn't get a word of it, the sound of his tongue flicking like a snake was crystal clear. Yeah, I need to get away from this weirdo ASAP, especially since that guy is basically a walking venom factory. Next morning, the squad got back on the grind, with Shiwu leading the way. The crew kept pushing forward. Finally, by 2 p.m., we officially entered the territory of Mengjiu. Mengjiu is basically a giant basin valley with a massive 3,000-acre freshwater lake, and the whole place is drowning in flowers. Butterflies the size of your hand are just swarming the air like it's a glitch in the server. The most common thing in the valley is a type of willow tree I've never seen in my life. The branches are bone white, the leaves are a soft pink, and a million branches are swaying in the breeze, looking like a girl dancing with her long hair flowing, straight up stealing the